I found out my wife's affair partner is my boss, and they've been using company trips to meet. The devastating betrayal I uncovered 3 weeks ago has destroyed not only my marriage, but also my career trajectory and professional reputation, as I discovered my wife of 8 years has been having an affair with my direct supervisor for the past 14 months, using business conferences and work travel that I helped arrange as cover for their relationship. I'm 35 years old. My wife Laura is 33, and my boss Derek is 42. What makes this situation uniquely cruel is that I actually facilitated their affair without knowing it. I encouraged Laura to attend industry events with me where Derek would also be present. I worked overtime to impress Derek for a promotion he was never going to give me while he was sleeping with my wife. And I trusted both of them completely while they systematically deceived me using my own career ambitions and work commitments as the framework for their betrayal. Laura and I met in college and married when I was 27. We built what I thought was a strong partnership. She works as a freelance graphic designer, while I've spent the past 6 years working my way up at a mid-sized marketing firm. Derek joined as regional director 3 years ago and became my direct supervisor 18 months ago. I admired Derek professionally and worked hard to prove myself worthy of the senior account manager position everyone knew would be opening up. Our company culture includes quarterly conferences and frequent client meetings that require travel. Derek and I traveled together regularly, and about 2 years ago, I started bringing Laura to some of the larger conferences, since they were in interesting cities and she could explore while I worked. Derek is divorced and would often join us for dinners or social events during these trips. I thought we were building a friendly, professional relationship that would benefit my career. What I didn't realize was that Derek and Laura were building something else entirely. Looking back now, with the clarity that comes after discovery, I can see dozens of signs I missed. The way Laura started dressing differently for conferences, how she'd volunteer to join me on every single work trip when she used to prefer staying home, the private jokes between her and Derek, her sudden interest in my work projects, and asking detailed questions about Derek's schedule. I was blind to all of it because I trusted them both and was focused on advancing my career. The discovery happened in the most cliched way possible. I came home early from what was supposed to be a 3-day client visit because the meetings concluded faster than expected. I walked into my own bedroom and found my wife and my boss together. The scene was everything you'd imagine from the worst betrayal scenario: confusion, then recognition, then the horrible realization that this wasn't a spontaneous mistake, but clearly an established pattern. Derek grabbed his clothes and left within minutes, barely saying a word. Laura initially tried to explain it as a one-time mistake, claiming they'd both been drinking and that it had just happened. But I wasn't stupid, and I wasn't going to let her minimize what I'd just witnessed. I demanded the truth, and over the next several hours, through her tears and justifications, the real story emerged. The affair had started 14 months ago at a conference in Chicago. Laura and Derek had spent the day together while I was in meetings, and one thing led to another. What began as conference hookups evolved into regular meetings whenever I traveled for work. Derek would come to our house when I was away. Laura would claim to have designed client meetings, but instead meet Derek at hotels. They'd even managed a weekend together when I thought Laura was visiting her sister in Boston, while Derek was supposedly at a corporate retreat. The most painful details were hearing how they'd coordinated around my schedule, how they'd communicated through a messaging app they both deleted from their phones whenever I was home, and how Derek had actively created work travel opportunities specifically to facilitate time with Laura. That promotion I'd been working toward? Derek had no intention of ever giving it to me. He'd been stringing me along while sleeping with my wife, using my career ambitions to keep me distracted and traveling. Laura's explanations for why the affair happened were the typical justifications. She felt neglected because I worked too much. Derek paid attention to her. She never meant for it to go this far. She still loved me, but had gotten caught up in something that felt exciting. Nothing she said made the betrayal hurt less or made any logical sense. She'd destroyed our marriage, and I'd facilitated it by bringing her into Derek's orbit and then traveling constantly for the career advancement Derek was dangling, while never intending to deliver. I told Laura to leave that night. I couldn't stand to be in the same house with her. She went to stay with a friend, and I sat alone in our bedroom trying to process the magnitude of the betrayal. By the next morning, I'd decided on my course of action. I wasn't going to let either of them walk away from this without consequences. My first call was to an attorney specializing in both divorce and employment law. I documented everything I could remember about the affair, including dates, trips, and the timeline of Derek's supervision over me. My attorney immediately identified potential legal issues with Derek's conduct. A supervisor having an affair with a subordinate's spouse, while that subordinate reports directly to him, creates significant conflicts of interest and potential ethical violations, especially if the supervisor's judgment about the subordinate's work and advancement might be compromised by the personal relationship. My second step was gathering evidence. I went through Laura's computer and phone with forensic software and recovered deleted messages, photos, and emails that documented the full scope of the affair. The messages were explicit and left no doubt about the duration and nature of the relationship. They also confirmed that Derek had deliberately kept me out of certain projects and passed me over for opportunities specifically because my advancement might interfere with his access to Laura. The evidence showed Derek had violated multiple company policies. Our firm has strict rules about relationships between employees and family members of employees, about disclosure of conflicts of interest, and about supervisors' obligations to manage subordinates fairly without personal relationship interference. Derek had violated all of these policies systematically for over a year. Armed with evidence and legal counsel, I scheduled a meeting with our company's HR director and the regional VP who Derek reported to. I presented the full documentation of the affair, the timeline showing it occurred during company travel and on company time, the evidence that Derek had compromised his supervisory judgment, and my attorney's analysis of the ethical and legal implications. The company's response was swift and decisive, though not for purely ethical reasons. They were primarily concerned about liability. My attorney had made clear that Derek's conduct created significant legal exposure for the firm. Within a week, Derek was terminated for policy violations. The company offered me a substantial settlement, including immediate promotion to the senior position I'd been working toward, a raise, transfer to a different regional office if I wanted it, and compensation for the emotional distress and career impact of Derek's misconduct. I accepted the settlement terms, including the transfer. I couldn't continue working in the same office where everyone would know about the affair and where I'd constantly be reminded of how Derek had manipulated my career while sleeping with my wife. The new position is actually a better opportunity in a city I'd always wanted to live in, so the transfer felt like a fresh start professionally, even as my personal life was collapsing. The divorce proceedings are straightforward in terms of legal process, but emotionally devastating. Laura initially wanted to fight for the marriage, claiming the affair was a mistake she deeply regretted and that we could rebuild trust. I refused to even consider reconciliation. The betrayal was too comprehensive and calculating. This wasn't a one-time drunken mistake. It was 14 months of deliberate deception involving my boss, my career, and the systematic use of my work travel to facilitate their relationship. Laura's attitude shifted when she realized I was serious about divorce, and when she understood the financial implications. We have a house with equity, retirement accounts, and assets to divide. She's also facing the reality that her affair partner lost his job and isn't going to be leaving his ex-wife for her. Derek has reportedly moved back to his hometown and is working in a much less prestigious position than the regional director role he lost. The fantasy affair relationship doesn't look quite as appealing when it's resulted in 2 divorces, job loss, and public humiliation. The hardest part isn't actually the divorce process or even the career complications. It's the complete destruction of trust and the questioning of every memory. I keep replaying moments from the past 14 months, wondering what was really happening when Laura insisted on joining me for that conference in San Diego. Or when Derek and I had drinks after work while he was planning his next meetup with my wife. Or when Laura seemed so understanding about my long work hours that were actually giving her freedom to be with Derek. Friends and family have been supportive, but their responses vary. Some people think I handled it perfectly by immediately documenting everything and taking legal action. Others think I should have tried counseling with Laura before jumping to divorce. A few people, including Laura's sister, have suggested I share some responsibility for the affair because I worked too much and wasn't attentive enough to Laura's emotional needs. That particular criticism enrages me because it positions me as somehow complicit in my own betrayal, because I was working hard to build a career and secure our financial future. My parents are heartbroken about the divorce, but fully supportive of my decisions. They'd loved Laura, but can't fathom how she could betray me so completely, especially with my boss, in a way that jeopardized my career. My mother particularly struggles with understanding how Laura could sit at family dinners and holidays, knowing what she was doing. How she could look my parents in the eye while carrying on an affair with my supervisor. The professional fallout has been complex. My promotion and transfer are positive developments, but I'm moving to a new city alone at 35, and having to rebuild both my personal and professional networks. Colleagues at my old office know why Derek was fired and why I'm transferring, even though the company tried to keep the details confidential. Office gossip being what it is, the story spread quickly. Some coworkers have been supportive, while others seem uncomfortable around me now. Like my personal tragedy is contagious or awkward to acknowledge. Derek's career is essentially over in our industry. Word has spread through professional networks about why he was terminated. He's unhireable at his previous level and faces significant challenges finding any comparable position. Part of me takes satisfaction in his professional destruction, though another part recognizes that revenge doesn't actually heal the wounds or restore what was lost. Laura has been trying to maintain communication about the divorce proceedings and about splitting our belongings. She sent several long emails and text messages that alternate between apologizing, justifying her actions, blaming me for working too much, and expressing anger that I reported Derek and ruined his life. Her inability to take full accountability while simultaneously trying to make herself the victim is infuriating. In her narrative, she's a lonely wife who made a mistake with a man who paid attention to her, and I'm a vindictive husband who destroyed people's careers and refused to work on the marriage. I've stopped responding to anything from Laura that isn't strictly about divorce logistics. My attorney handles most communication now, which creates necessary distance. Laura is facing the reality that she's 33, divorced, unemployed beyond freelance work that barely covers her expenses, and associated with a scandal that lost 2 people their jobs. The consequences of her choices are becoming clear to her, and she's apparently not handling it well, according to mutual friends who've remained in contact with both of us. The question I'm struggling with now, 3 weeks after discovery, is what comes next. The immediate crisis has been handled. I've documented the affair, protected my career interests, initiated divorce proceedings, and secured a professional fresh start. But the emotional recovery is going to take much longer. I trusted 2 people completely, and they both betrayed me in the most calculated way possible. How do I rebuild the ability to trust when the people closest to me used that trust to systematically deceive me? I'm in therapy, processing the betrayal and trying to work through the anger, hurt, and sense of violation. My therapist keeps emphasizing that Laura's choices were about her character flaws, and Derek's choices were about his lack of ethics, not about any failing on my part. Intellectually, I understand that, but emotionally, I keep wondering what I missed, what signs I ignored, whether I was naive or willfully blind. Friends keep telling me I'll eventually be glad this happened because now I know who Laura really is, and I'm free to find someone worthy of my trust. They say I handled everything correctly by documenting the affair and protecting myself legally and professionally. They assure me that time will heal the wounds and that I'll eventually look back on this as the painful end of a chapter that needed to close before I could start a better one. I want to believe them, but right now, I'm just angry and hurt. I'm angry at Laura for betraying our marriage vows and 8 years of partnership. I'm angry at Derek for abusing his position of authority and using my career ambitions to facilitate an affair with my wife. I'm angry at myself for missing the signs that now seem obvious in retrospect. And I'm hurt by the magnitude of the deception and the calculated nature of how they coordinated their affair around my schedule. The move to the new city happens in 6 weeks. I'm packing up a life and starting over at 35. Part of me is excited about the fresh start and the new opportunities. Another part is grieving the life I thought I had and the future I thought I was building with Laura. The house we bought together is going on the market. The belongings we accumulated are being divided. The friends we made as a couple are having to choose sides or maintain awkward relationships with both of us. Every aspect of my life is being dismantled and reconfigured. What I know for certain is that I did the right thing by refusing to tolerate the betrayal and by holding both Laura and Derek accountable for their choices. Whether I handled every detail perfectly is debatable, but I protected myself legally, professionally, and financially. I documented what happened so there could be no revisionist history where I was somehow the bad guy. I made sure Derek faced consequences for abusing his supervisory position. And I'm ending a marriage that was built on lies for at least the past 14 months. What I don't know is how to move forward with any capacity for trust when the two people I trusted most betrayed me so completely. I don't know how to look at future relationships without suspicion and fear of repeating this nightmare. I don't know how to rebuild confidence in my own judgment when I missed such obvious signs of deception. Those are the questions I'm working through in therapy, and that will take months or years to fully resolve. For now, I'm focused on the practical steps of moving forward, finalizing the divorce, preparing for the relocation, and establishing myself in the new position. The emotional healing will happen on its own timeline, and I'm trying to give myself permission to feel whatever I need to feel without judgment. Some days I'm angry, some days I'm sad, some days I'm numb. All of those responses are valid for someone whose wife and boss conducted a 14-month affair that destroyed both my marriage and the career trajectory I'd been building. The story doesn't have a satisfying ending because I'm still in the middle of it, but I'm moving forward, and I'm doing it with integrity and self-respect intact. Laura and Derek made choices that destroyed their own lives along with what we had together. My girlfriend was secretly married the entire 2 years we dated, and I found her husband. The completely surreal discovery I made 7 weeks ago has revealed that the woman I'd been in a serious, committed relationship with for 2 years was actually married to someone else the entire time, maintaining a completely separate life with a husband who had no idea I existed, just as I had no idea he existed. I'm 28 years old. My girlfriend, now ex-girlfriend, Monica, is 30, and her husband Eric is 33, a man who believed he was in a faithful 5-year marriage while his wife was conducting what amounted to a double life with me as her secret boyfriend in a neighboring city. What makes this situation transcend typical infidelity is the comprehensive nature of Monica's deception. She'd created entirely separate identities in 2 different cities, maintained elaborate cover stories that allowed her to split her time between her husband and me, and had successfully convinced both of us that we were in legitimate, committed relationships, while neither of us had any idea the other existed until I accidentally encountered Eric and the truth explosively emerged. I'd met Monica 2 years ago through a dating app. She'd listed her location as My City, and had said in her profile that she was single and looking for a serious relationship. We'd connected immediately, had gone on our first date within a week of matching, and had quickly developed what I believed was a genuine romantic partnership. Monica had explained that she worked as a freelance graphic designer, which gave her flexibility with her schedule, but also meant she sometimes had intensive project periods that required her full attention. The explanation about her freelance work had made sense of Monica's somewhat unusual availability patterns. She'd be very present and engaged for several days at a time, staying at my apartment and spending quality time together. Then she'd have periods of several days where she was less available, claiming she was working on intensive design projects, with tight deadlines that required her to work from her own apartment across town, where she had her professional setup and could focus without distractions. I'd never questioned this pattern because Monica's explanations had been consistent and reasonable. Freelance work does often involve periods of intensive focus, followed by more flexible time. Monica had shown me examples of her design work, had talked knowledgeably about her clients and projects, and had generally seemed completely legitimate in her professional identity. I'd had no reason to suspect that her work-intensive periods were actually time she was spending with her husband in a different city. Monica and I had been talking about moving in together and potentially getting engaged. We'd been dating for 2 years. Our relationship seemed solid, and I was ready to take the next step toward building a permanent life together. Monica had been somewhat hesitant about moving in together, saying she needed to maintain her professional space and setup, but had been warming to the idea, and we'd started looking at apartments that could accommodate both of our needs. The discovery happened completely by accident when I attended a professional conference in a city about an hour away from where I lived. During a networking reception, I was approached by a man who looked vaguely familiar, though I couldn't place where I might have seen him. He introduced himself as Eric and said he thought we might have mutual connections. As we talked, Eric mentioned his wife was a graphic designer and her name was Monica. I was confused because Monica had never mentioned having designer colleagues named Eric or being married. I laughed and said, "What a coincidence that his wife had the same name and profession as my girlfriend." Eric's expression changed, and he asked what my girlfriend's last name was. When I told him, he pulled out his phone and showed me a photo of his wife, Monica. It was unmistakably my girlfriend, Monica. Same face, same smile, same person I'd been dating for 2 years. I felt reality shift as I looked at Eric's phone. My girlfriend, Monica, was Eric's wife, Monica. The woman I'd been in a relationship with for 2 years was married to this man who was showing me wedding photos and anniversary pictures of them together. Eric was explaining that they'd been married for 5 years and lived in this city, about an hour from where I lived with Monica. I showed Eric photos of Monica and me together, recent pictures from the past few months showing us clearly in a romantic relationship. Eric's face went pale as he realized his wife had been conducting an affair for at least 2 years with someone she'd apparently been serious enough with to be photographed at restaurants, on trips, and in intimate couple settings. Eric and I left the conference reception and found a quiet bar where we could talk and compare what we each knew about Monica. The picture that emerged was of a woman maintaining 2 completely separate lives in 2 different cities. With Eric, Monica was a married woman living in their shared home, where she worked from a home office as a freelance designer. With me, Monica was a single woman who split her time between her own apartment and my place, depending on her project workload. According to Eric, Monica had a regular pattern where she'd tell him she needed to visit clients in person in my city several days each week. She'd say these in-person meetings were crucial for major projects, and that she sometimes needed to stay overnight to accommodate client schedules. Eric had never questioned this, because Monica had been successfully freelancing for years, and the story had seemed professionally reasonable. What Monica had been doing during her supposed client meetings in my city was actually spending time with me. When she'd told me she needed to focus on intensive projects at her own place, she'd actually been going back to her home with Eric. She'd successfully balanced both relationships for 2 years by exploiting the fact that Eric and I lived in different cities, and by creating cover stories that allowed her to disappear from each of our lives for several days at a time without raising suspicions. Eric was devastated to discover his wife had been conducting a 2-year affair. I was equally devastated to discover my girlfriend had been married the entire time we'd been together. Neither of us had known about the other's existence. Monica had successfully compartmentalized her two relationships, maintaining them in parallel, without either Eric or me realizing we were sharing the same woman. Eric and I decided to confront Monica together. We coordinated to both show up at what I'd believed was Monica's apartment, but which Eric said was actually a small rental property Monica claimed to use for client meetings. When Monica opened the door and saw both Eric and me standing there together, her face went completely white, and she physically stumbled backward. Monica tried various tactics, claiming there was some misunderstanding, that she could explain everything, that it wasn't what it looked like. But Eric and I had already compared detailed notes about her life, her schedule, and her patterns. We knew she'd been maintaining two complete romantic relationships simultaneously for at least 2 years. There was no explanation that could make that acceptable or understandable. Monica eventually broke down crying and admitted to the double life. According to her tearful confession, she'd started using the dating app when she'd been going through problems in her marriage with Eric. She'd met me and had developed genuine feelings that she hadn't expected. Instead of ending either relationship, she'd convinced herself she could maintain both, keeping her stable marriage with Eric while also pursuing the exciting new relationship with me. Monica claimed she'd genuinely loved both of us and hadn't been able to choose between the life she'd built with Eric and the relationship she was building with me. She'd convinced herself that what Eric and I didn't know wouldn't hurt us, and that she could successfully balance both relationships indefinitely. She'd apparently believed that her freelance work excuse and the geographic distance between our cities would allow her to keep both relationships going without either of us discovering the truth. Her justifications were narcissistic and delusional. Monica had lied to both Eric and me comprehensively for years, had created elaborate cover stories to facilitate her double life, and had been willing to continue the deception indefinitely. She'd been planning to move in with me while remaining married to Eric, apparently believing she could maintain that even more complicated arrangement. I told Monica we were done, and that I never wanted to see her again. Eric told Monica their marriage was over, and that he'd be filing for divorce immediately. Monica tried to argue with both of us, claiming we were overreacting, and that the situation was more complicated than we understood. Both Eric and I walked away while she was still trying to explain and justify what she'd done. Eric and I stayed in contact after the confrontation to support each other through processing the discovery and to share information that might be relevant to Eric's divorce proceedings. We'd bonded over the shared experience of discovering we'd both been deceived by the same woman for years. Eric had believed he was in a faithful 5-year marriage, while Monica had been spending several days each week with me. I'd believed I was in a committed relationship with a single woman, while she'd actually been married to Eric. The divorce proceedings Eric filed included extensive evidence of Monica's affair and double life. Eric sought fault-based divorce on grounds of adultery, and sought favorable asset division based on Monica's systematic deception and the marital funds she'd spent maintaining her separate apartment and financing her relationship with me. I had to process that the entire 2-year relationship I'd believed was building toward marriage had been built on comprehensive lies. Monica had never been single or available for the committed relationship she'd claimed to want. She'd been married the entire time and had been dividing her time between her husband and me, while lying to both of us about fundamental aspects of her life. The emotional processing was complicated by the bizarre circumstances. This wasn't a typical affair where someone cheats on their primary partner. Monica had maintained 2 complete parallel relationships, investing time and emotion into both, apparently caring about both Eric and me while deceiving both of us comprehensively. The capacity for compartmentalization and deception required for that was sociopathic. 7 weeks after accidentally meeting Eric and discovering Monica's double life, I'm still processing the betrayal and trying to rebuild trust in relationships. Every moment of my 2 years with Monica now feels contaminated by the knowledge that she was married and was spending alternate days with her husband. Every romantic conversation, every discussion about our future, every intimate moment occurred while Monica knew she was married to someone else and was lying about fundamental aspects of her identity. What I know for certain is that accidentally meeting Eric, as painful as the discovery was, saved me from continuing to build my life with someone who'd been comprehensively deceiving me. If I hadn't attended that conference and happened to meet Monica's husband, I might have moved in with her, possibly even married her while she remained married to Eric. The deception would have eventually collapsed, but potentially after even more investment and entanglement in a relationship built entirely on lies. I'm 28, single, and rebuilding trust after discovering my girlfriend of 2 years was secretly married the entire time. The path forward involves processing the betrayal, learning from the experience, and eventually trusting someone else enough to be vulnerable in a relationship again. For now, I'm focused on healing and being grateful for the accidental discovery that ended my relationship with someone who'd proven she was capable of maintaining elaborate deceptions about the most fundamental aspects of her life. I caught my wife having an affair after I found a DNA test proving my son isn't mine. The earth-shattering discovery I made 3 months ago while organizing our home office has revealed that my wife of 12 years had an affair that resulted in the son I've been raising as my own for the past 8 years, and that she's known the entire time that I wasn't the biological father, while allowing me to believe he was mine. I'm 37 years old. My wife Catherine is 35, and the little boy I thought was my biological son, Ethan, just turned 8 years old. What makes this betrayal absolutely devastating is not just the affair itself or the paternity deception, but the discovery that Catherine had secretly conducted a DNA test when Ethan was an infant to confirm he wasn't mine, kept those results hidden for 8 years, and continued letting me bond with and parent a child while knowing I'd been deceived about the most fundamental aspect of our family. The question now isn't just about the affair or the lies, but about what my relationship with Ethan means when our biological connection was a fiction Catherine maintained through nearly a decade of systematic deception. Catherine and I met in our early 20s and married when I was 25 and she was 23. We'd planned to wait a few years before having children to establish our careers. I work as a civil engineer, while Catherine is a physical therapist. But when Catherine became pregnant with Ethan about 4 years into our marriage, we were surprised but ultimately happy about becoming parents earlier than planned. Ethan was born healthy, and I was present for his birth, cutting the umbilical cord and holding him moments after delivery. I'd fallen in love with him immediately, and had been an active, engaged father throughout his entire life. Ethan is now 8 years old, in 3rd grade, and we have a close father-son relationship. I help with his homework, coach his soccer team, take him camping, and am deeply involved in every aspect of his life. He calls me Dad. I'm listed as his father on his birth certificate, and every legal and social aspect of our relationship reflects that I'm his father. The bond between us is real and profound, regardless of what I was about to discover about our biological connection. The discovery happened while I was cleaning out our home office and organizing old files. Catherine had been complaining that the office was cluttered and asked me to go through papers and either file or shred them. I was sorting through a box of miscellaneous documents when I found an envelope from a DNA testing laboratory dated about 8 years ago, when Ethan would have been approximately 6 months old. The envelope was addressed to Catherine at her office rather than our home address. I opened the envelope without really thinking about it, expecting to find some routine medical records or maybe Catherine had done ancestry testing I didn't know about. Instead, I found a paternity test report comparing DNA samples from Catherine, from Ethan, and from me. The report conclusively stated with 0% probability that I was Ethan's biological father. The genetic markers showed no parent-child relationship between Ethan and me. I sat in the office staring at the document, reading it over and over, trying to process what I was seeing. Catherine had taken DNA samples from me, from Ethan, and from herself when Ethan was 6 months old, and had tested paternity without telling me. The results proved I wasn't Ethan's biological father, and Catherine had known this for 8 years, had kept these test results hidden in a box of old files, and had never told me the truth about Ethan's paternity. The implications crashed over me. If I wasn't Ethan's biological father, someone else was. Catherine must have had an affair shortly before or around the time Ethan was conceived. She'd either known from the beginning that I might not be the father, or she'd suspected it enough to order a paternity test when Ethan was an infant. Either way, she'd had confirmation that Ethan wasn't mine for 8 years, and had never disclosed this fundamental deception. I heard Catherine come home with Ethan, back from picking him up from school. I listened to them talking downstairs, Ethan excitedly telling her about his day, and Catherine responding with normal parental warmth. They sounded like any mother and son having a typical after-school conversation. But everything had changed with the document in my hands. I waited until after dinner when Ethan was upstairs doing homework to confront Catherine. I put the paternity test results on the kitchen table without saying anything. Catherine looked at the papers, and I watched her face drain of color as she realized what I'd found. She started to speak several times but couldn't seem to form words. "How long have you known?" I asked. Catherine started crying, which felt manipulative given that she was the one who'd been lying for 8 years. Through tears, she admitted she'd had the paternity test done when Ethan was 6 months old because she'd had doubts about whether I was his biological father. The results had confirmed her fears. I wasn't Ethan's father. She'd hidden the results and never told me because she'd been terrified of losing our marriage and our family. I asked the obvious question: who is Ethan's biological father? Catherine confessed that she'd had a brief affair about 9 years ago with a colleague from the hospital where she worked. The affair had lasted only a few weeks before Catherine had ended it and recommitted to our marriage. She hadn't known she was pregnant when the affair ended, and when she'd discovered the pregnancy a few weeks later, she'd hoped I was the father. But she'd also known the timing meant the colleague could be the father. According to Catherine, she'd been living with that uncertainty throughout the pregnancy and for Ethan's first 6 months. She'd finally ordered a paternity test to resolve her doubts one way or another. When the results proved I wasn't Ethan's biological father, she'd made the decision to hide the truth because she felt I was Ethan's father in every meaningful way, and that biological paternity didn't matter given our established bond. Her justifications were self-serving and infuriating. Catherine had robbed me of the right to make informed decisions about my life, my marriage, and my relationship with Ethan. She'd decided unilaterally that biological paternity didn't matter, but she'd made that decision while hiding the truth from me for 8 years. She'd let me believe Ethan was mine biologically while knowing he wasn't. She'd watched me bond with him, support him, parent him, and love him as my son while maintaining a fundamental lie about his origins. I asked if the affair partner knew about Ethan. Catherine said no. She'd never told him about the pregnancy or that Ethan might be his child. She'd made the decision to keep that information from him just as she'd decided to keep the paternity results from me. She'd unilaterally decided how everyone's life would proceed based on her preferences and her desire to avoid the consequences of her affair. I told Catherine I needed time to process this, and that I was going to stay with my brother for a few days. Catherine panicked, begging me not to leave and asking what we'd tell Ethan. I said we'd tell him I needed to travel for work. Maintaining the lies Catherine had started seemed appropriate given the circumstances. Catherine started sobbing, saying she couldn't lose me and that she'd do anything to save our marriage. But what marriage did we have? It had been built on a fundamental lie for 8 years. Every moment of Ethan's life that Catherine and I had shared had occurred while she knew a truth about his paternity that I didn't. Every milestone, first steps, first words, first day of school, had been experienced differently by Catherine because she knew Ethan wasn't biologically mine, while I'd believed he was. I drove to my brother's house and spent the evening explaining the situation. My brother was shocked and furious on my behalf. He immediately saw all the implications I was processing, not just Catherine's affair and the lies, but the question of what my relationship with Ethan meant now that I knew the biological truth. My brother asked what I was going to do about custody and my legal relationship with Ethan, questions I hadn't even begun to consider but that were immediately relevant. I consulted with a family law attorney the next day. The attorney explained the legal complexity of my situation. Since I was married to Catherine when Ethan was born and was listed on his birth certificate as his father, I was legally his father, regardless of biological paternity. Courts generally prioritize children's best interests and established parent-child relationships over biological connections. If I wanted to maintain my relationship with Ethan, I had full legal standing to do so. But if I decided I couldn't continue the relationship given the paternity deception, challenging my legal parenthood would be difficult and emotionally destructive for Ethan. The attorney also explained that if I divorced Catherine, I'd likely owe child support for Ethan, regardless of the biological paternity issue, because I'd established a parent-child relationship and was his legal father. The deception about paternity wouldn't necessarily eliminate my financial obligations. The laws were designed to protect children from being abandoned when adults discover biological facts that change their feelings about parenthood. I was facing an impossible situation. I loved Ethan. That hadn't changed with the discovery of the paternity test. 8 years of being his father, of loving him and being loved by him, couldn't be undone by a DNA report. But Catherine's betrayal had poisoned everything. Every interaction with Ethan would now be colored by the knowledge that Catherine had lied to me about something fundamental, and that Ethan represented the ongoing consequence of her affair and deception. I stayed with my brother for a week while trying to process everything and make decisions about my future. Catherine called constantly, begging me to come home and talk. She sent emails explaining that she'd made a terrible mistake 8 years ago and had compounded it by hiding the paternity results, but that she loved me and that we were a family that deserved to stay together. She emphasized repeatedly that I was Ethan's real father in every meaningful way, and that biology was less important than the relationship we'd built. But Catherine's argument ignored that she'd stolen my right to make that choice for myself. Maybe I would have decided that biology didn't matter, and that I wanted to raise Ethan regardless of paternity. Or maybe I would have decided I couldn't raise another man's child, given the betrayal. Either way, it should have been my decision to make with full information. Catherine had made the decision for me through deception. The most painful aspect was facing what to tell Ethan, and how to maintain our relationship while processing my feelings about Catherine's betrayal. Ethan had done nothing wrong. He was an innocent child who loved his dad and had no idea about the adult deceptions surrounding his birth. But continuing to parent him meant accepting Catherine's lie in some sense, or at least accepting the consequences of her choices. After 2 weeks of staying with my brother and intensive consultation with my attorney and a therapist who specialized in family crisis issues, I made my decisions. I would file for divorce from Catherine because the betrayal and deception were too comprehensive to forgive. But I would maintain my relationship with Ethan because he was my son in every meaningful way, regardless of biology. The affair partner who was biologically Ethan's father had never been involved and had no relationship with Ethan. I was the only father Ethan had ever known, and abandoning him because of Catherine's lies would be punishing an innocent child for his mother's betrayal. My attorney filed for divorce, citing Catherine's affair and her fraudulent concealment of Ethan's paternity. Catherine initially contested the divorce, claiming we could work through this with counseling and that our family should stay together. But as the discovery process revealed the full extent of her deception, the hidden paternity test, her decision to keep the truth from both me and the biological father, her years of maintaining the lie, Catherine apparently realized the marriage was unsalvageable. The custody arrangements for Ethan have been the most complex aspect of the divorce. I'm his legal father regardless of biology, and I want to maintain an active parenting role. Catherine initially questioned whether I'd really stay involved once the divorce was final, suggesting I might eventually resent Ethan or abandon the relationship once I wasn't obligated to stay. Her doubts were insulting. I'd been Ethan's father for 8 years, and my commitment to him wasn't dependent on my marriage to Catherine. We eventually negotiated shared custody with Ethan, splitting time between our households. The custody arrangement acknowledges me as his father, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. I'll be paying child support, which some friends think is unfair given that Ethan isn't biologically mine, and I was deceived about paternity. But I don't see child support as supporting Catherine. I see it as supporting my son, who I chose to continue parenting, despite the biological facts. The question of whether to tell Ethan the truth about paternity is something I'm still wrestling with, alongside my therapist and attorney. Currently, Ethan knows his parents are divorcing, but doesn't know about his mother's affair or the paternity issues. At 8 years old, he's old enough to understand divorce, but probably too young to process the complexity of paternity and biology versus social parenthood. My therapist suggests waiting until Ethan is older and can better understand nuanced concepts about family before disclosing the biological facts. Catherine has expressed concerns about me telling Ethan anything that might damage his relationship with her. She wants to control the narrative and timing of any disclosures about her affair and the paternity deception. But I've made clear that I won't lie to Ethan if he asks direct questions, and that as he gets older, he deserves to know the truth about his biological origins. Catherine will have to live with the consequences of her choices, including potentially damaged relationships with Ethan when he's old enough to understand what she did. The revelation about Ethan's paternity also raised questions about whether the biological father should be informed. Catherine has been adamant that he shouldn't be told. She says it would complicate everyone's lives unnecessarily, and that Ethan has a father in me, so there's no need to involve someone who's been uninvolved for 8 years. My attorney says I have no legal obligation to inform the biological father, though he could potentially have rights if he learned about Ethan and established paternity. I've decided not to pursue informing the biological father at this time. My relationship with Ethan is established and legal. Introducing someone new who shares Ethan's DNA but has no relationship with him seems more likely to harm than help Ethan. If Ethan wants to pursue information about his biological father when he's older, I'll support that decision, but I'm not going to make that choice for him now, while he's still a child. 3 months after discovering the paternity test, the divorce is progressing, and I'm adjusting to co-parenting Ethan while no longer being married to Catherine. The relationship with Ethan remains strong. He doesn't understand all the adult complications, and he still sees me as his dad. I'm committed to maintaining that relationship regardless of the biological facts, because 8 years of being his father means more to me than a DNA report. The emotional recovery from Catherine's betrayal has been difficult. The affair was painful enough, but the nearly decade of deception about Ethan's paternity feels like a more fundamental violation. Catherine stole my right to make informed choices about my life and my family. She decided unilaterally that I didn't need to know the truth about Ethan's biological father because she'd decided biology didn't matter. That paternalistic decision-making showed contempt for my autonomy and my right to know fundamental truths about my own life. What I know for certain is that I'm Ethan's father in every way that matters to me, even though I'm not his biological father. Biology is part of family, but it's not the only part, or even the most important part. 8 years of loving, raising, and bonding with Ethan has made me his father, regardless of DNA. Catherine's betrayal destroyed our marriage, but it didn't destroy my relationship with my son. Those are the truths I'm building my future on as I navigate divorce, co-parenting, and eventual honesty with Ethan about his origins when he's old enough to understand. I discovered my husband's affair because his mistress posted our wedding photos on social media. The surreal and humiliating discovery I made 4 months ago began when a friend forwarded me Instagram posts from a woman I'd never heard of, who was sharing photos from what she believed was her own wedding. Except the photos were actually from my wedding to my husband 3 years ago, and she'd been photoshopped into my place beside him in every image. I'm 31 years old, my husband Craig is 35, and the woman who'd stolen and digitally altered our wedding photos is a 26-year-old marketing coordinator named Brianna, who Craig had been telling for over a year that he was engaged to her while remaining legally married to me. What makes this betrayal extraordinarily bizarre is that Craig had been maintaining two completely separate romantic lives, one with me as his actual wife and one with Brianna as his supposed fiancée, and had gone so far as to create an elaborate fake engagement story, complete with stolen and manipulated photos from our real wedding, that he'd convinced Brianna represented their future together. Craig and I married 3 years ago after dating for 4 years. We'd had a beautiful wedding with about 150 guests at a vineyard venue, with professional photography that captured every moment of the ceremony and reception. The photos were gorgeous, and we'd shared many of them on social media and with friends and family. Our marriage had seemed solid. We owned a condo together, had merged our finances, and were discussing starting a family within the next few years. Craig worked as a regional sales manager for an automotive parts company, a job that required regular travel throughout our state and occasionally to neighboring states. The affair had apparently begun about 14 months ago, when Craig met Brianna at a professional networking event. According to what I later pieced together, Craig had told Brianna he was recently divorced with no children and was looking to settle down with the right person. They'd started dating, and within a few months, Craig had told Brianna he was falling in love with her. By 6 months into their relationship, Craig had proposed to Brianna, while still being married to me and coming home to our shared condo every night. The engagement Craig had orchestrated with Brianna was elaborate and required systematic deception. He'd apparently purchased a cheap ring and had staged a romantic proposal at a restaurant. He'd told Brianna they'd need to have a long engagement because of his job and financial planning, and most bizarrely, he'd taken our actual wedding photos from 3 years earlier, hired someone to digitally edit them to replace my face and figure with Brianna's, and had presented these photoshopped images to Brianna as pictures from a style shoot he'd arranged to show her their potential wedding aesthetic. Brianna had apparently been thrilled by the photos and the romantic gesture of Craig showing her their vision for their future wedding. She hadn't questioned why Craig looked exactly the same age and weight in these supposed future wedding concept photos as he did in real life, or why the venue, decorations, and guests in the background seemed so specifically detailed for what was allegedly just a stylistic preview. She'd simply believed Craig's explanation that he'd arranged an elaborate photo shoot to help them visualize their perfect wedding. The affair and fake engagement had continued for months, with Craig successfully compartmentalizing his two lives. He'd see Brianna several times per week, usually during times he'd told me he was working late or traveling for business. He'd maintained text message conversations with Brianna using a second phone I didn't know he had. He'd apparently even celebrated a fake anniversary with Brianna, commemorating their engagement, while simultaneously maintaining our actual marriage anniversary. The exposure happened because Brianna decided to share what she thought were concept photos of her future wedding on Instagram. She'd posted several of the photoshopped images with captions about being so excited to marry the love of her life and thanking her fiancé for creating such beautiful vision boards for their upcoming wedding. She'd tagged Craig's Instagram account, used hashtags about wedding planning and engagement, and had generally shared the photos publicly for her followers to see and celebrate. One of my friends, someone who'd actually attended our wedding 3 years earlier, saw Brianna's posts and immediately recognized the photos as being from my actual wedding, with my face and body digitally replaced. My friend was confused and disturbed, thinking perhaps Brianna had somehow stolen and altered our wedding photos for some weird reason. My friend forwarded me the posts, asking if I'd seen them and if I knew who this woman was claiming to be marrying Craig. I looked at the Instagram posts my friend sent and felt reality tilt. The photos were unmistakably from our wedding. I recognized the venue, the decorations, Craig's suit, the positioning of guests in the background. But where I should have been standing beside Craig in my wedding dress, there was this other woman, digitally inserted into the images. The editing was sophisticated enough that casual observers might not notice the manipulation, but someone who'd actually been at the wedding could see the digital seams where Brianna had been grafted into my place. I looked through more of Brianna's Instagram posts and found additional content about her relationship with Craig. There were photos of them together at restaurants and events, captions about how lucky she was to have found her soulmate, and multiple references to their upcoming wedding and future together. The posts painted a picture of a serious, committed relationship that had apparently been ongoing for over a year, the same period during which Craig and I had been living together as a married couple. I felt sick as I scrolled through evidence of Craig's double life. He'd been maintaining an entire separate relationship, complete with a fake engagement, while coming home to me every night. He'd created a fabricated fiancé while being legally married to me, and he'd stolen and photoshopped our wedding photos to convince his mistress that he was showing her their future together. When Craig came home from work that evening, I showed him Brianna's Instagram posts on my phone without saying anything. I watched his face go through shock, panic, and then a kind of resigned defeat as he realized his double life had been exposed. He didn't try to deny what I was showing him. The evidence was too clear and too bizarre for him to explain away. Craig's initial response was to try to minimize what had happened. He claimed Brianna was a crazy woman who'd become obsessed with him after a casual dating relationship, that he'd never told her he was engaged to her, and that she must have stolen our wedding photos and photoshopped herself into them as part of some delusional fantasy. He tried to characterize Brianna as a stalker, rather than acknowledging their actual relationship. I told Craig that his explanation made no sense given the volume and consistency of Brianna's posts over months, the photos of them together in various settings, and the specific details she'd shared about their relationship. I said I was going to contact Brianna directly to get her version of events. Craig panicked and tried to convince me not to reach out to Brianna, claiming she was unstable and might become dangerous if confronted. I ignored Craig's protests and sent Brianna a direct message on Instagram explaining who I was and that I was Craig's wife, that we'd been married for 3 years and were currently living together, and that the photos she'd posted were from our actual wedding, with her face photoshopped into my place. I attached recent photos of Craig and me together and copies of our marriage certificate to prove I was telling the truth. Brianna responded within an hour. She was clearly shocked and devastated. According to her immediate reaction, Craig had told her he was divorced and had been single when they met. She'd had no idea he was married. The wedding photos he'd shown her were supposedly concept images he'd created to help them visualize their future wedding. She'd never suspected they were real photos from an actual wedding with another woman digitally removed. Brianna and I talked on the phone that evening, while Craig sat in our living room listening to my side of the conversation. Comparing notes with Brianna revealed the extent of Craig's deception. He'd been telling each of us completely different stories about his life, his relationship status, and his intentions. He'd proposed to Brianna while married to me. He'd been planning a fake future wedding with her while maintaining our real marriage. He'd created an entire alternate identity as a divorced man ready for commitment, while actually being a married man conducting an affair. When I ended the call with Brianna, I confronted Craig with everything I'd learned. He finally abandoned his claims that Brianna was a delusional stalker and admitted to the affair and the fake engagement. According to Craig's explanation, he'd been feeling trapped in our marriage and had met Brianna during a time when he was questioning his life choices. The relationship had escalated faster than he'd expected, and he'd gotten caught up in the fantasy of starting over with someone new. Craig's justification for the photoshopped wedding photos was that he'd wanted to show Brianna how serious he was about their future together, and using our actual wedding photos had seemed like an efficient way to demonstrate his commitment. He claimed he'd always planned to tell Brianna the truth eventually, but had kept postponing the conversation because he didn't want to lose her. His explanations were pathetic and nonsensical. Craig had created an elaborate fake engagement, complete with stolen and manipulated photos, maintained a year-long double life, and systematically lied to both his wife and his mistress about fundamental aspects of his identity and commitments. The level of deception required was sociopathic. I told Craig the marriage was over and that he needed to move out immediately. He tried to argue that we should try counseling, that his affair had been a mistake, but our 3-year marriage deserved better than immediate divorce. I responded that he'd forfeited any claim to counseling or reconciliation when he'd proposed to another woman while married to me and had photoshopped her into our wedding photos. Craig left to stay with a friend while I remained in our condo. Over the following days, both Brianna and I continued processing the discovery and comparing notes about Craig's behavior and lies. We'd both been completely deceived by him. I'd thought I was in a faithful marriage while he was conducting an affair, and Brianna had thought she was in a serious relationship heading toward marriage with a divorced man, when he was actually married to someone else the entire time. Brianna was dealing with her own trauma of discovering the man she'd been planning to marry didn't actually exist. The Craig she'd known was largely fictional, divorced instead of married, ready to commit instead of already committed, planning their future while maintaining a completely separate life. She'd invested over a year into a relationship built on comprehensive lies. The photoshopped wedding photos became a strange focal point of the betrayal for both Brianna and me. For me, Craig had stolen images from one of the most important days of my life and corrupted them by digitally inserting his mistress into my place. For Brianna, the photos represented the most elaborate and bizarre element of Craig's deception. He'd shown her images of a real wedding, with her face edited in, and had convinced her they represented their future together. I filed for divorce immediately, citing Craig's affair and fraudulent conduct. My attorney was fascinated by the photoshopped wedding photos and suggested they could be useful in demonstrating Craig's deceptive character and willingness to manipulate reality for his own purposes. The attorney also noted that Craig's systematic deception and maintenance of 2 separate romantic lives showed a pattern of behavior that could be relevant to asset division and potentially to any spousal support calculations. Craig tried to fight the characterization of his behavior as unusual or particularly egregious. His attorney apparently argued that many people have affairs, and that Craig's specific methods of deception weren't legally relevant to the divorce proceedings. But the photoshopped wedding photos and the fake engagement were so bizarre that they became a focal point of discussions about Craig's character and judgment. The social media exposure created its own complications. Brianna's Instagram posts about her engagement and upcoming wedding with the photoshopped images had been public and had been seen by her followers and friends. When the truth emerged about the photos being from my actual wedding and about Craig being married, Brianna had to publicly address the situation. She posted an explanation that she'd been deceived by someone she'd trusted, and that the photos she'd thought were wedding concept images were actually from his real wedding to his actual wife. The public nature of Brianna's posts meant that Craig's deception became somewhat widely known in our social circles and professional networks. People who'd seen Brianna's original posts saw her correction and follow-up. Craig faced professional embarrassment from colleagues who learned about his double life and the bizarre, photoshopped wedding photos. His employer apparently spoke with him about the situation and the potential reputational impact on the company. Brianna and I developed an unlikely alliance through the shared experience of being deceived by Craig. We communicated regularly in the weeks after the discovery, comparing notes and supporting each other through processing the betrayal. We joked darkly about starting a support group for women whose partners had photoshopped them into wedding photos. Our shared trauma created a bond built on commiseration and mutual understanding of Craig's capacity for deception. The divorce was finalized 3 months after I discovered Brianna's Instagram posts. I received a favorable settlement, including the condo and a larger share of our marital assets. The judge seemed influenced by the particularly egregious nature of Craig's deception and the systematic way he'd maintained 2 separate romantic lives for over a year. Craig and Brianna did not stay together after the exposure of Craig's lies. According to what I heard through mutual acquaintances, Brianna ended their relationship immediately when she discovered Craig was married. She'd been betrayed as thoroughly as I had, and had no interest in maintaining a relationship with someone who'd lied so comprehensively about his identity and circumstances. 4 months after discovering the Instagram posts, I'm still processing the bizarre nature of the betrayal. The affair itself would have been devastating enough, but the fake engagement and especially the photoshopped wedding photos added layers of surrealism that made the situation feel almost unbelievable. Friends and family who heard the full story struggled to comprehend how someone could think manipulating wedding photos and proposing to a mistress while married was sustainable or acceptable behavior. I'm in therapy working through the trauma and the specific violation of having my wedding photos stolen and corrupted. My therapist says the manipulation of the photos represents a symbolic violation of the marriage itself, Craig literally erasing me from our wedding images to insert his mistress. The act was both practically deceptive and symbolically devastating. What I know for certain is that Craig's capacity for deception and compartmentalization revealed fundamental character flaws that would have eventually destroyed our marriage regardless of whether I'd discovered the affair through Brianna's Instagram posts. If she hadn't posted the photoshopped images publicly, Craig might have maintained his double life indefinitely, or until some other exposure occurred. The accidental discovery through social media was humiliating, but also decisively ended a marriage that was built on lies for at least the past year. I'm 31, divorced, and rebuilding my life after my husband created a fake engagement with another woman and photoshopped her into our wedding photos. The situation was so bizarre that it almost seems like fiction, but I lived through it and am now dealing with the aftermath. I'm moving forward, knowing that Craig's betrayal was about his character defects and his willingness to deceive everyone around him to maintain whatever fantasy suited his desires in the moment. I discovered my wife's year-long affair through our joint financial app, and it was my best friend. The earth-shattering discovery I made 5 months ago while reviewing our household budget has destroyed not only my 10-year marriage, but also my oldest friendship, as I uncovered evidence that my wife, Emma, and my best friend since college, Jake, had been conducting an affair for over a year, while both of them maintained their relationships with me as though nothing was wrong. I'm 34 years old, Emma is 32, and Jake is 35. What makes this betrayal particularly devastating is the sheer casualness with which they conducted their affair. They weren't careful or secretive in ways that suggest guilt or internal conflict, but rather seemed comfortable enough with their betrayal to meet for lunch dates, hotel visits, and even couples activities where Jake brought his girlfriend while secretly sleeping with my wife. The financial trail they left through our shared accounts tells a story of systematic deception that went far beyond physical infidelity into a realm of emotional partnership that excluded me from my own marriage. Emma and I met in our early 20s and married when I was 24. We built what I believed was a strong marriage based on open communication, shared goals, and genuine partnership. We didn't have children yet, but were actively trying, which, in retrospect, makes the timing of her affair even more painful. I work as a software developer, earning around $95,000 annually, while Emma is a marketing manager, making approximately $78,000. We were financially comfortable, had a nice apartment, and seemed to be building toward a solid future together. Jake had been my best friend since we were freshman roommates in college. He was the best man at my wedding. He'd introduced me to Emma originally. They'd worked together briefly before Emma and I started dating, which is how we met. Jake had always been part of our lives as a couple. He came to our dinner parties, joined us for weekend trips, and was deeply embedded in our social circle. His girlfriend of 3 years, Monica, was also part of our friend group. The 4 of us hung out together regularly, which makes the affair even more egregiously duplicitous. I discovered the affair accidentally through a financial tracking app Emma and I used to manage our household budget. We'd set it up years ago to sync all our accounts and credit cards so we could see our spending patterns and plan accordingly. I was reviewing our monthly expenses one evening when I noticed some unusual charges on Emma's credit card. There were multiple restaurant meals at places near her office during times I knew she was supposed to be working. There were hotel charges in our own city which made no sense. There were purchases at bars and lounges I'd never heard her mention. I initially thought maybe there was fraud on her card, and I should alert her to check for unauthorized charges. But as I looked more closely at the pattern over several months, the charges became more suspicious. They weren't random. They followed consistent patterns on certain weekdays, usually Tuesdays and Thursdays. The restaurants were nice places, the kind you'd go for a date rather than a quick work lunch. The hotel charges were always at mid-range business hotels near her office. I expanded my search through the financial app to look at several months of history. The pattern had been consistent for over a year. Twice weekly lunch dates at nice restaurants, monthly hotel room charges, occasional evening purchases at bars and lounges. The spending added up to thousands of dollars that Emma had been spending on what I was increasingly certain was an affair. But I didn't know with whom. The credit card statements just showed merchant charges, not who Emma was meeting. I could confront her with the financial evidence, but I wanted more information before that conversation. I needed to know who had been worth destroying our marriage for. I started paying closer attention to Emma's schedule and behavior. I noticed she was particularly attentive to her phone on Tuesday and Thursday mornings. She'd come home from work on those days seeming energized rather than tired. She'd mentioned having worked through lunch, but never seemed hungry for dinner those evenings. The pieces were falling into place once I knew to look for them. Then, I made the connection that destroyed my friendship, along with my marriage. I was looking through Emma's phone one evening when she was in the shower, something I'd never done before and felt guilty about. But the financial evidence had made me desperate for answers. I found a messaging thread with Jake that had been renamed with a generic contact name that wouldn't raise suspicion. But I recognized Jake's writing style and the inside jokes they shared. As I scrolled through months of messages, the full scope of their affair became clear. Emma and Jake had been sleeping together for 14 months. It had started after a work happy hour where they'd both gone with colleagues and ended up staying late together after others left. According to their messages, they'd both felt guilty initially, but had convinced themselves that what Emma and I didn't know wouldn't hurt me, and what Monica didn't know wouldn't hurt her. They'd decided to continue the affair while maintaining their respective relationships. The messages weren't just sexual, though there was plenty of that. They were deeply emotional and romantic. They talked about their feelings for each other, their frustrations with their respective partners, their fantasies about being together openly. Jake wrote about wishing he could leave Monica for Emma. Emma wrote about feeling guilty about me, but also feeling more alive than she had in years. They'd apparently fallen in love while systematically lying to both Monica and me. Most painfully, I read messages about times the four of us had spent together, weekend trips, dinner parties, game nights. Jake and Emma would message each other during these events, making inside jokes about the situation, expressing desire for each other while sitting across from their actual partners. The level of deception, while maintaining completely normal, friendly interactions with Monica and me, was sociopathic. I sat on the bedroom floor reading through months of messages while Emma showered, and I felt my entire world collapse. My wife and my best friend had been betraying me together for over a year. Every dinner we'd shared, every conversation about our lives, every moment I'd trusted both of them had been occurring while they maintained a secret relationship. When Emma came out of the bathroom, I was still sitting on the floor with her phone. She saw my face and knew immediately that I'd discovered the affair. She started to explain, started to apologize, but I cut her off. "It's Jake," I said. "Of all the people in the world, you chose my best friend." The conversation that followed was excruciating. Emma tried to explain how the affair had started, claimed she never meant to hurt me, said she'd been confused about her feelings and had made terrible choices. She said she loved me, but that she'd also developed feelings for Jake that she hadn't known how to handle. She'd been planning to end it and recommit to our marriage, though the messages I'd read suggested no such thing. I told Emma to leave. She protested that it was her apartment too, and we needed to talk this through. I said if she didn't leave immediately, I would, and she'd never see me again. She finally packed a bag and left to stay with her sister. I was alone in our apartment, surrounded by evidence of a shared life that had been built on lies for at least the past year. My next action was to call Jake. He didn't answer initially. It was nearly midnight. I left a message saying, "I know about you and Emma. I know everything. Our friendship is over. Don't ever contact me again." Then I blocked his number before he could try to call back or text. I also called Monica. She deserved to know what Jake had been doing. Monica was devastated and initially didn't believe me. I sent her screenshots of some of the messages between Jake and Emma. She called Jake immediately, and I later learned he'd confessed to everything. Monica broke up with him that night. At least, I wasn't the only person whose relationship had been destroyed by their affair. The following days were a blur of practical arrangements and emotional devastation. I consulted with a divorce attorney and filed for dissolution of our marriage. I sent Emma a message through her sister that all future communication should go through lawyers. I blocked Emma on my phone and social media. I changed our apartment locks since Emma's name wasn't on the lease. She'd moved in after I'd already been living there for years. Emma tried multiple times to reach out, sending emails and messages through friends asking to talk. She claimed she wanted to explain everything, that our 10-year marriage deserved better than me just walking away, that we could work through this with counseling. I refused every attempt. There was nothing she could say that would make me want to reconcile with someone who'd been sleeping with my best friend for over a year while pretending everything was normal. Jake also tried to reach out through mutual friends. He wanted to explain his actions, to apologize, to somehow salvage our friendship. His attempts to communicate were offensive. How do you salvage a friendship after sleeping with your best friend's wife for 14 months? What explanation could possibly make that acceptable? I made it clear to everyone in our social circle that I wanted no contact with Jake, and that anyone who facilitated communication between us would lose my friendship as well. The social fallout was extensive. Emma and Jake had been integrated into every aspect of my social life. Friend groups had to choose sides or became uncomfortable including me in activities where they might also be. Some people were supportive and cut off contact with both Emma and Jake. Others maintained relationships with everyone and tried to stay neutral, which felt like a betrayal in itself. How could anyone be neutral about infidelity and the destruction of a friendship? My family was incredibly supportive. My parents had loved Emma and were heartbroken about the divorce, but they were furious about the affair and especially that it had been with Jake, whom they'd also considered family. My sister had been friends with Emma, but she immediately cut off that friendship and told Emma exactly what she thought of her choices. The family support was helpful, but it didn't fill the void left by losing both a spouse and a best friend simultaneously. The financial disentanglement has been complicated by the affair itself. I documented all those restaurant and hotel charges Emma had put on her credit card for meetings with Jake. My attorney used that evidence to argue Emma had been using marital assets to conduct an affair, which should be considered in the divorce settlement. Emma's attorney argued that her credit card spending was her own business, since we maintained somewhat separate finances despite being married. The divorce has dragged on for 5 months now. We're dividing assets, closing joint accounts, and untangling 10 years of merged financial lives. It's exhausting and expensive. Every interaction through lawyers is a reminder of the betrayal and the destruction of what I thought was a solid marriage. Emma keeps trying to include personal messages in the legal communications, expressing regret and asking if we can talk. I refuse to engage with anything beyond the legal necessities. I've been in therapy since shortly after the discovery. My therapist specializes in infidelity trauma and says that discovering your spouse's affair with your best friend is among the most devastating betrayals because it destroys multiple foundational relationships simultaneously. I didn't just lose my wife. I lost my best friend, many mutual friends, and my faith in my ability to judge people's character. If I couldn't recognize that my wife and best friend were betraying me for 14 months, how can I trust my judgment about anyone? The rebuilding process has been slow and painful. I'm 34 and starting over socially, romantically, and emotionally. I've had to make new friends because so many of my old friendships were contaminated by Emma and Jake's presence. I've had to reconstruct my identity beyond being Emma's husband and Jake's best friend. I've had to process the betrayal while also managing the practical realities of divorce and establishing a new living situation. Some days I'm angry, furious at both of them for the calculated nature of their betrayal. Other days I'm just sad, grieving the marriage I thought I had and the friendship I believed was unbreakable. The messages I'd read between them revealed that Jake and Emma had actively discussed how to manage their deception, how to avoid raising my suspicions, how to maintain their affair while keeping their other relationships intact. The premeditation and ongoing discussion of their betrayal makes it worse than if it had been a spontaneous drunken mistake. One of the most painful aspects is wondering how much of my marriage was real. Emma and I had good times, loving moments, and what seemed like genuine connection throughout our 10 years together. But for at least the last 14 months, she was simultaneously involved with Jake emotionally and physically. Were her expressions of love for me genuine, even while she was sleeping with my best friend? Was any of our relationship real, or was I just a comfortable stability while she pursued excitement with Jake? My therapist keeps emphasizing that Emma's affair was about her character flaws and choices, not about deficiencies in me or our marriage. Cheating is always a choice, and Emma chose to handle whatever issues existed in our relationship by betraying me rather than communicating. But it's hard not to question what I missed, what I should have seen, whether I was naive or willfully blind. The betrayal has also affected my relationship with Monica, Jake's now ex-girlfriend. We've stayed in occasional contact as two people who were both deceived by the same affair. Monica is processing her own trauma of discovering her boyfriend of 3 years was in love with someone else. We've met for coffee a few times to share information and support each other through the discoveries. It's strange, bonding over being victims of the same betrayal, but Monica understands the specific pain of this situation in ways other people can't. I've learned through mutual acquaintances that Jake and Emma are now publicly together as a couple. After destroying 2 relationships, they've decided to actually pursue the relationship they were conducting in secret. Part of me finds satisfaction in knowing they have to live with the knowledge that their relationship is built on betrayal, that everyone in their lives knows how they got together. But another part is just disgusted that they're getting what they wanted, while Monica and I are left to rebuild from the destruction they caused. The divorce should be finalized within the next 2 months. Emma will move out of state for a new job. Whether that's to be with Jake or to escape the social consequences of the affair, I don't know and don't care. I'll be legally free of a marriage that was corrupted by betrayal for over a year. I'll also be closing the chapter on a friendship I thought was permanent and unbreakable. Friends keep telling me that I'll eventually find someone trustworthy and build a better relationship than what I had with Emma. They assure me that not everyone is capable of the kind of deception Emma and Jake engaged in. They promise that time will heal the wounds and that I'll look back on this as a painful but ultimately beneficial ending to relationships that weren't what I thought they were. I want to believe them, but 5 months after discovery, I'm still processing the magnitude of the double betrayal. I don't trust easily anymore. I question people's motivations and watch for signs of deception. I struggle to imagine being vulnerable enough with someone new to build a genuine relationship. The trauma of this betrayal has affected my fundamental ability to trust. What I know for certain is that I did the right thing by immediately ending both relationships. I didn't give Emma chances to explain or convince me to try counseling. I didn't give Jake opportunities to apologize or salvage our friendship. I recognized that both betrayals were unforgivable, and I acted decisively. Some people think I was too hasty, but I believe I saved myself years of trying to rebuild trust with people who'd proven they couldn't be trusted. The path forward is unclear. I'm rebuilding my life at 34 after a 10-year marriage and a 15-year friendship both ended in betrayal. But I'm moving forward with integrity and self-respect. Emma and Jake made choices that destroyed multiple people's lives for their own desires. I'm not going to let their betrayal define the rest of my story, even though right now it feels like the defining event of my entire adult life. I'm surviving, slowly healing, and trying to believe that better relationships, both romantic and platonic, are possible for someone willing to trust again, despite having been so comprehensively betrayed. I found out my husband was cheating because his affair partner called me asking for alimony. The bizarre and devastating phone call I received 5 weeks ago from a woman claiming my husband had promised to leave me for her and demanding that I expedite our divorce so she could receive the financial support he'd allegedly guaranteed has exposed a 2-year affair, a web of lies told to multiple women, and revealed that the man I'd been married to for 11 years was living a fantasy life where he portrayed himself as a wealthy entrepreneur rather than the middle management accountant he actually is. I'm 36 years old. My husband Graham is 39, and the woman who called me, a 28-year-old bartender named Vanessa, had been led to believe that Graham was a successful business owner going through a contentious divorce with a vindictive wife who was preventing him from being with his true love. What makes this situation uniquely absurd and painful is that Graham had been telling Vanessa he was separated from me and living in a corporate apartment while actually sleeping in our bed every night, had promised her a lifestyle funded by assets he didn't possess, and had apparently convinced her that I was the obstacle to their happiness, when I didn't even know she existed. Graham and I married when I was 25 and he was 28, after dating for 3 years. We'd built what I believed was a solid middle-class life. We both worked full-time, owned a modest 3-bedroom house in the suburbs, and were comfortable, but not wealthy. Graham worked as a senior accountant at a regional manufacturing company, making approximately $78,000 annually, while I worked as an elementary school teacher, earning around $52,000. Our combined income was adequate for our lifestyle, but we certainly weren't rich or living extravagantly. Our marriage had been showing strain over the past couple years, though I'd attributed the distance between us to normal, long-term relationship challenges and work stress. Graham had been working late more frequently, had become protective of his phone, and had been less engaged at home. I'd suggested marriage counseling several times, but Graham had always declined, saying our problems were minor and would work themselves out. I'd been frustrated by his unwillingness to address our issues, but hadn't suspected infidelity. I'd thought we were just going through a rough patch that many long-term couples experience. The phone call that exposed everything came on a Tuesday evening while I was grading papers. A woman I'd never heard of called my cell phone and asked if I was Mrs. Graham Patterson. When I confirmed I was, she launched into an angry tirade about how I needed to expedite the divorce proceedings so Graham could move forward with his life and support her properly. She said Graham had been promising for months that the divorce was almost finalized, but that he kept making excuses about delays and my supposed vindictive behavior blocking the process. I was completely confused. There were no divorce proceedings. Graham and I were still married and living together. I'd had no idea Graham was even considering divorce, much less telling other people that we were in the process of separating. I told the woman, who introduced herself as Vanessa, that she must have the wrong person because my husband and I weren't divorcing, and I had no idea who she was. Vanessa's response was to become even more agitated. She insisted that Graham had been separated from me for over a year, that he'd been living in a corporate apartment while the divorce was finalized, and that he'd been supporting her financially while waiting for his settlement from me to come through. According to Vanessa, Graham had promised her that once the divorce was complete, they'd get married, and she'd receive proper financial support from his significant business assets and investment income. The more Vanessa talked, the more I realized Graham had been living a complete fantasy life with this woman. He'd apparently told her he was a successful entrepreneur with multiple business investments, that he was worth several $1,000,000, and that I was his greedy, soon-to-be ex-wife who was trying to take all his money in the divorce. He'd been meeting Vanessa regularly while claiming to live separately from me, and had been feeding her elaborate stories about his wealth and our contentious divorce proceedings. I told Vanessa that Graham wasn't a wealthy entrepreneur, that we weren't divorcing, and that he came home to our shared house every single night. I explained that Graham was a regular accountant making a middle-class salary, and that everything he'd told her about his life, his wealth, and our marriage status was a complete fabrication. Vanessa was silent for several long seconds, then started asking questions trying to verify what I was saying. I provided details that only Graham's actual wife would know: our address, his actual job title and employer, details about our home and life together. Vanessa started crying as she realized the extent of Graham's deception. According to what she then shared, Graham had been in a relationship with her for nearly 2 years, visiting her several times per week and often staying overnight by claiming he was at his corporate apartment. He'd been giving her money regularly, amounts that now made sense as missing funds from our joint checking account that I'd noticed but Graham had explained away as business expenses. Graham had met Vanessa at the bar where she worked, and had apparently been playing the role of successful businessman from their first meeting. He'd told her elaborate stories about his investment portfolio, his business ventures, and his soon-to-be-finalized divorce from his money-hungry wife. Vanessa had believed she was dating a wealthy man going through a difficult separation who would eventually marry her and provide a comfortable lifestyle. The reason Vanessa had called me was that Graham had recently told her the divorce settlement was being delayed again, and that he couldn't give her the money he'd promised that month. She'd been suspicious, and had decided to contact me directly to demand that I stop blocking the divorce proceedings and let Graham move on with his life. Instead, she'd discovered that the wealthy entrepreneur she'd been dating for 2 years was actually a married accountant who'd been lying to her about every aspect of his life. Vanessa and I talked for over an hour, comparing notes about Graham's lies and piecing together the timeline of his affair. She'd been completely deceived about his marital status, his financial situation, and his living arrangements. I'd been completely unaware of her existence. Graham had managed to maintain elaborate lies to both of us simultaneously, playing the role of devoted husband at home while playing the role of wealthy, separated businessman with Vanessa. After ending the call with Vanessa, I sat in our living room waiting for Graham to come home from work. He arrived around 6:30 p.m., cheerful and relaxed, asking what was for dinner. I told him Vanessa had called me. I watched Graham's face drain of color and his entire demeanor change as he realized his double life had been exposed. Graham tried various tactics: denial, minimization, blame shifting. He claimed Vanessa was a crazy woman he'd met a few times who'd become obsessed with him. When I told him Vanessa and I had compared detailed notes about his 2-year affair and all the lies he'd told each of us, he shifted to admitting the relationship, but claiming he'd never actually promised Vanessa anything serious. When I confronted him about telling Vanessa we were divorcing and that he was a wealthy businessman, he claimed he'd just been having fun and hadn't meant for things to get so complicated. His explanations were pathetic and infuriating. Graham had conducted a 2-year affair while maintaining our marriage, had created an elaborate alternate identity as a wealthy entrepreneur, had promised his mistress a future funded by assets he didn't have, and had been systematically lying to both of us about every aspect of his life. The betrayal wasn't just the affair. It was the comprehensive deception that revealed Graham's complete lack of integrity and his willingness to create whatever fantasy benefited him in the moment. I told Graham the marriage was over and that he needed to leave our house. He protested that we should try counseling and that every marriage goes through difficulties. I responded that most marital difficulties don't involve 2-year affairs and creating alternate identities. Graham finally left to stay with a friend, though not before trying to convince me that I was overreacting and that he could fix everything if I'd just give him a chance. The next step was filing for divorce and documenting Graham's affair for the proceedings. I met with a divorce attorney who was fascinated and appalled by the circumstances. The attorney had seen plenty of affairs, but rarely ones involving such elaborate fabrications about wealth and life circumstances. My attorney explained that Graham's deception and the financial resources he'd spent on Vanessa could be relevant to asset division and potentially to alimony calculations if I sought spousal support. I also had to address the financial aspects of Graham's affair. Going through our bank statements with forensic attention revealed that Graham had been taking approximately $1,200 monthly from our joint checking account and giving it to Vanessa as support, while claiming to her it was just pocket change from his substantial income. Over 2 years, Graham had diverted roughly $29,000 of our marital assets to his mistress, while telling me the missing money was work-related expenses or investments. Vanessa contacted me again a few days after her initial call. She apologized profusely for her role in the affair, even though she genuinely believed Graham was separated and hadn't knowingly been sleeping with a married man. She was humiliated by how completely she'd been deceived and was dealing with her own betrayal. The man she'd been in love with for 2 years didn't actually exist. The wealthy entrepreneur she'd imagined building a life with was actually a middle-class married man who'd created an elaborate fantasy to facilitate an affair. I appreciated Vanessa's apology and actually felt some sympathy for her situation. She'd been deceived just as thoroughly as I had, just about different things. Vanessa had thought she was in a relationship with a separated wealthy man. I'd thought I was in a faithful marriage with an honest partner. Graham had lied to both of us comprehensively enough to maintain both relationships for 2 years. The divorce proceedings began, and Graham's attitude shifted from apologetic to defensive. His attorney apparently advised him to stop admitting fault and to focus on protecting his interests in the asset division. Graham started claiming that Vanessa and I had conspired against him, and that he was the victim of 2 angry women who didn't understand that his affair had been caused by problems in our marriage that I'd contributed to creating. The blame shifting was predictable, but still infuriating. Graham had chosen to have an affair rather than addressing issues in our marriage or simply divorcing me if he was unhappy. He'd chosen to create an elaborate false identity rather than being honest with Vanessa about his actual circumstances. He'd chosen to systematically lie to both of us for 2 years. Those were his choices and his responsibility, not the fault of 2 women who'd trusted him. My attorney used Graham's affair and the money he'd diverted to Vanessa as evidence of marital misconduct and waste of marital assets. In our state, adultery and financial misconduct during marriage could be considered in asset division. My attorney argued I deserved a larger share of our marital estate to compensate for Graham's diversion of funds to his mistress and his betrayal of our marriage. Graham's attorney fought the characterization, claiming the affair and the money given to Vanessa were separate issues from asset division, and that the divorce should follow standard equal split principles. But the judge seemed troubled by the extent of Graham's deception and the systematic diversion of marital funds, and suggested Graham might want to settle favorably to avoid potentially worse outcomes at trial. The social fallout was extensive and included some unexpected elements. Several of Graham's co-workers apparently knew about Vanessa and had been complicit in maintaining Graham's cover stories about working late or having business meetings. When word of the affair and divorce spread, Graham faced significant professional embarrassment from colleagues who'd known he was lying to his wife and had said nothing. Friends and family were shocked by the elaborate nature of Graham's deception. The affair itself was terrible enough, but the fact that Graham had created an entirely false identity as a wealthy businessman to facilitate the affair added another layer of pathology. My mother said it was like Graham had been living in a movie rather than real life, creating whatever character suited his purposes without concern for truth or consequences. Vanessa and I maintained occasional contact in the weeks following the exposure. We'd bonded over the shared experience of being comprehensively deceived by the same man, and there was something cathartic about comparing notes and supporting each other through the betrayal. Anna was dealing with her own processing of having loved someone who didn't actually exist. The Graham she'd known had been entirely fabricated. The divorce was finalized 4 months after Vanessa's initial phone call. I received 65% of our marital assets in recognition of Graham's misconduct and the funds he'd diverted to his affair. I kept the house after refinancing to buy out Graham's share. Graham was ordered to reimburse me for half of the money he'd given to Vanessa during the affair, recognizing it as a misuse of marital assets. Graham has apparently started dating again, and I've heard through mutual acquaintances that he's learned nothing from the experience. He's apparently telling new women the same kinds of exaggerated stories about his wealth and success, creating fantasies that benefit him without concern for truth. His inability to learn from the destruction of his marriage shows the depth of his character issues. 5 months after Vanessa's call exposed Graham's affair and elaborate deceptions, I'm rebuilding my life as a single woman at 36. The marriage I thought I had was revealed to be a facade that Graham maintained while living an entirely separate fantasy life with his mistress. The betrayal was comprehensive. Not just sexual infidelity, but systematic deception about his identity, his finances, and his commitment to our marriage. What I know for certain is that Vanessa's accidental exposure of the affair saved me from continuing to invest in a marriage with someone who was fundamentally dishonest. If she hadn't called demanding alimony from a divorce that wasn't happening, I might have remained ignorant of Graham's affair indefinitely, or discovered it under even more painful circumstances. The absurd circumstances of the discovery, being called by my husband's mistress who thought we were divorcing, led to an immediate and decisive end, rather than years of attempted reconciliation with someone who'd proven he couldn't be trusted. I'm moving forward with clarity about who Graham is and what our marriage actually was versus what I'd believed it to be. The fantasy life he created with Vanessa revealed his willingness to lie elaborately and systematically when it served his purposes. Those character traits don't change, and I'm grateful to be free of someone who views honesty and commitment as optional rather than foundational to relationships. I found out my wife was having an affair because her lover's wife sent me photos. The life-altering package that arrived at my office 6 weeks ago, containing printed photographs and a USB drive full of evidence, has exposed my wife's 18-month affair with a married man from her gym, destroyed 2 marriages simultaneously, and revealed a level of deception I never imagined possible from someone I'd shared 15 years of my life with. I'm 39 years old, my wife Jennifer is 37, and the man she's been seeing is a 42-year-old corporate attorney named David, whose wife Claire took it upon herself to document the entire affair and expose both of our cheating spouses in the most methodical and comprehensive way possible. What makes this discovery particularly devastating is not just the affair itself, but the realization that Claire had known about the relationship for months while gathering evidence, and that she'd been watching my wife and her husband conduct their affair in hotels, restaurants, and even at our own homes, while I remained completely oblivious to what was happening in my own marriage. Jennifer and I met in our early 20s and married when I was 24 and she was 22. We'd built what I thought was a solid marriage over 15 years, surviving the normal ups and downs that come with long-term relationships. We had 2 children, a daughter who's now 12 and a son who's 9. I worked as an accountant at a mid-sized firm, while Jennifer had been a stay-at-home mom for most of our marriage, returning to part-time work as an administrative assistant about 3 years ago when our youngest started school full-time. About 2 years ago, Jennifer had become interested in fitness and had joined an upscale gym near our house. She'd started going several times a week, and I'd been supportive of her new health focus. She'd lost weight, seemed more energetic, and appeared happier overall. I'd attributed these positive changes to her exercise routine and newfound confidence. I never suspected that her gym membership was facilitating an affair. According to what I later learned from Claire's evidence package, Jennifer had met David at the gym about 18 months ago. They'd started talking during workouts, progressed to coffee after their sessions, and eventually began an affair that had been ongoing ever since. David was married to Claire with 3 children, and like me, Claire had been completely unaware of the affair initially. The package that arrived at my office was from Claire, though I didn't know who she was when I first opened it. Inside was a note explaining that she was the wife of David, a man I'd never heard of, and that David had been having an affair with my wife Jennifer for the past 18 months. Attached to the note were dozens of printed photographs showing Jennifer and David together in various locations: restaurants, hotel parking lots, sitting in David's car, and most devastatingly, entering and leaving what appeared to be hotel rooms. The USB drive contained even more evidence. Claire had apparently hired a private investigator several months earlier after becoming suspicious of David's behavior. The investigator had documented the affair extensively, with photographs, videos, and even audio recordings from devices Claire had planted in David's car. The evidence showed Jennifer and David meeting for lunch dates, afternoon hotel visits, and extended conversations in parking lots. There were text message screenshots showing explicit conversations and declarations of love between them. The most shocking element of Claire's evidence package was how long she'd known about the affair before exposing it. According to her note, Claire had discovered suspicious behavior from David about 4 months earlier and had hired the investigator immediately. She'd spent the following months documenting everything while maintaining a normal facade with David. She'd waited to expose the affair until she had comprehensive evidence that would be useful in her divorce proceedings, and until she felt emotionally prepared for the confrontation. Claire's note to me was apologetic but matter-of-fact. She explained that she'd debated whether to contact me, but ultimately felt I deserved to know what my wife was doing. She provided her contact information and suggested we might benefit from comparing notes about our respective spouses' behavior and coordinating our responses. She also mentioned that she'd sent an identical package to David at his law office, ensuring both affairs were exposed simultaneously. I sat in my office staring at the photographs and watching the video files on the USB drive, feeling my entire world collapse. There was my wife, the woman I'd been married to for 15 years and had 2 children with, clearly involved in an intimate relationship with another man. The evidence was irrefutable and extensive. Every photograph and video showed Jennifer and David together in contexts that left no doubt about the nature of their relationship. I called Claire immediately. She answered on the second ring, her voice tired but steady. We talked for over an hour, comparing what we each knew about our spouses and piecing together the timeline of the affair. Claire explained how she'd become suspicious when David's work travel increased suddenly and his phone behavior became secretive. She'd checked phone records and discovered repeated calls to a number she didn't recognize. The private investigator had traced the number to Jennifer and had begun surveillance that documented the affair comprehensively. Claire had confronted David that morning after he received the evidence package at his office. According to her, David had initially tried to deny everything, but the evidence was too overwhelming. He'd eventually admitted to the affair and claimed he'd been planning to end it. Claire had told him their marriage was over and that she'd be filing for divorce immediately. She'd already consulted with a divorce attorney and had been preparing for this moment for months. I left work early and went home to confront Jennifer. She was in the kitchen preparing dinner when I arrived, looking perfectly normal and unsuspecting. Our kids were at after-school activities and wouldn't be home for another hour, which gave us time to talk privately. I put the envelope of photographs on the kitchen counter without saying anything. Jennifer looked at the envelope curiously, then opened it and pulled out the top few photos. I watched her face change as she realized what she was looking at. Her expression went from confusion to recognition to horror in the span of seconds. "Where did you get these?" she asked, her voice shaking. I told her about Claire's package and what it contained. Jennifer started crying immediately, though whether from genuine remorse or from being caught, I couldn't tell. She tried to explain, to apologize, to claim it wasn't as serious as it looked, but I'd seen the text messages on the USB drive where she and David declared their love for each other and discussed their frustrations with their respective spouses. This wasn't a brief fling or momentary mistake. It was an 18-month relationship. According to Jennifer's tearful explanation, she'd met David at the gym, and they'd connected over shared interests and frustrations with their lives. She claimed she'd been feeling lonely and unappreciated in our marriage, that I'd been focused on work and the kids and hadn't paid enough attention to her. David had made her feel special and desired in ways she hadn't felt in years. The affair had started casually, but had developed into something more serious over time. She claimed she loved me and loved David, and she'd been torn between us for months. Her explanations felt hollow and self-serving. Yes, our marriage had its challenges, and I'd probably been taking her for granted in some ways. But those normal relationship issues didn't justify an 18-month affair conducted through systematic deception. Jennifer had been living a double life, playing devoted wife and mother at home while conducting a secret relationship with David that included regular hotel visits and expressions of love. I told Jennifer I wanted a divorce. She protested that we should try counseling, that our 15-year marriage and 2 children deserved better than me giving up immediately. I responded that she should have thought about our marriage and children before conducting an 18-month affair. The betrayal was too comprehensive and calculated for me to consider reconciliation. Jennifer asked if she could stay in the house while we worked out divorce details. I told her I needed her to leave immediately. I couldn't stand to be in the same space with her while processing the betrayal. She initially refused, saying it was her house too, and that I couldn't just kick her out. I told her that if she didn't leave voluntarily, I'd leave with the kids, and she'd have to explain to them why their father had moved out. She finally agreed to stay with her sister while we figured out next steps. After Jennifer left, I had to figure out how to tell our children that their parents were separating. They were 12 and 9, old enough to know something serious was wrong, but young enough that I wanted to protect them from the details of their mother's affair. I consulted with a family therapist who specialized in helping children through divorce, and together we planned how to communicate the separation in age-appropriate ways. Telling our kids that Jennifer and I were separating was one of the hardest conversations of my life. Our daughter asked directly if it was because Mom had been spending time with that man from the gym. I was shocked that she'd noticed something, and when I gently asked what she meant, she explained that she'd seen Mom getting into a car with a man she didn't recognize after gym visits several times. Our daughter hadn't thought much of it at the time, but had remembered when the separation was announced. The fact that our daughter had witnessed elements of Jennifer's affair without understanding what she was seeing added another layer of devastation. Jennifer's deception hadn't just affected me. It had been visible to our children in ways that made me question what else they might have seen or overheard. I hired a divorce attorney immediately and provided Claire's evidence package as documentation of Jennifer's infidelity. In our state, infidelity could be considered in divorce proceedings and potentially affect property division and spousal support determinations. My attorney said the extensive evidence of the affair would be very helpful in negotiations and potentially in court if the divorce became contentious. Claire and I maintained regular contact during the initial weeks after the exposure. We compared notes about our spouse's behavior, shared information about assets and finances that might be relevant to our respective divorces, and generally supported each other through the trauma of simultaneously discovering our spouse's betrayals. Claire had been married to David for 16 years and had 3 children, so her situation was similar to mine in terms of the length of marriage and complications of divorce with kids involved. Claire explained that she'd spent months planning the exposure to ensure she was in the strongest possible position for her divorce. She'd documented every aspect of David's affair, secured financial records showing his spending on the relationship, and consulted with an attorney before confronting him. Her methodical approach to gathering evidence before exposure had given her significant leverage in divorce negotiations. I appreciated Claire's thoroughness, even as I processed the painful reality that she'd known about my wife's affair for months before telling me. Part of me wished she'd contacted me earlier so I could have confronted Jennifer sooner. But I also understood that Claire had needed time to prepare herself emotionally and legally for the divorce she knew was coming. The divorce proceedings have been underway for 6 weeks now, Jennifer initially fought for primary custody of the children and for me to move out of our house while we settled the divorce. My attorney responded with the evidence of her affair and argued that Jennifer's 18-month deception and the fact that our daughter had witnessed elements of the affair demonstrated poor judgment that should be considered in custody determinations. Jennifer's attorney has tried to argue that the affair is irrelevant to her fitness as a mother and that custody should be based on other factors. But the reality is that Jennifer conducted an affair that required regular absences from our family, lying to our children about where she was going, and engaging in behavior that our daughter actually witnessed without understanding. These factors have undermined Jennifer's position in the custody negotiations. The financial aspects of the divorce are complicated by the fact that Jennifer had been a stay-at-home mom for most of our marriage and only recently returned to part-time work. She's arguing for significant spousal support based on her limited earning capacity and her years as the primary caregiver for our children. My attorney is countering that Jennifer's affair and the fact that she'll likely receive substantial property division should limit spousal support. One unexpected complication has been the response from Jennifer's family. Her parents and siblings initially blamed me for the divorce, apparently believing Jennifer's version of events that our marriage had problems and that the affair was a symptom of my neglect. When I showed them some of the evidence from Claire's package, the text messages declaring love, and the photographs documenting the systematic nature of the affair, their attitude shifted. Jennifer's mother called to apologize for initially blaming me and to express her devastation over her daughter's choices. David's career has apparently suffered significantly from the exposure. As a corporate attorney, his professional reputation matters enormously, and word of his affair has spread through his firm and professional networks. According to Claire, David's partnership at his firm is being reconsidered due to the affair and the professional judgment questions it raises. Claire has taken satisfaction in knowing that David is facing real professional consequences for his choices. Jennifer and David's affair has apparently ended, at least according to what Jennifer claimed when we discussed divorce details through our attorneys. She said that once the affair was exposed, both she and David had agreed to end the relationship and focus on their respective families and divorces. I don't know if that's true, or if they're simply being more careful about continuing to see each other. I also don't particularly care. Whether the affair is ongoing or ended, my marriage to Jennifer is over. The social fallout has been significant. Jennifer and I had couple friends who now have to choose sides or become uncomfortable with the entire situation. I've been open about the reason for our divorce when friends ask, sharing that Jennifer had an 18-month affair that was exposed by the other man's wife. Most friends have been supportive of me and shocked by Jennifer's behavior. A few have tried to maintain neutral relationships with both of us, which I've found insulting. I've told those friends that I'm not interested in socializing with people who want to remain friendly with someone who conducted an 18-month affair while married with children. My relationship with my kids has become more important than ever during this process. I have them approximately 60% of the time under our current temporary custody arrangement, and I'm fighting for primary custody in the divorce. Our daughter has asked questions about why her mom and I are divorcing, and I've been as honest as age-appropriate allows. I've explained that sometimes adults make choices that hurt their families and break trust, and that her mom made choices that I couldn't accept. Our daughter seems to understand more than I'd expected, possibly because of the things she'd witnessed without fully comprehending. I'm in therapy processing the betrayal and learning to rebuild trust and confidence after discovering that my wife of 15 years had been deceiving me for 18 months. My therapist has been helpful in normalizing my responses and helping me understand that Jennifer's choices were about her character and her response to normal marriage challenges, not about deficiencies in me. But it's hard not to question what I missed, and whether I should have seen signs of the affair that now seem obvious in retrospect. Claire and I have become unlikely allies and friends through this process. We talk regularly about our respective divorces, about co-parenting challenges, and about healing from the betrayal of discovering our spouse's affair. We've joked darkly about starting a support group for people whose spouses conducted affairs exposed by the other betrayed spouse. Our friendship is built on shared trauma, but has become genuinely supportive and meaningful. The question people keep asking is whether I have any chance of reconciling with Jennifer, or whether divorce is definitely the path forward. My answer is unwavering. Divorce is absolutely the path forward. Jennifer conducted an 18-month affair that required systematic deception of me and our children. She declared love to another man while maintaining the facade of our marriage. The betrayal is too comprehensive and calculated for me to consider reconciliation. Some people think I'm being too rigid, but I think I'm being appropriately protective of my dignity and my children's well-being by refusing to accept that level of betrayal. 6 weeks after receiving Claire's evidence package, I'm still processing the magnitude of Jennifer's betrayal and rebuilding my life as a single father. The divorce proceedings continue, with custody and financial issues still being negotiated. My relationship with my children is stronger than ever, though they're dealing with their own processing of their parents' separation. I'm learning to navigate single parenthood and building a life that doesn't include the person I thought I'd spend my life with. What I know for certain is that Claire's decision to expose the affair, while painful, saved me from continuing to invest in a marriage that was fundamentally built on lies for at least the past 18 months. If she hadn't sent that evidence package, I might have continued in ignorance for months or years longer. The discovery, devastating as it was, allowed me to make informed decisions about my future, rather than continuing to be deceived. The path forward is unclear and probably difficult, but I'm moving forward with integrity and with the knowledge that Jennifer's betrayal was about her choices, not about my worth or our marriage's value. I was a faithful, dedicated husband and father. Jennifer chose to conduct an affair rather than addressing whatever issues she felt existed in our marriage. Those are the facts, and I'm building a new life based on those truths, while co-parenting with someone I no longer trust, but must maintain a relationship with for our children's sake. My boyfriend's business partner was actually his wife, and they were scamming me for money. The absolutely devastating financial and emotional fraud I uncovered 9 weeks ago has revealed that the man I'd been dating for 18 months was not only married the entire time, but was working with his wife to deliberately manipulate me into funding their lifestyle through what they claimed were investment opportunities in his startup company that never actually existed. I'm 29 years old. The man I thought was my boyfriend, Daniel, is 34. And the woman he introduced to me as his business partner, Rachel, is actually his wife of 7 years. They'd been working together to identify and exploit romantic targets like me, who had savings and income that could be extracted through a combination of romantic manipulation and fake business investment schemes. What makes this situation transcend ordinary infidelity, or even typical romance scams, is that I came to know Rachel personally over months as Daniel's supposed business partner, had numerous conversations with her about their company and their professional goals, and never suspected that every interaction was theater designed to make their scam more believable and to extract more money from me before they inevitably moved on to their next victim. I'd met Daniel through a dating app about 18 months ago. His profile had been impressive. He described himself as an entrepreneur launching a tech startup focused on sustainable energy solutions, someone who was passionate about making a difference while building a successful business. Our first date had been engaging, and he'd seemed intelligent, ambitious, and genuinely interested in building a meaningful relationship. I'd been attracted to both his personality and what appeared to be his drive and vision for his future. I worked as a hospital administrator, earning approximately $85,000 annually, and I'd accumulated about $60,000 in savings by being frugal and saving consistently throughout my 20s. I'd mentioned my savings to Daniel early in our relationship when we'd been discussing financial goals and responsibility. I'd been proud of my discipline and wanted a partner who valued financial stability as much as I did. Looking back now, Daniel's eyes had probably lit up when I'd mentioned having substantial savings, though at the time I'd interpreted his interest as appreciation for my responsibility rather than calculating the amount he might be able to extract from me. About 4 months into our relationship, Daniel had introduced me to his business partner, Rachel. He'd explained that Rachel was the technical co-founder of their energy startup, while Daniel handled business development and fundraising. Rachel had been friendly and professional, discussing their technology and their progress towards securing venture capital funding. I'd been impressed by their partnership and had appreciated Daniel including me in aspects of his professional life. Over the following months, Daniel had gradually introduced the idea of me investing in their startup. He'd explained that while they were pursuing institutional venture capital, having some angel investment from people who believed in their mission would help bridge their funding gaps and allow them to hit critical development milestones. Daniel had framed potential investment as both financially smart, getting in early on a promising startup, and as a way for me to support the work he was passionate about. I'd been hesitant initially about mixing romance and business investment, but Daniel had been patient and had provided extensive materials about the company: business plans, financial projections, technical documentation about their energy technology, and information about their target market. Rachel had also participated in several conversations about the investment opportunity, answering my technical questions and providing additional details about their development timeline. Eventually, after months of these conversations and reassurances about the company's potential, I'd agreed to invest $25,000 of my savings. Daniel and Rachel had provided official-looking investment documents, had explained the equity stake I'd be receiving, and had made the entire process seem legitimate and professional. I'd felt good about supporting Daniel's work and potentially earning significant returns when the company eventually succeeded. That initial $25,000 investment had been just the beginning. Over the following year, Daniel had repeatedly come to me with additional investment opportunities. There had been critical development milestones that needed immediate funding. There had been bridge loans needed before the next venture capital round. There had been emergency situations where Daniel needed short-term loans to cover business expenses until expected funding came through. Each time, Daniel had framed the request as temporary, urgent, and crucial for the company's success. I'd provided additional investments and loans totaling another $30,000 over the following months. Daniel had always promised repayment or additional equity, had always provided documentation that seemed legitimate, and had always emphasized how much my support meant both personally and professionally. Rachel had continued to be involved in many of these conversations, providing technical updates and expressing gratitude for my investment in their work. By the time I'd finished transferring money to Daniel and his company, I'd given him a total of $55,000, nearly all of my savings accumulated over years of disciplined financial management. I'd believed I was investing in a promising startup led by my boyfriend and his talented business partner. I'd believed in Daniel's vision and had wanted to support both his professional dreams and our shared financial future. The truth began emerging when I'd mentioned Daniel's energy startup to a colleague who worked in the renewable energy sector. My colleague had been interested in learning more about the technology and had asked for the company name so he could look into it. When I'd provided the name, Solar Bridge Technologies, my colleague had searched for it and found nothing. No website, no business registration, no mention in industry publications or startup databases. I'd been confused and had assumed maybe the company was still operating in stealth mode or under a different name than I'd remembered. But when I'd searched myself, I'd found the same absence of any public information about Solar Bridge Technologies. There was no website, no social media presence, no business registration in our state, no incorporation documents, nothing that would indicate the company actually existed. I'd confronted Daniel with my inability to find any information about his company. He'd claimed they would deliberately maintaining a low profile to protect their proprietary technology from competitors, that they'd specifically avoided creating public-facing content until after securing their first major funding round. His explanations had seemed plausible initially, but I'd been increasingly uncomfortable with the complete absence of any verifiable information about a company I'd invested $55,000 in. I'd started investigating more systematically. I'd searched for Rachel's professional background and couldn't find any information about her technical credentials or previous work experience. I'd looked for the office address Daniel had provided for Solar Bridge Technologies and found it was actually a UPS store mailbox location. I'd searched for any of the other team members Daniel had mentioned and couldn't verify that any of them existed. Most damningly, when I'd searched Daniel's full name along with Solar Bridge Technologies, I'd instead found articles about romance and investment scams targeting single women with savings. The pattern described in these articles matched exactly what had happened to me. Someone posing as an entrepreneur with a startup company would develop a romantic relationship with a target, gradually build trust, and then extract money through fake investment opportunities supported by accomplices posing as business partners or other professionals. I'd also found, through deeper searching, that Daniel was actually married. His social media profiles under a slightly different name showed photos with Rachel, not as business partners but as a married couple with children. They'd been together for years and appeared to be running a systematic scam where Daniel would romance women with savings, while Rachel played the role of business partner to add credibility to the fake startup. I'd confronted Daniel with everything I'd discovered: the non-existent company, his actual marriage to Rachel, the pattern-matching known romance investment scams. Daniel had tried various tactics. He'd initially denied everything, claiming I was confused and paranoid. When I'd showed him the evidence of his marriage to Rachel, he'd shifted to claiming they were separated, but maintaining public appearances for their children. When I'd pressed him about the non-existent company and the $55,000 I'd given him, he'd become defensive and then disappeared, blocking my phone number and social media. I'd filed police reports for fraud and theft by deception. The detective handling my case had said this was a known pattern: married couples working together to run romance scams targeting single people with savings. Daniel and Rachel had apparently run this scheme multiple times with different victims, extracting tens of thousands of dollars from each before moving on when the scam was exposed or the victim's money ran out. The detective had connected me with two other women who'd been scammed by Daniel and Rachel using similar tactics. Both women had similar stories: meeting Daniel through dating apps, being told he was a successful entrepreneur, meeting Rachel as his business partner, and gradually being convinced to invest their savings in fake companies. One woman had lost $40,000 and another had lost $70,000 before discovering the truth. Learning about Daniel and Rachel's other victims made clear this wasn't about personal feelings or even opportunistic theft. It was a systematic criminal enterprise. They'd refined their approach over years, identified the tactics that worked to extract maximum money before victims became suspicious, and had no remorse about destroying people's financial security and emotional well-being. The criminal case is ongoing, but prosecution has been complicated by Daniel and Rachel apparently leaving the state after I'd filed my police report. They'd likely been prepared to move quickly once a victim started investigating and discovering the truth. Tracking them and building a prosecutable case has been slow, and the detective has been honest that recovering my money is unlikely, even if they're eventually caught and convicted. I've also filed civil claims against Daniel and Rachel, though my attorney has been clear that collecting damages will be difficult if they've already spent or hidden the money they extracted from their victims. The civil judgments might give me some legal leverage eventually, but won't immediately restore the $55,000 they stole from me. The emotional processing of this betrayal has been even more complicated than the financial loss. This wasn't just infidelity where my boyfriend was secretly married. It was a calculated criminal scheme where both the romance and the business opportunity were performances designed to extract my money. Every intimate moment with Daniel had been part of his scam. Every conversation with Rachel about the company had been theater. Nothing about our relationship or his supposed business had been real. I'm in therapy working through what my therapist calls compound betrayal trauma. the simultaneous violation of romantic trust, financial trust, and basic trust in my ability to judge character. I'd believed I was in a genuine relationship with someone who cared about me. I'd believed I was making smart investment decisions in a real company. Both beliefs were completely false, manufactured by skilled con artists who'd studied how to appear trustworthy and legitimate. The financial impact has been devastating. I've lost nearly all my savings, money I'd accumulated over years through discipline and sacrifice. I'm 29 and essentially starting over financially, having to rebuild savings from zero while dealing with the emotional trauma of having been deliberately targeted and exploited. 9 weeks after discovering the truth about Daniel and Rachel's scam, I'm still processing the magnitude of the fraud and trying to rebuild both financially and emotionally. The relationship I'd believed was building toward marriage was actually a con from the beginning. The investment opportunity I'd believed was smart financial planning was actually theft disguised with fake documents and performances. What I know for certain is that Daniel and Rachel's scam was sophisticated and deliberate. They'd refined their tactics over years of targeting vulnerable single people with savings. I was one victim among several, chosen because I fit their target profile of someone with money and a desire for both romantic connection and financial growth. The elaborate nature of their scheme, the fake company, Rachel's role as business partner, the official-looking documents, wasn't about personal malice toward me, but about maximizing the amount they could extract before moving to their next victim. I'm 29, financially devastated, and rebuilding trust in relationships after being systematically scammed by a married couple posing as my boyfriend and his business partner. The path forward involves financial recovery, emotional healing, and learning to trust again while being more aware of manipulation tactics and red flags. For now, I'm focused on supporting the criminal investigation and connecting with the other victims while slowly rebuilding the savings these predators stole from me through their elaborate romance investment fraud. My fiancé had a secret bachelor party with strippers the week before our wedding. The catastrophic breach of trust I discovered 4 days before what was supposed to be the most important day of my life has forced me to cancel my wedding, confront the man I thought I knew completely, and face the humiliating reality that my fiancé orchestrated an elaborate secret bachelor party with strippers and prostitutes while telling me he was on a business trip. I'm 29 years old. My now ex-fiancé Tyler is 31, and the revelation came not from him, but from his best friend's girlfriend, who felt guilty about covering for the deception and decided I deserved to know the truth before legally binding myself to someone who could lie so comprehensively. What makes this situation particularly devastating is not just the sexual infidelity itself, but the elaborate planning that went into deceiving me. Tyler had convinced me he needed to travel for work the week before our wedding, had recruited all his groomsmen to maintain the lie, and had coordinated an entire weekend of activities that directly violated explicit promises he'd made about his bachelor party, while I stayed home finalizing wedding preparations and trusting him completely. Tyler and I had been together for 5 years when he proposed 18 months ago. We'd met through mutual friends, fallen in love quickly, and built what I believed was a relationship based on open communication, mutual respect, and complete honesty. Tyler worked in sales for a technology company while I was a registered nurse at a local hospital. We'd bought a condo together 2 years ago, merged our finances, and were planning to start trying for a baby immediately after our honeymoon. Everything about our relationship and our future together seemed perfect. The wedding was planned for Saturday, with 200 guests expected to attend. We'd spent over a year planning every detail and had invested approximately $50,000 in the ceremony and reception. My dress was hanging in our closet. The final payment had been made to the venue. Our honeymoon flights to Greece were booked. Everything was falling into place exactly as we'd envisioned. About 3 weeks before the wedding, Tyler had told me that his company needed him to travel to Chicago for an important client meeting the week before our wedding. He'd seemed frustrated about the timing, but said it was unavoidable, and that he'd only be gone from Tuesday through Friday, returning just in time for final wedding preparations. I'd been disappointed but understanding. We both had demanding careers and sometimes work commitments couldn't be rescheduled. What I didn't know was that there was no business trip. Tyler had fabricated the entire story to cover for a secret bachelor party weekend he was planning with his groomsmen. He'd told me weeks earlier that he was skipping a traditional bachelor party because we'd agreed that trips to strip clubs and hiring strippers violated our relationship boundaries. I'd specifically asked him not to have that kind of bachelor party, explaining that I found the idea of him being sexual with other women, even in a just fun party context, to be cheating. Tyler had agreed enthusiastically, saying he didn't need or want that kind of celebration, and that he'd rather just have a guy's weekend of golf and drinking. The truth came out 4 days before our wedding when Megan, the girlfriend of Tyler's best man Josh, called me, crying and apologizing. According to Megan, she'd been feeling increasingly guilty about keeping Tyler's secret, and had finally decided she couldn't watch me get married without knowing what had actually happened the previous week. She told me that Tyler's business trip had actually been a bachelor party weekend in Las Vegas that included strip clubs, hired strippers at their hotel suite, and according to what Josh had drunkenly confessed to her, at least one instance of Tyler receiving sexual services from one of the hired entertainers. I initially didn't believe Megan. Tyler had been texting me throughout the week from his supposed business trip, sending photos of Chicago landmarks and complaining about boring client meetings. How could all of that have been fabricated? Megan explained that Tyler and the guys had coordinated their cover story carefully. The Chicago photos were ones Tyler had from a previous actual work trip, and the guys had agreed to back up the business trip story if I happened to verify anything. Megan sent me proof. She'd had Josh show her photos and videos from the weekend because she'd been suspicious about his evasiveness. The images showed Tyler in Las Vegas with his groomsmen, clearly at strip clubs and at parties in hotel suites with scantily clad women. In several photos, Tyler was receiving lap dances and had women sitting on his lap. In one particularly damning video, Tyler was in a bedroom with a woman who was clearly a hired entertainer. And while the video cut off before anything explicitly sexual, the context was unmistakable. I stared at my phone, looking at the evidence Megan had sent, feeling my entire world collapse. The man I was supposed to marry in 4 days had spent the previous week doing exactly what he'd promised he wouldn't do, while lying to me about being on a business trip. He'd violated explicit boundaries we'd discussed, broken promises he'd made, and orchestrated an elaborate deception that involved multiple people maintaining the lie. I called Tyler immediately. He was at work and sounded cheerful when he answered, asking if I was calling about any last-minute wedding details. I told him I needed to see him immediately and that it was urgent. He could hear something was wrong in my voice and said he'd leave work and meet me at home. When Tyler arrived home, I showed him the photos and videos Megan had sent without saying anything. I watched his face go through shock, panic, and then resignation as he realized he'd been caught. He didn't even try to deny what he'd done. The evidence was too clear, and he knew Megan had exposed everything. Tyler immediately started apologizing and trying to explain. According to his version of events, the Vegas bachelor party had been Josh's idea, and the other guys had pressured him into it. He'd initially said no because of our agreement, but his friends had convinced him that what happened in Vegas didn't count as real cheating, and that it was just harmless fun before getting married. The strippers and lap dances had just been part of the bachelor party atmosphere. As for the sexual service Megan had mentioned, Tyler claimed Josh was exaggerating or lying. He swore he hadn't actually had sex with anyone, that he'd gotten close, but had stopped before it went too far. His explanations were pathetic and infuriating. Tyler had made me a promise about the kind of bachelor party he'd have. He'd agreed that strip clubs and hired entertainers crossed relationship boundaries we'd explicitly discussed. Then, he'd deliberately violated those boundaries while creating an elaborate lie about a business trip to cover his tracks. The fact that his friends had pressured him, or that he claimed he'd stopped short of actual penetrative sex, didn't matter. He'd broken his promise and betrayed my trust in the most premeditated way possible. I told Tyler the wedding was off. He panicked, saying I was overreacting and that we could work through this. He claimed it was just a bachelor party, that lots of guys do these things before getting married, that it didn't mean anything and didn't reflect his commitment to me. I responded that I'd been clear about my boundaries, that he'd explicitly agreed to those boundaries and that he'd then violated them while lying about his location and activities. The betrayal wasn't just the strip clubs and whatever had or hadn't happened with the hired entertainer. It was the systematic deception and the violation of explicit promises. Tyler begged me to reconsider. We had a wedding in 4 days. We'd spent $50,000 on it. 200 people were traveling to attend. We'd been together 5 years and were supposed to spend our lives together. One mistake at a bachelor party shouldn't destroy everything we'd built. But this wasn't one mistake. It was multiple deliberate choices over an entire weekend. Tyler had chosen to plan a secret bachelor party that violated our agreements. He'd chosen to participate in activities with strippers that crossed our boundaries. He'd chosen to create an elaborate lie about a business trip. He'd chosen to let me continue planning our wedding and trusting him while he maintained the deception. Each of these was a separate choice that showed contempt for our relationship and for the commitments we'd made to each other. I took off my engagement ring and put it on the coffee table. I told Tyler he needed to leave, not just the condo temporarily, but leave permanently. He protested that it was his home too, and we needed to talk this through. I said that if he didn't leave immediately, I would, and that I'd tell everyone why the wedding was canceled in the most explicit detail possible. He finally grabbed some clothes and left, going to stay with his brother. The next task was canceling the wedding and notifying the 200 guests who were expecting to celebrate with us in 4 days. I called my parents first, explaining what Tyler had done and why the wedding was off. My mother cried. My father was furious, and both immediately offered their support. They'd loved Tyler, but couldn't fathom how he could deceive me so comprehensively the week before our wedding. I then had to contact the venue, the caterer, the photographer, the florist, and every other vendor to cancel services scheduled for Saturday. Some vendors were sympathetic and offered partial refunds. Others pointed to their contracts showing that cancellations within a week of the event forfeited all deposits and payments. The financial loss was going to be substantial, but I didn't care. I'd rather lose $50,000 than legally bind myself to someone who'd proven he couldn't be trusted. Notifying guests was humiliating but necessary. I created a group email explaining that the wedding was canceled due to circumstances that had recently come to light, that Tyler and I would not be getting married, and that I apologized for any inconvenience to those who'd made travel arrangements. I didn't include explicit details about Tyler's bachelor party in the mass email, but I was honest with close friends and family who asked what had happened. Tyler's family reacted with a mixture of disappointment and defensiveness. His mother called begging me to reconsider, saying that bachelor party mistakes were common and that I was throwing away a 5-year relationship over one night. I corrected her that it wasn't one night. It was an entire weekend of deliberate boundary violations and deception. Tyler's father was more understanding and actually apologized for his son's behavior, saying he was disappointed in Tyler's choices and judgments. The groomsmen who'd participated in the Vegas weekend were unrepentant, at least based on what I heard through mutual friends. Several of them apparently felt I was overreacting and that Tyler had just been participating in normal bachelor party activities. Their attitudes confirmed that canceling the wedding was the right decision. Tyler had surrounded himself with friends who reinforced his boundary violations and encouraged him to deceive me. Josh's relationship with Megan was also ending because of the Vegas weekend. Megan told me that Josh was furious she'd exposed Tyler's bachelor party, accusing her of betraying bro code and destroying Tyler's wedding. Megan had responded that Josh's participation in the deception and his own behavior at the bachelor party had destroyed her trust in him. She'd broken up with Josh and moved out of their apartment. I appreciated Megan's honesty and courage in telling me the truth, even knowing it would blow up multiple relationships. If she hadn't contacted me, I would have married Tyler without knowing about his Vegas weekend. I might have discovered the truth later through some slip-up, or I might have remained ignorant indefinitely while Tyler kept the secret. Either scenario would have been worse than the painful discovery before the wedding. The week that should have been my wedding week was instead spent canceling arrangements, returning gifts, and processing the betrayal. Friends and family rallied around me with support, though some people had uncomfortable questions about whether I was sure I wanted to end the relationship over a bachelor party. Those questions made me furious. Tyler had violated explicit boundaries we'd discussed and agreed upon, then lied about his location and activities for an entire week. How was that not grounds for ending the relationship? Tyler tried multiple times to contact me and convince me to reconsider. He sent long, apologetic text messages, left voicemails crying, and showed up at the hospital where I worked trying to talk to me. He claimed he'd made a terrible mistake, but that our 5-year relationship and the life we'd planned together should outweigh one bad weekend. He said he'd do anything to earn back my trust and prove he was committed to our relationship. I blocked Tyler's number and told hospital security not to allow him access to my workplace. I had no interest in his apologies or his promises to change. He'd shown me exactly who he was, someone who could violate explicit agreements, lie to me for a week while I trusted him completely, and coordinate an elaborate deception with multiple friends. That's not someone I wanted to marry or build a life with. The financial disentanglement has been complicated and expensive. We owned the condo together, had joint bank accounts, and had merged our finances substantially over 5 years. We'd also lost most of the $50,000 wedding budget to non-refundable deposits and cancellation fees. Tyler wanted to split the wedding losses equally since we'd been planning the wedding together. I refused, arguing that the losses were the direct result of his choices and that he should bear the full financial consequences of canceling the wedding. The negotiations over shared assets in the condo have been handled through attorneys because I refused to communicate with Tyler directly. My attorney argued that Tyler's infidelity and deception should be considered in the division of our shared property. Tyler's attorney countered that we weren't married and that the division should follow standard property law regardless of relationship issues. 4 months after canceling the wedding, I'm still processing the betrayal and rebuilding my life. I'm 29, single, living alone after moving out of the condo we'd shared, and trying to reconstruct my sense of identity beyond being Tyler's fiancée. The wedding dress is sitting in my closet unworn. I haven't decided yet whether to sell it, donate it, or trash it as a symbolic rejection of everything it represented. I'm in therapy, processing the betrayal and working through trust issues that have developed from discovering Tyler's deception. My therapist has been helpful in normalizing my response and reinforcing that my boundaries were reasonable and that Tyler's violations were serious breaches of trust, regardless of whether they technically constituted cheating by everyone's definition. Friends have had mixed reactions to my refusal to forgive Tyler or consider reconciliation. Some completely support my decision and think Tyler's behavior was unforgivable. Others think I was too rigid and that I should have at least tried couples counseling before ending a 5-year relationship. The latter group doesn't seem to understand that Tyler's deception and boundary violations weren't things I needed counseling to help me accept. They were fundamental incompatibilities in our values and ethics. The question I keep wrestling with is whether I overreacted to the Vegas bachelor party. Was canceling the wedding and ending our relationship too extreme a response to what some people consider normal bachelor party behavior? My therapist and close friends consistently reassure me that I didn't overreact. Tyler had explicitly agreed to specific boundaries, then deliberately violated those boundaries while lying about his location and activities. The fact that some people consider strip clubs and hired entertainers normal bachelor party behavior is irrelevant when Tyler and I had specifically discussed and agreed that such activities violated our relationship boundaries. What I know for certain is that I dodged a bullet by discovering Tyler's deception before legally marrying him. If Megan hadn't told me the truth, I would have married someone who'd proven he could lie to me elaborately while violating explicit promises. The marriage would have started with a lie that I was ignorant of, and either I'd have discovered the truth later, after being legally bound to Tyler, or I'd have remained ignorant while Tyler knew he'd gotten away with his deception. Either scenario would have been worse than the painful discovery 4 days before the wedding. 4 months later, I'm still healing, but I'm also clear that I made the right decision. Tyler's choices destroyed our relationship and our future together. I'm not going to second-guess my boundaries or apologize for holding someone accountable for violating explicit agreements. I'm rebuilding my life with integrity intact, trusting that the right person won't feel the need to lie and deceive about bachelor parties or anything else. The path forward is unclear, but it's a path I'm walking without someone who proved he couldn't be trusted at the moment when trust mattered most. My fiancé's gym routine was actually daily hookups in our spare bedroom with the nanny. The absolutely stomach-turning betrayal I discovered 5 weeks ago revealed that my fiancé of 2 years had been conducting a daily affair with our live-in nanny in the spare bedroom of our own home while I was at work, and that his sudden commitment to an early morning fitness routine that I'd praised and supported was actually cover for having sex with the woman we'd hired to care for my daughter from a previous marriage. I'm 34 years old, my fiancé Michael is 37, our nanny Carmen is 24, and my daughter Sophia is 7 years old. A child who may have been aware that inappropriate things were happening in our home while she was supposed to be under Carmen's care, creating trauma that extends far beyond the infidelity itself into potential harm to my daughter's sense of safety in her own home. What makes this situation uniquely horrific is the violation of our home space, the betrayal of the trust we placed in Carmen as Sophia's caregiver, and the discovery that Michael's affair was happening literally down the hall from our bedroom while I slept, worked, or spent time with Sophia, never suspecting that the person I was planning to marry was systematically cheating on me with the employee we'd welcomed into our family. Michael and I had been together for 2 years and engaged for 6 months when I discovered the affair. We'd met through mutual friends about a year after my divorce from Sophia's father. Michael had seemed like a stable, mature partner who was ready for the responsibilities of dating someone with a child. He'd been wonderful with Sophia from the beginning, patient, engaged, and genuinely interested in building a relationship with her. I'd thought I'd found someone who could be a true partner and eventually a stepfather figure for Sophia. Carmen had been working for us as Sophia's nanny for about 8 months. We'd hired her shortly after Michael moved into my house, so I could return to working full-time as a pharmaceutical sales rep rather than the reduced schedule I'd maintained as a single parent. Carmen had come with excellent references, had experience with children Sophia's age, and had seemed professional and trustworthy. She'd been living in our converted guest suite, which included a small bedroom and private bathroom, allowing her to be available for early morning and evening care when my work schedule required flexibility. The arrangement had seemed perfect. Carmen would get Sophia ready for school in the mornings, handle pickup in the afternoons, and help with homework and dinner on evenings when I had late client meetings. Michael worked from home as a software consultant, so he was present in the house during the day, though typically in his home office working. I'd appreciated having both Carmen and Michael available to ensure Sophia was always supervised and cared for. About 3 months ago, Michael had announced he was committing to a serious fitness routine. He'd said he wanted to get in better shape before our wedding and had decided to start working out every morning at 6 a.m. I'd been supportive and impressed by his commitment. Michael would set his alarm early, leave our bedroom quietly to avoid waking me, and supposedly exercise in our home gym, a small room we'd set up in the basement with basic equipment. I'd noticed Michael seeming more energized and confident, which I'd attributed to his new fitness routine and the endorphins from regular exercise. He'd mentioned a few times that Carmen had been giving him nutritional advice about post-workout meals, which I'd thought was nice of her. She was interested in health and fitness, and I'd appreciated her taking an interest in helping Michael with his wellness goals. What I didn't know was that Michael's 6 a.m. fitness routine had nothing to do with exercise. For 3 months, Michael had been waking up early and going not to our basement gym, but to Carmen's room in the converted guest suite. They'd been having sex every morning while I slept down the hall, and Sophia slept in her bedroom. After their morning encounter, Michael would shower and return to our bedroom as though he'd just finished a workout, while Carmen would begin her day caring for Sophia as if nothing inappropriate had happened. The affair had apparently started about 5 months into Carmen's employment with us. According to what I later learned, Michael and Carmen had been flirting for weeks, with tension building during the days they were both home while I was at work and Sophia was at school. They'd eventually acted on their attraction one afternoon when Carmen's shift technically ended, but before I arrived home. That initial encounter had led to an ongoing affair that had evolved into the daily morning routine once they'd established a pattern that allowed them consistent time together without raising my suspicion. The discovery happened because Sophia inadvertently revealed something she'd witnessed. We were talking one evening about her day, and she mentioned that she'd gotten up early one morning to get water and had heard funny noises coming from Carmen's room. Sophia said she'd opened Carmen's door to check if she was okay and had seen Michael wrestling with Carmen without clothes on. My blood ran cold as Sophia described what she'd seen. She clearly didn't understand what she'd witnessed. She was 7 and interpreted it through the innocent lens of not knowing what sex was. She'd thought Michael and Carmen were playing some strange game and had closed the door and gone back to her room. But I understood immediately what Sophia had actually seen. I managed to stay calm while Sophia finished her story, praising her for checking on Carmen when she heard strange noises and assuring her that everything was fine. After putting Sophia to bed, I confronted Michael. I told him what Sophia had described seeing and demanded an explanation. Michael tried various tactics. He initially claimed Sophia must have been confused or had a strange dream. When I told him I didn't believe that explanation, he admitted to the affair, but tried to minimize it, claiming it had only happened a few times, that it was a mistake, that he'd been weak, but loved me. When I pushed for details about how many times and when they'd been together, Michael eventually confessed to the 3-month pattern of daily morning encounters and acknowledged the affair had been ongoing since several months into Carmen's employment. I was shaking with rage and disbelief. Michael had been having sex with our nanny every morning in our own home, down the hall from where our daughter and I slept. Carmen had been conducting an affair with my fiancé while I paid her salary to care for my daughter. Both of them had been coming out of their morning encounters and interacting normally with Sophia and me, serving breakfast and discussing the day's plans while keeping their sexual relationship secret. Most horrifying was that Sophia had witnessed one of their encounters. My 7-year-old daughter had seen Michael and Carmen together in a way she shouldn't have seen any adults together. She'd been exposed to sexual activity in her own home by 2 adults who were supposed to be providing her with a safe, stable environment. The violation wasn't just of my relationship with Michael. It was of my daughter's innocence and sense of security in her own home. I told Michael to pack his things and leave our house immediately. He tried to argue that we should discuss the situation, that he was willing to go to counseling, that we could work through this. I responded that there was nothing to discuss. He'd been fucking our nanny in our home every morning while our daughter slept nearby, and my daughter had witnessed one of those encounters. That level of betrayal and violation of our home and Sophia's safety was unforgivable. Michael finally left to stay with a friend. I immediately fired Carmen, telling her she had until the end of the day to remove her belongings from our guest suite and never contact our family again. Carmen tried to apologize, claiming she'd never meant for Sophia to see anything and that she and Michael had genuine feelings for each other. Her justifications were offensive. She'd been conducting an affair with my fiancé while I employed her to care for my child. Whatever feelings she and Michael had were built on systematic betrayal and violation of the trust we'd placed in her. After Carmen left, I had to figure out how to address what Sophia had seen. I consulted with a child psychologist who specialized in trauma and age-appropriate discussions about adult situations. The psychologist recommended gentle conversations to assess what Sophia understood about what she'd witnessed, and to reassure her that the adults in her life would ensure she was safe and protected. Talking to Sophia about what she'd seen was one of the hardest conversations I've ever had. I explained, in age-appropriate terms, that adults sometimes do private things together that children aren't supposed to see, that what she'd witnessed was something private between adults, and that it wasn't her fault for seeing it. I reassured Sophia that both Michael and Carmen were gone, and that our home would be safe and appropriate again. Sophia seemed confused, but not particularly traumatized. She didn't fully understand what she'd seen, and her main concern seemed to be that Carmen wouldn't be her nanny anymore, and Michael wouldn't be living with us. I explained that sometimes adults make bad choices that mean they can't be part of our family anymore, and that we'd find a new nanny who would be trustworthy and appropriate. The child psychologist I consulted recommended ongoing sessions with Sophia to monitor for any delayed trauma responses and to help her process the changes to our family structure. The psychologist was concerned about the potential impact of Sophia witnessing sexual activity, and about her sense of trust and safety being violated in her own home by adults who were supposed to be caregivers. I filed a police report about Carmen's conduct while employed in our home, though the detective I spoke with said there likely wasn't criminal conduct to prosecute since Carmen and Michael were consenting adults, and Sophia hadn't been directly harmed or deliberately exposed. But I wanted the incident documented in case Carmen sought employment caring for other children. Future employers deserved to know she'd conducted an affair with her employer's fiancé in a home where a child was present. The legal aspects of ending my engagement to Michael were relatively straightforward since we weren't married and didn't share assets. But I consulted with an attorney about whether Michael's affair with our nanny in Sophia's presence could affect his contact with her. The attorney explained that since Michael wasn't Sophia's biological father and hadn't legally adopted her, he had no custody rights. I could prohibit contact between Michael and Sophia without legal complication. Michael tried to maintain contact and convince me to reconsider ending our engagement. He sent dozens of messages claiming he loved me and Sophia, that his affair with Carmen had been a terrible mistake driven by factors he was working to understand in therapy, and that he wanted a chance to prove he could be the partner and stepfather we deserved. His messages were a combination of apologies, justifications, and manipulation, trying to blame work stress, our sex life, and various other factors for his choice to conduct an affair in our home. I blocked Michael's contact and made clear through my attorney that he was not to approach our home or attempt to contact Sophia. Whatever relationship Michael thought he'd had with my daughter was over the moment he chose to have an affair with her nanny in her home. He destroyed any possibility of being a stepfather figure to Sophia through choices that had potentially traumatized her and definitely violated her trust. Finding a new nanny required extensive vetting and interviews. I had to explain to potential candidates why the previous position had ended, which was humiliating but necessary to be transparent about the situation. I eventually hired an older woman with extensive childcare experience who lived nearby and came to our house during her working hours rather than living in. I wasn't ready to have another live-in employee after Carmen's betrayal. 5 weeks after discovering Michael's affair with Carmen, I'm still processing the layers of betrayal and violation. The affair itself was terrible enough. Finding out my fiancé was cheating on me with someone nearly 13 years younger than him and whose salary I was paying. But the location of the affair, in our own home, down the hall from our bedroom in Sophia's room, and the fact that Sophia witnessed one of their encounters adds dimensions of violation that go beyond typical infidelity. I'm in therapy, processing the betrayal and the specific trauma of having my home space corrupted by Michael and Carmen's affair. The home I'd thought was safe and appropriate for my daughter was violated by 2 adults conducting daily sexual encounters while pretending to maintain normal professional and romantic relationships with me. Every space in the house now feels contaminated by knowledge of what was happening while I was unaware. Sophia is also in therapy, working through whatever impact witnessing Michael and Carmen together may have had on her. The psychologist says Sophia seems resilient, and that her lack of full understanding of what she witnessed may actually protect her from significant trauma. But we're monitoring carefully and providing Sophia with safe spaces to express any feelings or questions that emerge as she processes the changes to our family structure. What I know for certain is that Michael's choice to conduct an affair with our nanny in our home showed fundamental defects in his character and judgment. He prioritized his sexual desire over my trust, over Sophia's safety and well-being, and over basic respect for our home. Carmen showed equal lack of judgment and ethics by accepting employment to care for my child while conducting an affair with my fiancé in the home where she was supposed to provide professional childcare. I'm 34, single again, and raising Sophia with new awareness about trusting people we invite into our lives and home. The betrayal was comprehensive, romantic, domestic, and parental, all violated simultaneously by people I'd trusted in different but equally important roles. I'm moving forward with Sophia, rebuilding our home as a safe space, untainted by Michael and Carmen's betrayal, and being more cautious about who we allow into our family structure going forward. My fiancé slept with my brother the night before our wedding, and I found out during the ceremony. The absolute devastation I experienced 4 months ago when I discovered during my own wedding ceremony that my fiancé had cheated on me with my younger brother the night before has shattered every relationship in my family, destroyed the life I'd been building with someone I loved completely, and left me questioning whether I can ever trust anyone again after such a comprehensive betrayal at what should have been the happiest moment of my life. I'm 31 years old. My ex-fiancée Rachel is 29, and my brother Kyle is 26. What makes this particularly cruel is that the affair happened literally hours before Rachel was supposed to marry me, and I only found out because Kyle's ex-girlfriend showed up at the church with evidence and exposed everything in front of 150 wedding guests, turning what should have been our celebration into the most humiliating public spectacle I could imagine. Rachel and I had been together for 5 years when I proposed. We met through mutual friends and built what I thought was a rock-solid relationship based on shared values, mutual respect, and genuine love. She was an elementary school teacher. I worked as a civil engineer, and we'd bought a house together 2 years before the wedding. Everything about our relationship seemed right, and I'd never had any reason to doubt her faithfulness or commitment. My brother Kyle had always been the wild child in our family. He'd bounced between jobs, had a string of failed relationships, and generally struggled to find direction in his adult life. Despite our different personalities, we were close. I'd helped him financially several times, let him stay with Rachel and me when he was between apartments, and generally tried to be a supportive older brother. Kyle had been dating a woman named Jessica for about 8 months leading up to the wedding, and I'd invited both of them to be part of our celebration. The wedding was planned for a Saturday in June. We'd spent over a year organizing every detail, invested around $45,000 in the ceremony and reception, and were incredibly excited to finally be getting married after 5 years together. The rehearsal dinner on Friday night went perfectly. Rachel seemed happy and excited. Kyle and Jessica were there together, and everything felt exactly as it should. What I didn't know was that Kyle and Jessica had a huge fight after the rehearsal dinner. Jessica had confronted Kyle about some suspicious behavior she'd noticed, and their argument escalated until she left in tears. Kyle, drunk and upset, apparently went back to the hotel where the wedding party was staying. Rachel was also at that hotel with her bridesmaids. According to what I later learned, Kyle knocked on Rachel's door around 11 p.m. She let him in to talk, and somehow their conversation turned into them sleeping together. I was at my parents' house that night, following the tradition of the bride and groom not seeing each other before the ceremony. I had no idea that my fiancé and my brother were together. I went to bed excited about the next day, completely oblivious to the betrayal that had just occurred. The next morning proceeded normally. I got ready with my groomsmen, took photos, and arrived at the church feeling nervous but happy. The ceremony was supposed to start at 2 p.m. Guests were seated, the music was ready, and I was standing at the altar with Kyle beside me as my best man, waiting for Rachel to walk down the aisle. Then, Jessica walked into the church. She wasn't dressed for a wedding. She was in jeans and a t-shirt. She walked straight down the center aisle while the processional music was playing, and she was carrying her phone. I remember the confused murmurs from guests as this woman approached the altar. I didn't immediately recognize her because I was focused on the doors where Rachel was supposed to appear. Jessica stopped a few feet from me and Kyle. She looked at Kyle with pure hatred, then turned to me. "I'm so sorry to do this here," she said, "but you need to see this before you marry her." She held out her phone, which was open to a video. The video was security camera footage from the hotel hallway. The timestamp showed 11:14 p.m. the previous night. In the video, Kyle knocked on a door marked 412. I later confirmed this was Rachel's room number. Rachel opened the door. She and Kyle talked for a moment, then Kyle entered the room. The door closed. Nothing happened for about 45 minutes of fast-forwarded footage. Then the door opened again at 12:02 a.m., and Kyle left, clearly adjusting his clothes. I stared at the phone in complete disbelief. Jessica started talking rapidly, explaining that she'd suspected something after their fight and had asked hotel security to check their hallway cameras. She'd confirmed which room was Rachel's, saw this footage, and decided I needed to know before I made the biggest mistake of my life. The church was completely silent. Everyone could sense something terrible was happening, but most guests couldn't see or hear the details. I looked at Kyle, who had gone completely pale. "Tell me this isn't what it looks like," I said. Kyle couldn't even make eye contact. His silence was confirmation enough. Rachel had started walking down the aisle with her father during this confrontation. She could see something was wrong, but couldn't hear what was being said. She reached the altar looking confused, and her father looked concerned. I turned to Rachel and in front of everyone asked, "Did you sleep with Kyle last night?" Rachel's face went through shock, confusion, fear, and then resignation in the span of about 3 seconds. She didn't answer verbally, but her expression told me everything. The church erupted in gasps and murmurs. Rachel's father looked between his daughter and me with growing horror. Kyle was backing away from the altar like he wanted to disappear. I felt like I was going to be sick. I looked at the 150 people who had gathered to celebrate our marriage, at my parents in the front row looking devastated, at Rachel's mother who was starting to cry. "The wedding is off," I announced. My voice was shaking but clear. "I'm sorry you all came here for nothing, but there isn't going to be a wedding." I walked out of the church. I didn't run. I just walked steadily down the aisle and out the doors to my car. Behind me, I could hear chaos erupting, people shouting, Rachel crying, her bridesmaids trying to figure out what had happened. I got in my car and drove to the house Rachel and I owned together, the house we'd bought, planning to build a life. I spent the next several hours alone, processing the most surreal betrayal I could imagine. My phone was exploding with calls and texts from family and friends. I ignored all of them. I just sat in the living room of the house Rachel and I shared, looking at all the evidence of our relationship. Photos from vacations, furniture we'd picked out together, the life we'd built that was now completely destroyed. Rachel came home around 7 p.m., still in her wedding dress. She looked like she'd been crying for hours. She tried to explain, tried to apologize, tried to make me understand how it had happened. According to her story, Kyle had been upset about Jessica and needed someone to talk to. They'd been drinking. One thing led to another. It was a terrible mistake. She loved me. She wanted to marry me. She regretted it immediately. None of her explanations mattered. She'd slept with my brother less than 24 hours before our wedding. While I was at my parents' house excited about marrying her the next day, she was betraying me with my own brother in a hotel room. The magnitude of the betrayal was incomprehensible. I told Rachel she needed to leave. She protested, saying it was her house too and we needed to talk. I told her that if she didn't leave immediately, I was going to leave and she'd never see me again. She finally gathered some clothes and left, going to stay with her parents. I was alone in the house we'd shared, surrounded by remnants of a relationship that had been destroyed in the cruelest possible way. The fallout over the following days and weeks was extensive. My parents were devastated and furious with Kyle. My mother couldn't even look at him without crying. My father told Kyle he was ashamed to call him his son. Kyle tried to apologize to me multiple times, but I refused all contact. How do you apologize for sleeping with your brother's fiancée the night before their wedding? There aren't words that could possibly make that okay. Rachel's family was equally upset. Her parents apparently had a massive fight about whether they'd raised her to have such terrible judgment and values. Her sister, who'd been her maid of honor, reportedly told Rachel she was disgusted by what she'd done. The betrayal had consequences that rippled through both of our families. Friends were divided in their responses. Some people were supportive and outraged on my behalf. Others seemed uncomfortable and didn't know what to say. A few people suggested I should consider forgiveness and counseling with Rachel. Those suggestions made me furious. There was no universe in which I was forgiving someone who slept with my brother hours before our wedding. The practical complications were enormous. We had a house together with both our names on the mortgage. We had joint bank accounts, shared assets, and intertwined finances from 5 years together. We'd just spent $45,000 on a wedding that didn't happen, with most of those costs being non-refundable. We had gifts from guests that needed to be returned. Every aspect of our shared life had to be untangled. I hired an attorney immediately to handle the property division and financial separation. Rachel wanted to keep the house, but I refused to let her have it. We'd bought it together, planning our future, and I wasn't going to let her stay there after what she'd done. We eventually agreed to sell the house and split the proceeds. The legal process of ending our domestic partnership and dividing assets has taken months and cost thousands in attorney fees. The emotional recovery has been even more complicated than the legal process. I've been in therapy trying to process the betrayal and the public humiliation of having my wedding explode in front of 150 people. My therapist keeps emphasizing that neither Rachel's nor Kyle's choices were my fault, that cheating is always about the cheater's character flaws, rather than anything lacking in the betrayed partner. Intellectually, I understand that, but emotionally, I keep questioning everything. I keep replaying our entire 5-year relationship, wondering if there were signs I missed. Was this really a one-time drunken mistake, as Rachel claimed? Or had there been something between her and Kyle that I'd been blind to? I remember times Rachel and Kyle had talked at family gatherings, times Kyle had been at our house, and I wonder if I missed something obvious. My therapist says this kind of questioning is normal after betrayal, but that it's also unproductive. I can't change the past or know what I didn't know at the time. The most painful aspect is the double betrayal. I didn't just lose my fiancé, I lost my brother. 2 of the most important relationships in my life were destroyed simultaneously. Kyle has tried reaching out several times through our parents, asking to meet and apologize properly. I've refused every attempt. I'm not ready to hear whatever excuses or justifications he wants to offer. Maybe someday I'll be willing to have that conversation. But 4 months after my wedding exploded because of his betrayal, I'm nowhere near ready. My parents are caught in the middle of the situation with their sons. They're furious with Kyle, but he's still their child. They want family healing and reconciliation eventually. They've suggested family therapy to work through the betrayal and rebuild relationships. I've told them I'm not ready for that, and I don't know if I ever will be. They're trying to be supportive of me while also not completely cutting off Kyle, which I understand intellectually, but which also feels like they're not fully taking my side. Rachel has tried to maintain contact more persistently than Kyle. She sent emails, texts, and letters expressing remorse and asking for another chance. She claims she loves me, that sleeping with Kyle was the biggest mistake of her life, and that we can rebuild trust if I'm willing to try. She seems to genuinely believe that our 5-year relationship and the life we built together should outweigh one night of betrayal. I don't share that belief. To me, sleeping with my brother the night before our wedding shows such a profound lack of respect, judgment, and loyalty that it invalidates everything that came before. How can I trust someone who made that choice at that moment? How can I build a life with someone who betrayed me so completely when she was supposed to be most committed to our future? Friends have had mixed reactions to my refusal to consider reconciliation with Rachel. Some completely support my decision and think Rachel's behavior was unforgivable. Others think I should at least hear her out, that 5 years together deserves consideration, that people make mistakes. I find the latter group's suggestions insulting. This wasn't a mistake like forgetting an anniversary or saying something hurtful in an argument. This was a deliberate choice to have sex with my brother hours before marrying me. The financial losses from the canceled wedding are significant, but ultimately not the main concern. We lost most of the $45,000 we'd spent on deposits and arrangements. Some vendors were sympathetic and refunded portions, but most kept our money since we'd canceled less than 24 hours before the event. The financial hit is painful, but it's nothing compared to the emotional devastation. The house sold last month, and we split the proceeds. Rachel moved to a different city to start fresh, according to mutual friends who've stayed in touch with her. She apparently left her teaching job and is working for a different school district where nobody knows about the wedding scandal. She's trying to rebuild her life somewhere she won't constantly run into people who know what happened. Kyle is still in the area, and I occasionally hear updates from family about how he's doing. He apparently broke up with Jessica immediately after the wedding disaster. Unsurprisingly, she wanted nothing to do with him after he proved he was exactly the cheater she'd suspected. Kyle has been in therapy and is allegedly working on himself and understanding why he made such a destructive choice. I don't care about his personal growth journey. He can become a saint, and it won't change what he did. The most unexpected aspect of this entire nightmare has been Jessica's role. She exposed the affair in the most dramatic possible way, but she also saved me from making a terrible mistake. If she hadn't shown up with that hotel footage, I would have married Rachel without knowing about the betrayal. I would have built more of my life with someone who'd already proven she couldn't be trusted at the most important moment. Jessica reached out a few weeks after the wedding to apologize for the public nature of the revelation. She said she'd debated telling me privately, but was worried I wouldn't believe her without proof, and that Rachel would convince me she was lying out of jealousy. I told Jessica I was grateful she'd exposed the truth, regardless of how dramatically it happened. The public humiliation was awful, but discovering months or years into a marriage that my wife had slept with my brother the night before our wedding would have been infinitely worse. Jessica and I have stayed in occasional contact. She's dealing with her own processing of Kyle's betrayal and the explosive end of their relationship. 4 months after the disaster, I'm slowly rebuilding my life. I moved into a new apartment after the house sold. I'm focusing on work and have actually been promoted recently to a senior engineering position that requires more travel. The travel is good. It keeps me busy and prevents me from sitting alone, dwelling on everything that happened. I'm not dating and have no interest in relationships right now. My therapist says that's normal after such a comprehensive betrayal, and that I need time to heal before I'll be emotionally available for a new relationship. Friends keep suggesting dating apps or trying to set me up with people they know, but I shut those conversations down immediately. I'm not ready to trust anyone that way again. The question people keep asking is whether I'll ever forgive Rachel and Kyle. My answer right now is no. Maybe that will change with time and more therapy, but currently I can't imagine forgiving either of them. They both made choices that destroyed my wedding day, my family relationships, and my faith in the people I loved most. Forgiveness feels impossible when the wounds are still this raw. Some people think my refusal to forgive is me being stuck in anger and preventing my own healing. My therapist disagrees. She says forgiveness isn't required for healing, and that I can move forward without forgiving people who betrayed me so profoundly. Forgiveness is something you choose when and if you're ready, not something you owe to people who've hurt you. What I know for certain is that I made the right decision walking out of that church and ending the relationship immediately. I didn't give Rachel a chance to explain or convince me to try counseling or suggest we could work through it. I recognized that what she'd done was unforgivable, and I acted accordingly. Some people think I was too hasty, but I think I saved myself years of trying to rebuild trust with someone who'd proven she couldn't be trusted. The path forward is unclear. I'm 31, single, living alone, and trying to rebuild trust in people after the two people I trusted most betrayed me in the worst possible way. I'm working with my therapist on processing the trauma and learning how to trust again eventually. I'm focusing on my career and my friendships and taking things one day at a time. I don't have a satisfying conclusion because I'm still in the middle of recovering from what happened, but I'm moving forward with integrity and self-respect intact. Rachel and Kyle made choices that destroyed their relationships with me and with many other people in their lives. I'm not going to let their betrayal define the rest of my story, even though right now it feels like it defines everything. The wedding that never happened is still the lens through which I see everything in my life. But I'm working toward a future where it's just a painful chapter in my history, rather than the defining event of my entire life. That's the best I can hope for right now. That eventually this will hurt less, that I'll trust again, and that I'll build a life with someone who would never betray me the way Rachel did. For now, I'm just surviving and trying to heal one day at a time. My fiancé was cheating with my dad, and they're now expecting a baby together. The unspeakably grotesque betrayal I discovered 6 months ago has destroyed not only my upcoming marriage, but my entire family structure, as I learned that my 28-year-old fiancée Rebecca had been conducting a year-long affair with my 52-year-old father, and that they're now expecting a child together that my father is openly excited about, while my mother files for divorce and I'm left processing the most disturbing relationship violation imaginable. I'm 30 years old, and what makes this situation transcend typical infidelity into something almost incomprehensible is the dual betrayal from the two people who should have been most committed to my well-being, my future wife and my own father. And the fact that they're now planning a life together that includes raising a baby who will simultaneously be my sibling and my ex-fiancé's child. Creating a family dynamic so twisted that therapists have struggled to help me process the psychological damage. Rebecca and I had been together for 4 years when I proposed 2 years ago. We'd met through mutual friends and had built what I believed was a strong relationship based on shared interests, compatible personalities, and genuine love. Rebecca worked as a dental hygienist while I was a software developer, and we'd been living together for 3 years in an apartment we'd rented, with plans to buy a house after our wedding. The wedding was scheduled for this coming October, with invitations already sent and most planning completed. My father Richard had been married to my mother Patricia for 32 years. They'd raised me and my younger sister in what appeared to be a stable, loving family. Dad worked as an electrical contractor running his own small business, while Mom was a nurse at the local hospital. They'd seemed happy together, or at least content in the way long-married couples often are. I'd never suspected any problems in their marriage or any inappropriate interest my father might have in younger women, let alone in my fiancée. Rebecca and my family had gotten along well throughout our relationship. She'd attended family dinners, holiday celebrations, and had been integrated into our family social circle. Dad had been friendly toward Rebecca in what I'd interpreted as normal future father-in-law behavior, joking with her, asking about her work, and generally being welcoming. I'd never noticed anything inappropriate or concerning in their interactions. The affair apparently began about a year ago, when Rebecca had needed help with some plumbing issues at our apartment. I'd been traveling for work, and Rebecca had called my dad, asking if he could recommend someone to fix a leaking pipe. Dad had come over himself to take care of the problem, and according to what I later learned, that visit had led to them talking for hours and discovering a connection that neither of them had expected or initially acted on. Over the following weeks, Rebecca and my father had apparently continued communicating through text messages and occasional phone calls. They'd rationalized their growing emotional connection as an innocent friendship, Rebecca viewing Dad as a father figure and mentor, Dad viewing Rebecca as someone who made him feel young and appreciated. But the friendship had gradually become romantic and then physical, with Rebecca and Dad starting a sexual relationship that they'd both known was horrifically wrong, but had apparently been unable or unwilling to stop. I discovered the affair in the most traumatic way possible. I'd stopped by my parents' house unexpectedly one afternoon to drop off some tools I'd borrowed from Dad. Mom was at work, and I'd assumed Dad was at a job site. I'd used my key to let myself in and had heard sounds from upstairs. Thinking Dad might be home sick or working on something, I'd gone upstairs and found my father and my fiancée together in my parents' bedroom, obviously in the middle of intimate activity. The image of walking in on my father and my fiancée together is burned into my memory as the worst moment of my life. I stood frozen in the doorway while they scrambled to cover themselves, both looking at me with identical expressions of horror and shame. I couldn't speak, couldn't move, couldn't process what I was seeing. My father, my fiancée, together in my parents' bed. I eventually turned and walked out of the house, got in my car and drove aimlessly for hours. I didn't know where to go or what to do with the images and emotions overwhelming me. The two people I'd trusted most had betrayed me in the most fundamental way possible. My father had been sleeping with the woman I was planning to marry. Rebecca had been sleeping with my father. The wrongness of it was so profound that I couldn't find frameworks to even begin processing it. When I finally went home to the apartment Rebecca and I shared, she was already there waiting for me. She'd been crying and was clearly distraught, but she also seemed prepared to explain and justify what had happened. According to Rebecca, she and Dad had developed feelings for each other that had become impossible to resist. She claimed she still loved me, but that what she had with Dad was different and special. She said they'd tried to fight their attraction, but had eventually given in to feelings they couldn't control. Her explanation was obscene. Rebecca was trying to characterize an affair with my father, a man 24 years older than her and married to my mother, as some kind of romantic destiny, rather than recognizing it as the repulsive betrayal it was. She'd been sleeping with my father while planning our wedding, while living in our shared apartment, while interacting with my mother at family gatherings. The deception had been comprehensive and sustained. I told Rebecca to get out of our apartment immediately. She tried to argue that we needed to talk more, that I didn't understand the complexity of the situation, that she needed time to help me process everything. I responded that the only thing I needed from her was for her to leave and never contact me again. She finally packed some clothes and left, going to stay with a friend while I remained in the apartment we'd shared, surrounded by evidence of the life we'd been building together. The next confrontation was with my father. I went to my parents' house the following day when I knew Mom would be at work. Dad was there, and clearly had been dreading this conversation. He tried to approach the discussion as a difficult family matter that we needed to work through together. I told him that we didn't have a family relationship anymore. He'd destroyed that when he'd started sleeping with my fiancée. Dad tried various justifications. He claimed he'd fallen in love with Rebecca, and that while he knew it was wrong, love wasn't something you could control. He said he'd been going through a midlife crisis, and Rebecca had made him feel alive again. He insisted he'd never meant to hurt me or Mom, but that sometimes people's paths take unexpected directions. His rationalizations were disgusting. He was trying to frame betraying his son and his wife as some kind of personal growth journey. I told Dad that I wanted nothing to do with him, and that from that moment forward, he was not my father in any meaningful sense. He'd forfeited that relationship when he'd chosen to sleep with my fiancée. Dad became emotional, crying and saying I was his son and he loved me, and that he hoped eventually I could forgive him. I walked out while he was still talking. The next impossible task was telling my mother what had happened. She deserved to know that her husband had been cheating on her with our son's fiancée, but delivering that information was one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I met Mom for coffee and explained everything I'd discovered. She was initially in disbelief, then devastated as she processed the dual betrayal from her husband and from the young woman she'd welcomed into the family. Mom's pain was in some ways even more heartbreaking than my own. She'd been married to Dad for 32 years, had built a life with him, and was now learning he'd thrown all of that away for an affair with a woman less than half his age who happened to be their son's fiancée. The disrespect to Mom was comprehensive. Dad had not only cheated, but had done so in the most humiliating way possible. Mom filed for divorce immediately. She told Dad she wanted him out of their house and that she'd be pursuing the most aggressive divorce possible given his infidelity. Dad apparently tried to convince Mom that his relationship with Rebecca was real love, and that while he regretted hurting everyone, he couldn't deny his feelings. Mom's response was to tell him he was a pathetic cliché, and that she hoped he and Rebecca would be miserable together. The next shock came 2 months after the discovery. Rebecca contacted me to say she was pregnant, and that the baby was Dad's. She claimed she'd thought I deserved to know, though whether she was telling me out of genuine consideration or because the pregnancy would become obvious eventually, I couldn't tell. Rebecca said she and Dad were planning to stay together and raise the baby. The pregnancy added another layer of grotesque complication to an already unthinkable situation. My father was going to have a baby with my ex-fiancée. The child would biologically be my sibling, but would be raised by my father and the woman I'd been planning to marry. The family tree was now a twisted nightmare that couldn't be explained in normal terms. Rebecca apparently wanted to maintain some kind of cordial relationship for the sake of future family gatherings and the baby's well-being. She sent me a long email explaining that she understood I was angry, but that eventually we'd all need to figure out how to coexist as family, since the baby would connect all of us. Her assumption that I'd ever voluntarily spend time with her, my father, and their affair baby was delusional. I blocked Rebecca's number and email address. I told my mother that I supported her completely, and that I wanted nothing to do with Dad or Rebecca going forward. Mom appreciated my support and said she felt the same way. She had no interest in ever seeing Dad again, and certainly no interest in meeting the baby he was having with my ex-fiancée. My younger sister has been caught in the middle of the family implosion. She's disgusted by what Dad did, but he's still her father, and she's struggling with whether to maintain any relationship with him. She's also conflicted about the baby. It will be her sibling, regardless of the terrible circumstances of conception. I've told my sister I don't want to hear about Dad or Rebecca or the pregnancy, but I understand her position is more complicated than mine. The practical complications have been extensive. Canceling the wedding involved losing deposits and explaining to friends and family why the marriage wasn't happening. I eventually told people the truth, that Rebecca had been having an affair with my father, and that they were now expecting a baby together. The reactions were universally shocked and sympathetic, though some people clearly didn't believe me initially because the situation seemed too bizarre to be real. The apartment Rebecca and I had shared was in both our names, creating financial complications. I eventually bought out her portion of the lease, and she moved into an apartment with Dad after he moved out of my parents' house. The knowledge that Rebecca and Dad are now living together as a couple and preparing for their baby is something I try not to think about but can't completely avoid. My mother has been my primary support system through this nightmare. We've bonded over the shared betrayal and have spent many evenings talking about how to process what Dad and Rebecca did to us. Mom is further along in her healing because she's been through relationship betrayals before and has more life experience. She's also been able to find some dark humor in the situation. She jokes that at least Dad traded her in for someone young enough to be damaged goods rather than someone actually desirable. I've been in intensive therapy, working through the trauma of discovering my fiancé's affair with my father. My therapist specializes in complex family trauma and says this is one of the most disturbing cases she's encountered in her career. The dual betrayal from both a partner and a parent creates complicated emotional dynamics that don't have easy resolution paths. Beyond the individual betrayals, there's the violation of fundamental social taboos that makes the situation feel almost incestuous, even though there's no blood relationship between Rebecca and me. 6 months after discovering the affair, Dad and Rebecca are apparently happy together and preparing for their baby, who's due in 3 months. They're living as a couple and have apparently integrated into each other's lives completely. Dad's former friends and business associates are reportedly disgusted by his behavior. But Rebecca's friends seem more divided, some condemning her for sleeping with her fiancé's father, others apparently viewing it as a complicated situation where feelings developed unexpectedly. I've had zero contact with either Dad or Rebecca since telling each of them I wanted nothing to do with them. They've both tried to reach out periodically, Dad through my sister and Rebecca through mutual friends, but I've been absolutely clear that I have no interest in communication or reconciliation. They destroyed my ability to trust either of them and poisoned my understanding of my own family structure. The question people keep asking is whether I'll eventually forgive Dad or be willing to meet my future sibling. My answer is no to both. Dad didn't just have an affair. He had an affair with my fiancée, someone he knew I loved and was planning to marry. The betrayal was so comprehensive and the disrespect so profound that forgiveness seems impossible. As for the baby, I recognize intellectually that the child is innocent, but I have no interest in a relationship with a constant reminder of Dad's affair with Rebecca. What I know for certain is that Dad and Rebecca both made choices that destroyed my family and my upcoming marriage for their own selfish desires. They chose each other over their existing commitments and over the basic social conventions that make parent-child relationships and romantic partnerships different spheres. The fact that they're now planning a life together and having a baby doesn't legitimize what they did. It just means they're committed to the relationship they built through betrayal. I'm 30, single, and rebuilding a life after my fiancée had an affair with my father and is now pregnant with his child. The situation is so absurd that people who haven't experienced it struggle to believe it's real. But I'm living with the aftermath of one of the most profound betrayals possible, and trying to find a path forward that doesn't include the two people who should have been most committed to my well-being, but who instead chose each other. My fiancé's bachelorette party was actually a final hookup with her ex-boyfriend. The absolutely soul-crushing revelation I received 2 days after what was supposed to be my fiancé's innocent bachelorette weekend has exposed that the woman I was set to marry in 3 weeks had orchestrated an elaborate final encounter with her ex-boyfriend under the guise of a girls' celebration, complete with lies from her closest friends who helped facilitate the deception. I'm 33 years old, my now ex-fiancée Olivia is 31, and the ex-boyfriend she couldn't resist seeing one last time before our wedding is her college sweetheart Nathan, 32, who she'd claimed to have completely moved on from years ago. What makes this betrayal particularly excruciating is not just the physical infidelity itself, but the discovery that Olivia had been emotionally involved with Nathan throughout most of our 3-year relationship, that their closure weekend was actually a test to see if they still had feelings for each other, and that Olivia was planning to go through with our wedding regardless of what happened that weekend, because she viewed our relationship as the safe choice, while Nathan represented the passionate connection she couldn't quite release. Olivia and I had met through a mutual friend at a dinner party 3 years ago, and had developed what I thought was a mature, stable relationship built on compatibility and shared life goals. Unlike some of the dramatic, tumultuous relationships I'd had in my 20s, What Olivia and I had seemed healthy and grounded. She worked as a pharmaceutical rep, while I was an operations manager at a manufacturing company. We'd moved in together after a year of dating, got engaged 6 months ago, and had been planning a wedding that was now just 3 weeks away. Olivia had been with Nathan throughout college and for 2 years afterward, a total of 6 years that she'd described as intense and passionate, but ultimately dysfunctional. According to what Olivia had told me when we first started dating, she and Nathan had broken up 3 years before we met because they wanted different things in life, and because the relationship had become too volatile, with constant arguments and breakups. She'd characterized Nathan as someone she'd loved deeply, but who wasn't right for her long term. She'd assured me that she'd had complete closure with Nathan, and that their relationship was firmly in the past. What I didn't know was that Olivia had never truly ended her emotional connection to Nathan. They'd maintained sporadic contact over the years, despite Olivia claiming they had no relationship. She'd see him occasionally at mutual friends' events, and they'd exchange messages on social media, more frequently than she'd ever disclosed to me. According to what I later discovered, Olivia had been comparing our relationship to what she'd had with Nathan throughout our entire time together, finding our relationship stable and comfortable, but lacking the intensity and passion she'd experienced with him. The bachelorette party was planned for a weekend at a beach house about 3 hours away. Olivia's maid of honor and 5 bridesmaids were supposedly organizing the celebration. Spa treatments, wine tasting, beach activities, and typical bachelorette festivities. I'd been supportive and excited for Olivia to have a fun weekend with her closest friends before our wedding. My own bachelor party was planned for the following weekend, and we'd been looking forward to these final pre-wedding celebrations with our respective friend groups. Olivia left on Friday morning for what was supposed to be a Friday through Sunday beach house weekend. She'd texted me periodically over the weekend with brief updates and a few photos of the bridesmaids at the beach house. Everything had seemed normal. I'd had no reason to suspect anything was wrong. Olivia returned Sunday evening, seeming somewhat quiet and withdrawn, but I'd attributed that to exhaustion from a weekend of celebrating and possibly a hangover. The truth emerged 2 days later when Olivia's best friend and maid of honor, Jessica, showed up at our apartment while Olivia was at work. Jessica was crying and clearly distraught. She told me she couldn't let me marry Olivia without knowing what had really happened during the bachelorette weekend. According to Jessica, she'd been increasingly uncomfortable with participating in Olivia's deception, and had finally decided I deserved to know the truth before legally binding myself to someone who'd betrayed me so comprehensively. The bachelorette party had indeed involved Olivia going to a beach house with her bridesmaids, but Nathan had also been there, secretly invited by Olivia under the pretext of getting closure before her wedding. The bridesmaids had been told that Olivia needed to see Nathan one final time to properly end that chapter of her life before marrying me. Some of the bridesmaids had been uncomfortable with the plan, but had gone along with it because Olivia had insisted it was necessary for her emotional well-being. According to Jessica, Olivia and Nathan had spent most of the weekend together, while the bridesmaids had given them space. They'd taken long walks on the beach, had private dinners, and had ultimately spent Saturday night together in one of the beach house bedrooms. Jessica didn't know all the details of what had happened physically, but it was clear that Olivia and Nathan had been intimate during the weekend in whatever ways they'd chosen. Jessica said that after the weekend, Olivia had told the bridesmaids that seeing Nathan had confirmed she was making the right choice in marrying me, that the passion she'd felt with Nathan wasn't sustainable, and that our stable relationship was what she wanted for her future. But Jessica felt that was a rationalization, and that Olivia had actually been testing whether she and Nathan could rekindle their relationship. When Nathan apparently hadn't offered to get back together seriously, Olivia had decided to proceed with our wedding as her backup plan. I sat in our living room listening to Jessica's tearful confession, feeling my entire world collapse. The woman I was supposed to marry in 3 weeks had secretly met with her ex-boyfriend during her bachelorette weekend, had been intimate with him, and had been planning to go through with our wedding without ever telling me what had happened. The bridesmaids, who were supposed to celebrate Olivia's commitment to me, had instead facilitated a secret romantic weekend with her ex. Jessica apologized repeatedly for not telling me sooner and for participating in the deception at all. She said she'd been torn between loyalty to Olivia and her conscience about letting me marry someone who'd betrayed me. She'd finally decided she couldn't live with the guilt of being complicit in such a fundamental deception. Jessica gave me her phone, where she'd saved text messages from the bridesmaids group chat discussing Olivia's weekend with Nathan, including messages where they'd coordinated cover stories and discussed what to tell me if I asked questions. After Jessica left, I sat alone trying to process what I'd learned. I pulled up the photos Olivia had sent me from the bachelorette weekend, pictures of the bridesmaids at the beach house that had been carefully staged to look like a normal girls' weekend, while Nathan was apparently somewhere just outside the frame. The deception was so calculated and involved so many people actively lying to me that I felt sick. When Olivia came home from work that evening, I confronted her immediately. I told her Jessica had confessed about Nathan being at the beach house and about Olivia's true reason for the bachelorette weekend. Olivia's face went through shock, panic, and then resignation. She didn't even try to deny what had happened. She just started crying and trying to explain. According to Olivia's tearful explanation, she'd been having doubts about our wedding as the date approached. Not doubts about me specifically, but doubts about whether she was making the right choice for her life. She'd been thinking about Nathan and the intensity of what they'd shared, and she'd wondered if she was settling for safety and stability over real passion. She'd decided she needed to see Nathan one more time to determine if those feelings were real or just nostalgia and cold feet about marriage. Olivia claimed that seeing Nathan had actually confirmed she wanted to marry me. She said the weekend had given her the closure she'd apparently never actually had, and that she'd realized our relationship was what she truly wanted for her future. She insisted that her feelings for Nathan were nostalgia for youth and intensity, but not what she wanted long-term. She begged me to understand that the weekend with Nathan had paradoxically strengthened her commitment to me by proving Nathan wasn't right for her. Her justifications were insulting and delusional. Olivia had cheated on me with her ex-boyfriend during what was supposed to be her bachelorette celebration. She'd involved her entire bridal party in an elaborate deception. She'd been planning to marry me in 3 weeks without ever disclosing what had happened. And now, she wanted me to understand and forgive, because supposedly, the affair had confirmed she wanted to be with me. I told Olivia the wedding was canceled, and that our relationship was over. She panicked immediately, saying I was overreacting and that we could work through this. She claimed every bride has cold feet, and that she'd just handled hers poorly. She said canceling the wedding 3 weeks out would be humiliating and expensive, and that we should at least go through with the marriage and then work on our issues afterward. The suggestion that we should proceed with the wedding, despite her having cheated on me during her bachelorette weekend, was so absurd I almost laughed. I told Olivia she needed to leave our apartment immediately. She protested that her name was on the lease too, and that she had rights. I responded that if she didn't leave voluntarily, I would leave, and she could explain to everyone why the wedding was canceled and why I'd moved out 3 weeks before the ceremony. Olivia finally packed a bag and left to stay with her parents. She sent me dozens of text messages over the following hours and days, alternating between apologizing, justifying her actions, and trying to convince me we could salvage the wedding. She claimed she loved me, and that her weekend with Nathan had been a mistake, but had ultimately confirmed her commitment to me. She said throwing away 3 years together over 1 weekend was a disproportionate response. But this wasn't just 1 weekend. It was the culmination of 3 years of Olivia never fully letting go of Nathan, of comparing our relationship to what she'd had with him, of maintaining a connection she'd claimed didn't exist. The bachelorette weekend was when the emotional affair became physical, but the emotional betrayal had been ongoing throughout our relationship. I began the process of canceling the wedding, notifying the venue, the caterer, the photographer, and all the other vendors. We lost most of our deposits and payments, since cancellations 3 weeks out meant forfeiting almost everything. The financial loss was approximately $35,000 in total, a devastating hit to our savings. But I'd rather lose $35,000 than legally bind myself to someone who'd proven she couldn't be trusted. Notifying guests was humiliating, but necessary. I sent a message to the guest list explaining that the wedding was canceled due to circumstances that had recently come to light, that Olivia and I would not be getting married, and that I apologized for any inconvenience to those who'd made travel arrangements. I didn't include explicit details about Olivia's cheating in the mass message, but I was honest with close friends and family who asked what had happened. The reactions from Olivia's bridesmaids were mixed. Jessica was supportive and continued apologizing for not telling me sooner. 2 other bridesmaids reached out to apologize for their part in the deception, saying they'd been uncomfortable but hadn't known how to refuse Olivia's request for their cooperation. The remaining bridesmaids apparently defended Olivia, claiming I was overreacting to normal pre-wedding jitters and that Olivia's need for closure with Nathan was understandable. The bridesmaids who defended Olivia's actions revealed their own ethical standards, or lack thereof. The idea that orchestrating a secret romantic weekend with an ex-boyfriend during a bachelorette party was understandable showed such a fundamental disconnect from appropriate relationship behavior that I was glad to cut those people out of my life along with Olivia. My family was outraged on my behalf and incredibly supportive. My parents had been looking forward to the wedding and had invested emotionally and financially in our celebration. Learning that Olivia had cheated during her bachelorette weekend shocked and angered them. My sister, who had been friendly with Olivia, immediately cut off contact and told Olivia exactly what she thought of her choices and character. Olivia's parents reached out, trying to mediate and save the wedding. They claimed Olivia had made a terrible mistake, but that she genuinely loved me and wanted to marry me. They suggested couples counseling and postponing the wedding rather than canceling it entirely. I told them I appreciated their concern, but that Olivia's betrayal was too fundamental for me to consider reconciliation. They seemed disappointed, but ultimately respected my decision. The question of what happened between Olivia and Nathan during the bachelorette weekend continued haunting me, despite my decision to end the relationship. I didn't need explicit details to know the relationship was over, but my mind kept creating images and scenarios. Jessica eventually told me that, according to the bridesmaids group chat, Olivia and Nathan had definitely been physically intimate, though Jessica didn't know the full extent of what had occurred. I also learned through mutual acquaintances that Nathan had apparently not wanted to rekindle a serious relationship with Olivia. He'd been willing to spend a weekend with her, but hadn't offered any kind of commitment or future together. Olivia had essentially cheated on me for a weekend with an ex who'd then declined to be with her, leaving her to proceed with our wedding as her consolation prize. The knowledge that I'd been Olivia's backup option after Nathan rejected her made the betrayal even more insulting. The divorce of our shared life, we'd been living together for 2 years, was complicated and painful. We had joint lease obligations, shared furniture and household items, and merged finances that needed to be disentangled. Everything became a negotiation through attorneys because I refused to communicate with Olivia directly beyond logistical necessities. She'd wanted to handle everything personally and had been hurt by my insistence on legal mediation. But I had no interest in the emotional manipulation I knew would accompany any direct conversations. Olivia has tried repeatedly to maintain contact and convince me to reconsider. She sent long emails explaining her psychology, her fears about marriage, and her genuine love for me despite her weekend with Nathan. She suggested that her cheating was actually a sign of how seriously she took our commitment, that she needed absolute certainty before marriage, and that seeing Nathan had given her that certainty. Her rationalizations were sophisticated, but ultimately self-serving attempts to avoid full accountability for her choices. 3 months after Jessica's confession, I'm still processing the betrayal and rebuilding my life. I'm 33, single, living in a new apartment after moving out of the place Olivia and I shared, and trying to reconstruct my sense of identity beyond being Olivia's fiancé. The wedding that never happened still haunts me. I sometimes wake up thinking it's my wedding day, before remembering that Olivia destroyed our future together during a bachelorette weekend that was supposed to celebrate our commitment. I'm in therapy, working through trust issues, and processing the specific pain of being someone's second choice and backup plan. My therapist has been helpful in validating that Olivia's behavior was a massive betrayal, regardless of her claimed motivations or her insistence that the weekend with Nathan had confirmed her feelings for me. The emotional affair that preceded the physical betrayal was itself a fundamental violation of our relationship. What I know for certain is that discovering Olivia's deception before the wedding, rather than after, saved me from an even worse fate. If Jessica hadn't confessed, I would have married Olivia without knowing about her weekend with Nathan. I might have discovered the truth months or years into our marriage, or I might have remained ignorant while Olivia kept the secret forever. Either scenario would have been worse than the painful discovery 3 weeks before the wedding. The path forward is unclear and difficult, but I'm moving forward with integrity and with the knowledge that Olivia's betrayal was about her character and her inability to fully commit to our relationship, not about any deficiency in me or what we had together. I was ready to commit to her completely, and she responded by testing whether her ex-boyfriend might be a better option. Those choices revealed who Olivia is and what our marriage would have been built on. I'm grateful for the painful truth over the comfortable lie I might have lived with indefinitely. My girlfriend's girl trip was actually a vacation with the guy she's been seeing behind my back. The absolutely crushing discovery I made 2 weeks ago when I decided to surprise my girlfriend of 3 years at her hotel during what was supposed to be a girls-only weekend getaway has obliterated my trust in relationships and revealed that the woman I was planning to propose to has been conducting a 6-month affair with a coworker while maintaining our relationship as though nothing was wrong. I'm 32 years old. My girlfriend Melissa is 30. And the man I found her with is a 35-year-old architect named Ryan, who works at the same firm where Melissa is an interior designer. What makes this betrayal particularly devastating is the elaborate planning that went into deceiving me. Melissa convinced her best friend Sarah to provide cover stories, manufactured fake group text conversations to make the girls' trip seem legitimate, and coordinated with Ryan to take vacation days that aligned with her supposed weekend away. All while I was at home researching engagement rings and planning to propose when she returned from what I believed was an innocent trip with her friends. Melissa and I had been together for 3 years, living together for the past 18 months, in an apartment we'd rented, with plans to eventually buy a house together. Our relationship seemed solid. We rarely fought, had similar life goals, and talked openly about getting married and starting a family within the next few years. Melissa worked as an interior designer at a prestigious architecture firm downtown, a job she'd started about 9 months ago after leaving a smaller company. She'd been excited about the new position and the creative opportunities it offered, and I'd been supportive of the career move, even though her new schedule meant later hours and occasional work travel. About 3 months into her new job, Melissa started mentioning a colleague named Ryan, who she worked with on several high-profile projects. She'd talk about Ryan's design philosophy, his interesting perspective on certain projects, and how well they collaborated. I'd thought nothing of it. Melissa had male colleagues before, and I wasn't the jealous type. She seemed happy at work, and I was glad she'd found a position where she felt creatively fulfilled. Then 2 months ago, Melissa told me about a girls' weekend trip that Sarah was organizing. 4 of Melissa's friends were supposedly planning a long weekend at a resort about 3 hours away. Spa treatments, wine tasting, hiking, and general relaxation. Melissa was excited about the trip and the chance to decompress after some stressful project deadlines at work. I encouraged her to go and enjoy time with her friends. What I didn't know was that the entire girls' trip was a fabrication. Melissa had convinced Sarah to provide cover for her by telling me about the trip and occasionally texting in a group chat that Melissa had created with fake contact names to simulate conversations with her supposed travel companions. In reality, Melissa was planning a romantic getaway with Ryan to the same resort. using the girls' trip story to explain her absence. The weekend of the trip arrived, and Melissa left Friday morning, saying she'd text me updates, but that cell service might be spotty at the resort. I kissed her goodbye, told her to have fun with her friends, and settled in for a weekend alone. I'd planned to use the time to finalize my engagement ring selection and work on proposal ideas for when she returned. But on Saturday afternoon, I was overcome with a romantic impulse. I'd been looking at engagement rings all morning and feeling excited about our future together. I decided to surprise Melissa by showing up at the resort with flowers and taking her out for a special dinner, turning part of her girls' weekend into a romantic moment. I knew surprising her would be unexpected, but I thought she'd appreciate the gesture, and it would give me a chance to see if the resort might be a good location for the actual proposal later. I called the resort and confirmed they had availability for Saturday night. I booked a room, bought flowers, and drove the 3 hours feeling excited about surprising my girlfriend. I'd texted Sarah asking which room Melissa was in, claiming I wanted to send a surprise delivery. Sarah had seemed hesitant, but eventually gave me a room number, probably assuming I was planning something romantic and not wanting to interfere. I arrived at the resort around 4 p.m. and went directly to the room number Sarah had provided. I knocked on the door with flowers in hand, expecting to see Melissa's surprised and delighted face. Instead, the door opened to reveal Melissa in a hotel robe, looking shocked and horrified. Behind her, I could see a man, Ryan, based on descriptions Melissa had given, emerging from the bathroom, also in a robe. The scene was unmistakable. This wasn't a girls' trip. Melissa was at a romantic resort with her male co-worker, both of them clearly together in an intimate capacity. I stood in the hallway with flowers, staring at the woman I'd been planning to propose to, while she stood frozen in the doorway of a hotel room she was sharing with another man. "This isn't what it looks like," Melissa said, which was such a cliché response it would have been funny if I wasn't experiencing the worst moment of my life. I looked past her at Ryan, who had the decency to look uncomfortable and guilty. "Really?" I asked. "Because it looks like you lied about a girls' trip so you could go on vacation with someone you're sleeping with." Melissa started crying and trying to explain. Ryan stayed in the background, clearly wanting to be anywhere else. I dropped the flowers on the hallway floor and walked away. Melissa followed me, still in her robe, trying to stop me and talk. I told her we were done and kept walking. She followed me all the way to the parking lot, crying and begging me to let her explain, while other resort guests stared at the scene. I got in my car and drove home, leaving Melissa at the resort with Ryan. My 3-hour drive back was a blur of shock, hurt, and anger. I'd gone to the resort planning to surprise my girlfriend and instead discovered she was cheating on me. The girls' trip had been an elaborate lie to facilitate a romantic getaway with her affair partner. Everything about the weekend, the planning, the fake group texts, Sarah's involvement in the deception, had been designed to let Melissa spend a long weekend with Ryan while I sat at home looking at engagement rings. When I got back to our apartment, I immediately started packing Melissa's belongings. I didn't know if I had the legal right to kick her out since we were both on the lease, but I couldn't imagine staying in the same space with her after what I'd discovered. I put her clothes, toiletries, and personal items into suitcases and boxes, working mechanically while processing the betrayal. Melissa came home late that evening, apparently having driven back after I left. She found me in the bedroom packing her things. She tried again to explain, to apologize, to convince me we could work through this. According to her explanation, she'd been feeling unfulfilled in our relationship and had developed feelings for Ryan over months of working closely together. They'd started the affair about 6 months ago, casual at first, then increasingly serious. She claimed she loved me but was confused about her feelings, that she'd been planning to end things with Ryan and recommit to our relationship, that the weekend trip was supposed to be a final goodbye before she chose me. None of her explanations mattered. She'd been conducting a 6-month affair while living with me and discussing our future together. She'd fabricated an entire girls' trip, recruited her best friend to lie for me, and created fake text conversations to make the deception believable. The level of planning and sustained lying required for that scheme showed this wasn't a moment of weakness or confusion. It was calculated betrayal. I told Melissa she needed to leave. She protested that it was her apartment too, and that we needed to talk about this like adults. I said if she didn't leave voluntarily, I'd leave instead and she'd never see me again. She finally agreed to stay with Sarah while we figured out the lease situation and division of our belongings. After Melissa left, I sat alone in our apartment, surrounded by the life we'd built together. Photos from vacations, furniture we'd chosen together, the kitchen items we'd received as housewarming gifts from friends. Everything was contaminated by the knowledge that while we were building this life, Melissa was conducting an affair and planning romantic weekends with Ryan. The next few days were a nightmare of logistics and emotional devastation. I contacted our landlord about the lease and was told we'd both need to agree on how to handle it. Either one of us could take over the full lease, we could find someone to sublease, or we could break the lease early with penalties. Melissa wanted to discuss our options in person, but I refused to meet with her. Everything went through text messages. Melissa's explanations and justifications continued via long text messages and emails. She claimed she'd never meant to hurt me, that she'd been struggling with feelings she didn't understand, that Ryan had pursued her and she'd been vulnerable. She alternated between taking responsibility and finding ways to blame me, suggesting I'd been too focused on work, that I didn't give her enough attention, that our relationship had become stale. The victim blaming was infuriating. I'd started telling friends and family about the breakup, though initially I didn't share the cheating details. But as word spread and people asked questions, I eventually explained what had happened. The reactions were universally supportive of me and disgusted with Melissa's actions. Several mutual friends immediately cut off contact with Melissa, telling her that what she'd done was unforgivable. Sarah, Melissa's best friend who'd provided cover for the affair, reached out to apologize. She claimed she hadn't known the full extent of what was happening. Melissa had told her about Ryan but portrayed it as a complicated emotional situation rather than a physical affair. Sarah said she'd thought she was helping Melissa figure out her feelings, not facilitating a secret romantic getaway. She apologized for giving me the room number, saying she genuinely thought I was planning a romantic surprise and hadn't realized I'd discover Melissa with Ryan. I appreciated Sarah's apology but told her that her involvement, regardless of what she knew or didn't know, had facilitated Melissa's deception. Sarah had actively lied to me about the girls' trip and had participated in the cover story. Whether she understood the full scope of Melissa's affair or not, she'd chosen Melissa's secrets over honesty with me. The revelation about the affair had other ripples beyond just our relationship. I contacted my parents and told them why Melissa and I had broken up. They'd been expecting a proposal and were shocked to learn about the affair instead. My mother cried, not just for the end of the relationship, but for what she called the death of trust that comes from discovering someone you love has been living a double life. I also had to return the engagement ring I'd been planning to buy. I'd actually put a deposit on a ring and was supposed to pick it up the week after what would have been Melissa's girls' trip. Going back to the jewelry store to cancel the order and get my deposit back was humiliating and painful. The jeweler was sympathetic when I briefly explained why I was canceling, but it was still a gut-wrenching reminder of how completely my future plans had been destroyed. The most unexpected complication came from Melissa's workplace. Once people at her firm learned about the affair with Ryan, apparently several co-workers had suspected something, it created professional issues for both Melissa and Ryan. Their firm had policies about workplace relationships that required disclosure to HR, policies neither Melissa nor Ryan had followed. The firm's leadership decided the affair created too much workplace drama and potential liability, and both Melissa and Ryan were encouraged to seek employment elsewhere. Within 2 weeks, both had resigned under pressure. Melissa blamed me for her job loss, claiming I'd told people about the affair deliberately to damage her professionally. This was absurd. I'd told friends and family about what happened because I needed support, not to sabotage her career. The fact that word spread to her workplace was a consequence of her own choices, not my vindictiveness. But Melissa's inability to take full responsibility for the consequences of her affair was consistent with her behavior throughout the breakup. I eventually decided to take over the lease alone. I wanted to stay in the apartment despite the memories, because moving would have felt like letting Melissa's betrayal force me out of my home. Melissa moved out completely, taking her belongings and leaving me with furniture and household items we'd purchased together. We divided everything through text message negotiations, with each of us keeping what we'd brought into the relationship and splitting jointly purchased items as fairly as possible. The financial disentanglement was complicated by the 3 years we'd spent together and 18 months of cohabitation. We'd merged finances somewhat, though we'd maintained separate bank accounts with a joint account for shared expenses. We'd made purchases together, traveled together, and built a shared life that now had to be dismantled. Every Venmo request and payment splitting discussion was a painful reminder of the life that was ending. 2 weeks after the discovery, I'm still processing the betrayal and rebuilding my life. I'm in therapy, dealing with the trauma of discovering my girlfriend's affair in such a dramatic way, and working through the trust issues this has created. My therapist specializes in infidelity trauma and has been helpful in normalizing my responses and helping me understand that Melissa's choices were about her character flaws, not about deficiencies in me or our relationship. I've started to tell the full story more openly to friends and family, partly because it's therapeutic to share, and partly because Melissa has been trying to control the narrative with mutual friends. She's been portraying herself as someone who made a mistake while in a confusing emotional situation, downplaying the 6-month duration of the affair and the elaborate deception of the fake girls' trip. I've been countering with the full truth, including the fake group texts and the extent of the planning required to execute her deception. Some mutual friends have been uncomfortable with the conflict and have tried to maintain neutral relationships with both of us. I've told those friends that I'm not interested in maintaining connections with people who want to stay neutral about infidelity and betrayal. Either they support me and recognize that Melissa's actions were wrong, or they can maintain their friendships with her without me. Several people have chosen to stay neutral, which has effectively ended those friendships. The dating question looms in the background of all of this. Friends ask when I'll be ready to date again, whether I'm on apps, if they can set me up with people they know. I have absolutely no interest in dating right now. I'm 32. I thought I was building toward marriage and family with Melissa, and instead I discovered she was cheating on me while I looked at engagement rings. The betrayal has destroyed my faith in my judgment and my ability to trust romantic partners. My therapist says it's healthy that I'm not rushing into dating and that I need time to heal from the betrayal before I'll be emotionally available for a new relationship. She's working with me on processing the trauma and eventually rebuilding the capacity to trust. But right now, trusting anyone romantically feels impossible. If I couldn't recognize that my live-in girlfriend of 3 years was conducting a 6-month affair and planning romantic vacations with another man, how can I trust my judgment with anyone new? The question people keep asking is whether I have any regrets about how I handled the discovery and breakup. My answer is no. I walked away immediately when I discovered Melissa with Ryan. I didn't give her chances to explain or convince me to try counseling. I recognized that her betrayal was unforgivable, and I acted decisively. Some people think I should have at least heard her out before ending the relationship, but I disagree. The 6-month affair and the elaborate deception of the fake girls' trip told me everything I needed to know about Melissa's character and her respect for me and our relationship. What I know for certain is that surprising Melissa at the resort, while devastating, saved me from an even worse fate. If I hadn't discovered the affair when I did, I might have proposed to her when she returned from the girls' trip and potentially married someone who was actively betraying me. The accidental discovery, painful as it was, protected me from making a commitment to someone who'd proven she couldn't be trusted. The path forward is unclear and probably long. I'm 32, single, living alone, and trying to rebuild trust in people after discovering that my girlfriend of 3 years had been lying to me for 6 months while planning a future I thought we'd share. I'm working with my therapist on processing the betrayal and learning to trust again eventually. I'm focusing on my career, my friendships, and my own healing rather than worrying about romantic relationships. 2 weeks after the discovery, I don't have a satisfying conclusion because I'm still in the middle of healing from the betrayal. But I'm moving forward with integrity and self-respect intact. Melissa made choices that destroyed our relationship for an affair with a coworker. I'm not going to let her betrayal define the rest of my story, even though right now it feels like it defines everything. I'm surviving, slowly healing, and trying to believe that better relationships are possible for someone willing to trust again, despite having been so comprehensively betrayed. My husband had a secret second family, and I only found out when his other wife called me. The complete double life I discovered 7 months ago when I received a phone call from a woman claiming to be my husband's wife has revealed years of systematic deception that destroyed not only my marriage, but my entire understanding of the man I thought I knew and loved. I'm 38 years old. My husband Marcus is 41, and the woman who called me, Diane, is 36. What makes this situation uniquely devastating is that Marcus didn't just have an affair. He maintained a completely separate family for nearly 6 years, including a wife and 2 children who believed he was their devoted husband and father, while I believed I was his only wife in our 12-year marriage. The logistical complexity of his deception, the financial fraud required to support 2 households, and the emotional betrayal of literally dividing his life between 2 families has left me questioning every moment of the past decade and wondering how someone could compartmentalize so completely that neither of his wives suspected the truth until his entire fabricated existence finally collapsed. Marcus and I met when I was 26 and he was 29. We dated for 2 years before getting married in what I considered a beautiful celebration of our love and commitment. Marcus worked as a pharmaceutical sales representative, a job that required extensive travel throughout our region. He'd be gone 2 or 3 days per week visiting clients, attending conferences, and meeting sales quotas. The travel was always a part of our relationship, and I'd accepted it as the reality of his career. We didn't have children. It was something we'd discussed but kept postponing for various reasons that now seem like deliberate manipulation on Marcus's part. Our marriage had its challenges like any relationship, but I thought we were solid. Marcus was attentive when he was home. We had good communication, and we'd built a comfortable life together. We owned a nice house in the suburbs, took annual vacations, and maintained an active social life with friends. From my perspective, we were a normal married couple, navigating the usual ups and downs of a long-term relationship. What I didn't know was that Marcus had an entire second existence 3 hours away in a different city. 6 years ago, shortly after our 6th wedding anniversary, Marcus had met Diane while on a business trip. According to what I later learned, they'd started dating, and Marcus had told her he was divorced with no children. Within a year, they were married in a small courthouse ceremony. Within another year, they had their first child, followed by a second child 2 years later. Marcus had constructed an elaborate system to maintain both families without either of us discovering the other. He'd told me his territory had expanded and required more overnight travel, which I'd accepted as a career development. What was actually happening was that Marcus was spending several nights each week with Diane and their children, living as a devoted father and husband. He'd told Diane that his job required extensive travel and overnight client meetings, which explained his absences when he was actually with me. The financial logistics were staggering. Marcus was earning a good salary from his pharmaceutical sales job, around $140,000 annually with bonuses. But supporting 2 households, 2 wives, and 2 children on that income required extensive manipulation. Marcus had secret credit cards I didn't know about. He'd been taking money from our joint accounts and explaining the withdrawals as business expenses that would be reimbursed. He'd convinced me we needed to be frugal about certain things while secretly funneling money to support his other family. The discovery happened because Marcus made a mistake after years of meticulous deception. He'd saved Diane's contact information in his phone under a male colleague's name to avoid suspicion. But he forgot to change the contact photo, and when his phone rang while he was in the shower one morning, I glanced at the screen and saw a woman's photo under a name I knew to be his male colleague. I was confused but not immediately suspicious. Maybe it was a wrong number or glitch. But the call came again an hour later, and this time I answered. The woman on the other end asked for Marcus, sounding irritated. When I said he wasn't available and asked who was calling, she said, "This is his wife. Who the hell are you?" The next 20 minutes were among the most surreal of my entire life. Diane and I compared notes in shock and growing horror. She told me about their marriage 6 years ago, about their 2 children, about Marcus's life with them. I told her about our 12-year marriage, about our life together, about having no idea she or their children existed. We were both crying and trying to understand how this was possible. Marcus had been playing us both. Every detail of his life had been carefully constructed lies. The business trips I thought he was taking were time with Diane and their family. The nights he told Diane he was traveling for work were nights he spent with me. He'd created elaborate stories about his work schedule, used different phones for each family, and maintained completely separate financial systems to keep the deception going. When Marcus got out of the shower and saw me on his phone, his face went completely white. He knew immediately that his double life had been exposed. Diane was still on the line when Marcus walked into the room, and I put the phone on speaker so she could hear his response. Marcus tried to explain, tried to claim there was some misunderstanding, but Diane and I had already compared too many details. There was no explanation that could justify what he'd done. The confrontation was devastating. Marcus eventually admitted to everything: the secret marriage, the children, the years of deception. He tried to claim he loved both of us, that he'd gotten trapped in an impossible situation and didn't know how to get out. He said he'd never meant to hurt anyone, and that he'd been planning to tell us both the truth eventually. The excuses and justifications were pathetic, given the magnitude of his betrayal. I told Marcus to leave immediately. He tried to argue that we needed to talk, that we could work through this, that our 12-year marriage deserved consideration. I told him he'd destroyed our marriage the moment he'd married someone else while still married to me. I didn't care about his explanations or his claims to love us both. He'd committed bigamy, fraud, and betrayed every promise he'd ever made to me. Diane had apparently kicked Marcus out simultaneously. He'd been living a double life for 6 years, and both of his marriages exploded within the same hour. Marcus ended up staying with a friend while Diane and I began the process of unraveling the financial and legal nightmare he'd created. The first challenge was understanding the legal implications of Marcus's bigamy. I'd been legally married to Marcus first, which meant his marriage to Diane was technically invalid under state law. Diane wasn't legally his wife, regardless of their ceremony and their children together. This technicality was devastating for Diane, who realized she'd had 2 children with a man who was never actually her legal husband, because he was married to someone else the entire time. The financial fraud Marcus had committed was extensive. He'd opened credit cards in his name that I didn't know about, and that Diane didn't know about. He'd taken out loans. He'd been systematically moving money between accounts to support both households, while keeping each of us ignorant about his expenditures. When everything was finally uncovered, Marcus had accumulated over $175,000 in debt beyond our mortgages, debt that had been hidden through his complex financial manipulations. I hired a divorce attorney immediately. Diane couldn't technically file for divorce since her marriage wasn't legally valid, but she hired a family law attorney to establish paternity and child support for their 2 children. Both of our attorneys were shocked by the scope of Marcus's deception and the legal complexity of untangling 2 simultaneous families. The divorce process has been nightmarish. Dividing assets when your husband has been supporting a secret second family and accumulating hidden debt is incredibly complicated. Our house has equity, but there are also enormous debts. Marcus's retirement accounts and savings have been depleted supporting his double life. Every asset we accumulated during our marriage is tainted by the knowledge that Marcus was stealing from our household to support his other family. Diane has been in an even more precarious position. She has 2 young children with Marcus, but was never legally married to him. She's entitled to child support, but establishing paternity and getting court orders has been a lengthy process. She'd left her job when their first child was born, expecting Marcus's income to support the family. Now, she's a single mother of 2 with no spousal support rights because she was never legally Marcus's wife. Marcus's family has been devastated by the revelations. His parents are religious people who are horrified by their son's bigamy and deception. They've apologized to me repeatedly for raising someone capable of such betrayal. They've also reached out to Diane and the children, trying to maintain a relationship with their grandchildren despite the circumstances of their birth. Marcus's siblings are equally shocked and have been supportive of both Diane and me, while being furious with their brother. My own family has been incredibly supportive, but also confused about how this could have happened without anyone suspecting. My mother keeps asking if there were signs I missed, if Marcus behaved suspiciously, if I had any indication something was wrong. Honestly, I didn't. Marcus was a skilled liar who maintained his double life through meticulous planning and compartmentalization. There were no obvious red flags that would have alerted me to his other family. Friends have been divided in their responses. Some are supportive and outraged on my behalf. Others seem uncomfortably fascinated by the details of how Marcus maintained 2 families without either wife knowing. A few people have made thoughtless comments suggesting I should have been more attentive or suspicious of his travel schedule. Those comments are infuriating because they imply I'm somehow complicit in my own betrayal by trusting my husband. The most unexpected aspect has been my relationship with Diane. We were brought together by the discovery of Marcus's betrayal, and we've maintained contact throughout the legal proceedings. In a strange way, we're both victims of the same man's deception. Diane wasn't a mistress who knowingly slept with a married man. She believed she was Marcus's wife, and that their children were born into a legitimate marriage. She's dealing with her own trauma of discovering her entire family structure was built on lies. Diane and I have met several times to coordinate our legal responses and to share information about Marcus's assets and debts. These meetings are strange and painful because we're essentially 2 wives of the same man trying to untangle the financial nightmare he created. We're not friends exactly, but we've developed a mutual understanding and respect for what each of us is going through. The emotional toll of this betrayal has been overwhelming. I'm not just dealing with infidelity or divorce. I'm processing the fact that my entire 12-year marriage was a lie for at least the last 6 years. Every anniversary, every vacation, every moment I thought we were building our life together was happening while Marcus was literally maintaining a separate family. The compartmentalization required for that level of deception is psychopathic. I'm in intensive therapy trying to process the betrayal and rebuild my sense of reality. My therapist specializes in trauma from infidelity and says that discovering a spouse's double life is particularly devastating because it destroys not just the relationship, but your entire sense of knowing reality. I thought I knew my husband, our marriage, and our life together. All of that was fiction. Marcus was performing the role of devoted husband while simultaneously performing the same role for another woman. The practical challenges of rebuilding my life at 38 after a 12-year marriage has ended in such spectacular betrayal are enormous. I'm having to start over financially because our assets are being divided while also dealing with the debts Marcus accumulated. I'm having to rebuild my social life because many of our couple friends are uncomfortable with the situation. I'm having to reconstruct my sense of identity because for 12 years I was Marcus's wife, and now I'm the woman whose husband had a secret second family. Dating or trusting anyone new feels impossible right now. How do I trust another person when the man I married and lived with for 12 years was living a double life for half our marriage, without me having any idea? My therapist says rebuilding trust will take time, and that the betrayal I experienced was so extreme that normal timelines for healing don't apply. She's encouraging me to focus on rebuilding my relationship with myself and my confidence in my own judgment, rather than worrying about future relationships. Marcus has tried to maintain contact and explain his actions. He sent long emails and letters trying to make me understand how the situation developed. According to his narrative, he met Diane and fell in love while still loving me. He couldn't choose between us, so he tried to have both relationships. He convinced himself he was making everyone happy by dividing himself between two families. He acknowledges it was wrong, but wants me to understand he never meant to hurt anyone. His explanations are insulting and narcissistic. Marcus positioned himself as some tragic figure torn between two loves, rather than acknowledging he's a liar and fraud who destroyed multiple people's lives for his own selfish desires. He wants sympathy and understanding, when what he deserves is accountability for bigamy, financial fraud, and emotional abuse of everyone involved. I've blocked Marcus's attempts to contact me directly. Everything goes through attorneys now. I have no interest in his explanations or his attempts to maintain any relationship. He destroyed our marriage through the most comprehensive betrayal imaginable. There's nothing he can say that would make any of it okay or understandable. The divorce will be finalized in approximately 2 more months. I'll be legally free of Marcus after 12 years of marriage, 6 of which were completely fraudulent because he was simultaneously married to someone else. The financial settlement is still being negotiated as we work through the complex assets and debts. I won't come out of this divorce in good financial shape, but at least I'll be free of someone who used me as an unwitting participant in his bigamous double life. Diane's legal proceedings are separate but parallel to mine. She's establishing paternity and child support for her 2 children. Marcus will have court-ordered financial obligations to support those children for the next 16 years at minimum. The reality of his double life is that he now has to support 3 separate households. Wherever he lives, my household, and Diane's household with their children. His financial situation is going to be dire for years as he deals with the consequences of his choices. I've heard through mutual connections that Marcus's pharmaceutical sales career has imploded. Word of his bigamy and double life spread through his professional network, and his employer terminated him for the financial fraud and the reputational damage. Pharmaceutical sales is a small industry where everyone knows everyone, and Marcus's reputation is destroyed. He's apparently working a lower-level sales job now, making a fraction of his previous salary, which is affecting his ability to pay child support and alimony obligations. Part of me takes satisfaction in knowing Marcus is facing real consequences for what he did. His career is destroyed, both his marriages are gone, his relationship with his children is damaged, and he's facing years of financial struggle. But another part of me just feels empty. His suffering doesn't restore the 12 years of my life that were built on lies. It doesn't give me back the time I invested in a marriage that was never what I thought it was. 7 months after the discovery, I'm still processing the magnitude of the betrayal. Some days I'm angry, furious at Marcus for stealing years of my life through his deception. Other days, I'm sad, grieving the life I thought I had and the future I thought I was building. Other days I'm just numb, unable to feel anything about a situation so bizarre it doesn't seem real. What I know for certain is that I survived the discovery, and I'm rebuilding. The woman who answered that phone call 7 months ago and learned her husband had another wife and children was completely shattered. The woman I'm becoming is stronger and more cautious, but also more committed to living authentically and surrounding myself with people who deserve my trust. The path forward is unclear and probably long, but I'm moving forward with integrity and the knowledge that Marcus's betrayal was about his character defects, not about anything I did or failed to do. I was a loyal, loving wife who trusted her husband. He was a liar who built an elaborate double life and destroyed multiple families in the process. Those are the facts, and I'm learning to live with them while building a new life that has nothing to do with Marcus or the lies our marriage was built on. My husband hired an actress to pretend to be his dying sister, so I'd approve his family emergency trips to see his mistress. The absolutely insane deception I uncovered 12 weeks ago has exposed that my husband of 6 years orchestrated an elaborate scheme involving hiring an actress to pose as his terminally ill sister so he could justify frequent family emergency trips that were actually romantic getaways with his mistress, and that I'd been emotionally supporting him through the fake illness and impending death of a woman who didn't exist, while he used my sympathy as cover for an affair that had been ongoing for nearly 2 years. I'm 33 years old. My husband Derek is 35, his mistress Samantha is 29, and the actress he hired to play his dying sister was a 38-year-old woman named Kara, who Derek paid thousands of dollars over 18 months to maintain the elaborate fiction that allowed him to disappear for long weekends, while I believed he was providing end-of-life care for a beloved family member. What makes this betrayal transcend ordinary infidelity into something almost sociopathic is the calculated cruelty of weaponizing terminal illness, something many people genuinely experience, as a cover story for an affair. And Derek's willingness to accept my genuine grief and emotional support about his sister's condition, while knowing the entire situation was manufactured to facilitate his cheating. Derek and I married 6 years ago after dating for 3 years. We'd built what I believed was a solid marriage based on mutual support, open communication, and shared values. Derek worked as an insurance claims adjuster, while I was an occupational therapist at a rehabilitation hospital. We didn't have children yet, but had been discussing starting a family within the next year or two. Our marriage had seemed stable, and I'd had no particular reason to suspect Derek was unhappy or looking for something outside our relationship. About 2 years ago, Derek had told me that his sister Melissa, who supposedly lived several hours away, had been diagnosed with stage 4 cancer. I'd been shocked and saddened by the news. Derek had been close to Melissa, according to what he'd told me. She was his only sibling, and they'd been very close growing up despite living in different cities as adults. Derek had said Melissa's prognosis was poor and that she likely had less than a year to live. I'd offered to accompany Derek to visit Melissa, but he'd said she was very private about her illness and didn't want extended family or people she didn't know well to see her in her deteriorated condition. Derek had explained that Melissa wanted to maintain her dignity and preferred only immediate family visit during this difficult time. I'd understood and respected Melissa's supposed wishes, though I'd been disappointed not to support Derek more directly through his sister's illness. Over the following 18 months, Derek had made frequent trips to visit his dying sister. He'd leave for long weekends about twice a month, claiming he needed to provide care and emotional support during Melissa's treatment and decline. Derek would return from these trips emotionally drained, sharing updates about Melissa's deteriorating condition, the pain of watching her suffer, and his grief about losing his sister. I'd been incredibly supportive, encouraging Derek to spend as much time with Melissa as possible, handling household responsibilities alone during his trips, and providing emotional support when he returned. What I didn't know was that there was no dying sister. Derek had never had a sister named Melissa. He was an only child, a fact I'd somehow never verified during our 9 years together because he'd told me about his sister early in our relationship, and I'd never had reason to question it. The entire story about Melissa's cancer had been fabricated to create cover for Derek's affair with Samantha, a woman he'd met through work about 2 years ago. The family emergency trips Derek took twice monthly weren't visits to a dying sister's bedside. They were romantic weekends with Samantha at hotels and vacation rentals in various cities. Derek had been using my sympathy about his sister's illness to justify his absences and to explain his emotional exhaustion when he returned from weekends that were actually affair getaways. But Derek had taken the deception even further than simply lying about having a sister. He'd actually hired an actress named Kara to occasionally call me pretending to be Melissa. Several times over the 18 months, I'd received calls from a woman introducing herself as Derek's sister Melissa, who wanted to thank me for being supportive of Derek during her illness. Melissa would chat with me for 15 or 20 minutes, sharing vague details about her treatment, expressing appreciation for Derek's visits, and generally maintaining the fiction that she was a real person fighting terminal cancer. These calls had been deeply moving for me. Hearing from Derek's dying sister directly, being thanked for my support, and having these conversations about facing mortality had felt significant and emotional. I'd been touched that Melissa had taken the time to reach out despite her illness. In reality, I'd been talking to an actress Derek was paying to maintain his elaborate cover story. The exposure happened because Derek made a mistake after nearly 2 years of successful deception. He'd told me he was taking another long weekend to visit Melissa, claiming she'd taken a turn for the worse and might not have much time left. He'd left on Friday morning for what was supposed to be a 4-day visit, providing end-of-life care. But on Saturday afternoon, I'd received a call from Derek's actual mother, not the woman who'd supposedly been dying, but Derek's real mother, who lived across the country and who I'd met only a few times. Derek's mother was calling to let me know she'd just gotten back from a cruise and wanted to arrange a visit. During our conversation, she mentioned how glad she was that Derek was an independent adult who didn't need constant family attention like her friends' children who always had sibling drama. I was confused by the independent adult comment and the reference to Derek not having sibling issues. I said something about Derek being very devoted to his sister Melissa, despite everything she was going through. There was a long silence on the phone before Derek's mother said she didn't know what I was talking about because Derek was an only child and didn't have a sister. My world tilted as Derek's mother and I compared notes. She insisted Derek had no siblings. She'd had only one child, and there was no sister named Melissa or otherwise. I explained about Melissa's cancer and Derek's frequent trips to visit her during her final months. Derek's mother was increasingly confused and concerned, saying that Derek had definitely not been visiting family during these trips because she was his only living close family member and she hadn't seen him in months. After ending the bewildering call with Derek's mother, I started investigating. I went through Derek's phone records and credit card statements, looking for evidence of where he'd actually been going during his sister visits. The evidence showed hotel bookings in various cities, restaurant purchases for 2 people, and charges at romantic venues. These weren't the expenses of someone visiting a dying sister in hospice. They were the expenses of someone on romantic getaways. I also found text messages on Derek's iPad that he'd apparently forgotten to delete. The messages were between Derek and someone named Samantha, and they made clear that they'd been in a romantic relationship for nearly 2 years. The texts referenced their upcoming weekend together, expressions of love, and discussions about how Derek had successfully gotten away for another visit by using the sister excuse. Most damningly, I found texts between Derek and someone named Kara discussing payment for her phone calls and thanking Derek for the bonus he'd paid her for selling the sister story so well. Kara had apparently been the actress Derek hired to occasionally call me pretending to be his dying sister Melissa. I sat in our living room reading through evidence that my husband had created an elaborate, fake dying sister, complete with a hired actress to make phone calls, all to cover an affair with someone named Samantha. The level of deception was so extreme, it felt almost unreal. Derek hadn't just lied about cheating. He'd created an entire fictional family member, fabricated a terminal illness narrative, hired someone to play that fictional person, and had been accepting my grief and sympathy about his sister's illness for 18 months. When Derek came home from his sister visit on Monday evening, I confronted him with everything I'd discovered. I told him I'd spoken to his mother and knew he didn't have a sister. I showed him the evidence of his hotel bookings, his text messages with Samantha, and his payment records to Kara for pretending to be Melissa. Derek's face went through shock, panic, and then a kind of resigned defeat. He couldn't deny the evidence or explain away what I'd discovered. He tried various justifications, claiming the affair had started during a difficult time in our marriage, that he'd never meant for the deception to get so elaborate, that he'd been trapped by his own lies and hadn't known how to end the situation. His explanations were pathetic and offensive. Derek had deliberately chosen to create a fake dying sister rather than addressing whatever issues he felt existed in our marriage or simply ending our relationship honestly. He'd weaponized terminal illness, something many people genuinely suffer through, as a tool to facilitate his affair. He'd hired an actress to call me and manipulate my emotions by pretending to be grateful for my support. The calculation and cruelty required for that level of deception showed fundamental character defects. I told Derek our marriage was over and that he needed to leave our house immediately. He tried to argue that we should discuss everything, that counseling might help, that our 6-year marriage deserved better than immediate divorce. I responded that he'd destroyed any possibility of counseling or reconciliation when he'd created a fictional dying sister to cover his affair for 2 years. Derek finally left to stay with a friend. Over the following days, I had to process not just the affair, but the specific betrayal of the fake sister narrative. I'd genuinely grieved for someone who didn't exist. I'd spent 18 months emotionally supporting Derek through a family crisis that was entirely manufactured. Every conversation I'd had with Melissa on the phone had been with an actress Derek was paying to deceive me. The violation went beyond typical infidelity into psychological manipulation. I filed for divorce immediately, citing Derek's affair and his fraudulent conduct around the fake sister narrative. My attorney was fascinated and appalled by the circumstances, saying he'd handled thousands of divorce cases, but had never encountered anything like Derek's elaborate dying sister deception. The attorney suggested documenting everything about Derek's scheme because it demonstrated extreme bad faith that could be relevant to asset division. I also contacted Samantha to inform her that I knew about the affair and that Derek had been creating elaborate cover stories to facilitate their relationship. Samantha was apparently shocked to learn about the dying sister narrative. Derek had told her he was separated from me and that I knew about their relationship. She'd had no idea Derek was lying to me about having a terminal sister, or that he was using that fiction to explain his availability for their getaways. Samantha ended her relationship with Derek immediately upon learning about his deception. She told me she'd been led to believe Derek's marriage was essentially over and that he'd been honest with everyone involved. Discovering Derek had been comprehensively lying to both of us while hiring actresses to maintain elaborate cover stories made her realize the depth of his capacity for deception. The exposure of Derek's scheme has social and professional consequences beyond just ending our marriage. Word of the fake dying sister story spread through our social circle and Derek's workplace. People were appalled by the specific nature of the deception. Creating a fictional terminal illness to cover an affair struck everyone as uniquely terrible, even compared to other infidelity scenarios. Derek faces significant professional judgment from colleagues who now question his integrity across all areas of his life. I had to explain to friends and family that the sister they'd been hearing about for 18 months, the woman they'd been told was dying and who some of them had sent cards and well wishes to, didn't actually exist and had been a cover story for Derek's affair. Those explanations were humiliating and bizarre, trying to articulate how I'd been deceived into believing my husband had a dying sister when he'd actually been spending weekends with his mistress. 12 weeks after discovering Derek's fake sister scheme, the divorce is progressing, and I'm processing the layered betrayal. The affair itself would have been devastating enough to end our marriage, but the elaborate deception involving creating a fictional dying sister and hiring an actress to maintain that fiction represents a level of psychological manipulation that goes far beyond ordinary infidelity. I'm in therapy, working through the trauma of discovering that grief I genuinely felt about Melissa's condition was manufactured and exploited by someone who claimed to love me. My therapist specializes in complex betrayal trauma and says Derek's scheme represents an extreme form of emotional abuse, creating fictional crises to manipulate a partner's emotions and behavior. What I know for certain is that Derek's capacity for elaborate deception and manipulation revealed character flaws that would have eventually destroyed our marriage, even if I hadn't discovered the fake sister scheme. Someone who can create a fictional dying sibling, hire an actress to play that person, and accept their spouse's genuine emotional support about the fake crisis for 18 months is fundamentally lacking in empathy and integrity. I'm 33, divorced, and rebuilding my life after discovering my husband created a fake dying sister to cover his affair. The situation is so bizarre that people struggle to believe it's real when I explain what happened. But I lived through it, and am now dealing with the aftermath of a betrayal that combined infidelity with psychological manipulation at a level I didn't know was possible. I'm moving forward knowing Derek's elaborate deception was about his character defects, not about anything lacking in me or our relationship, and trusting that eventual healing will allow me to build something genuine with someone capable of basic honesty. My husband's affair was with my therapist, and she used our sessions to sabotage me. The absolutely unconscionable violation of professional ethics and personal trust I uncovered 9 weeks ago has destroyed my marriage, cost a therapist her license, and revealed that the woman I'd been confiding in about my marital struggles for over a year was simultaneously having an affair with my husband and using information from our confidential sessions to undermine me and strengthen their relationship. I'm 35 years old, my husband Marcus is 38, and the therapist, Dr. Catherine Reynolds, is 42. What makes this betrayal uniquely devastating is the complete corruption of what should have been a safe, therapeutic space. I'd been paying Dr. Reynolds $200 per session to help me work through anxiety and marriage difficulties while she was sleeping with Marcus and weaponizing my vulnerabilities, fears, and insecurities against me in service of their affair. The psychological manipulation was so sophisticated that Dr. Reynolds had me questioning my own perceptions and mental health while she was actively destroying my marriage from the inside. Marcus and I had been married for 9 years when I started seeing Dr. Reynolds 18 months ago. Our marriage had been going through a rough patch. We were arguing more frequently, felt disconnected from each other, and struggled to communicate effectively about our issues. I'd suggested couples counseling, but Marcus had been resistant, saying he didn't believe in therapy and that we could work through our problems on our own. I decided to start individual therapy to work on myself and hopefully improve my contribution to our marriage dynamics. I'd found Dr. Reynolds through my insurance provider's directory and had been impressed by her credentials and specialization in marriage and relationship issues. Our first session had gone well. She'd been empathetic, insightful, and had made me feel heard in ways I hadn't felt in my marriage. I'd continued seeing her weekly, eventually opening up about the specific problems Marcus and I were having, my insecurities about our relationship, and my fears that Marcus might be pulling away from me. What I didn't know was that Dr. Reynolds had met Marcus at a professional conference about 6 months into my therapy. Marcus attended medical device conferences as part of his sales job, and Dr. Reynolds had been presenting at one of these conferences. According to what I later discovered, they'd connected at a networking event, exchanged contact information, and begun an affair shortly afterward. Dr. Reynolds had never disclosed to me that she'd met my husband or that she was having any contact with him outside of what I shared about him in our sessions. For the past year, I'd been attending weekly therapy sessions where I'd discussed intimate details of my marriage, my sex life with Marcus, my fears and insecurities, and my strategies for improving our relationship. Dr. Reynolds would offer suggestions, many of which now seemed designed to push Marcus further away or make me appear needy and unstable. She'd encouraged me to express my feelings more directly to Marcus, but in ways that came across as accusatory. She'd suggested I give Marcus more space, which he'd used to spend time with her. She'd even prescribed anti-anxiety medication that made me foggy and emotional, which Marcus had begun commenting on negatively. I discovered the affair in the most shocking way possible. I'd arrived at Dr. Reynolds' office 15 minutes early for my scheduled appointment and had waited in the parking lot checking emails. At my appointment time, I walked into the building and took the elevator to her third-floor office. When I entered the waiting room, I heard voices from her office. Her door was slightly ajar, which was unusual. Through the crack, I saw Dr. Reynolds and Marcus in an embrace, kissing passionately. I stood frozen in the waiting room, watching my therapist and my husband together in what should have been a professional therapeutic space. I pushed the door open fully without knocking. Both Dr. Reynolds and Marcus jumped apart, their faces showing identical expressions of shock and horror. Neither of them said anything initially. They just stared at me while I stared back, trying to process what I was seeing. My therapist, the woman I'd been confiding in about my marriage problems for over a year, was having an affair with my husband. "This is exactly what it looks like," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite my internal devastation. "You've both been lying to me." Dr. Reynolds started to speak, trying to explain or defend herself, but I cut her off. "I don't want to hear it. Not from either of you." I turned and walked out of her office, down the elevator, and to my car, where I sat in the parking lot trying to comprehend the magnitude of the betrayal I'd just witnessed. Marcus followed me to the parking lot and tried to get into my car to talk. I locked the doors and told him through the closed window that our marriage was over and that he should not come home. He stood outside my car pleading with me while I started the engine and drove away, leaving him in Dr. Reynolds' parking lot. The drive home was surreal. I kept replaying moments from the past year of therapy, times when Dr. Reynolds had asked probing questions about Marcus's behavior, when she'd encouraged me to give him space or suggested I might be overreacting to signs of distance. She'd been cultivating their affair while positioning herself as my trusted advisor about the very marriage she was destroying. The professional and personal betrayal were so intertwined that I couldn't separate which felt worse. Once home, I immediately called the State Psychology Licensing Board and filed a formal complaint against Dr. Reynolds. I explained that she'd been having an affair with my husband while providing me therapy, that she'd never disclosed their relationship, and that she'd used information from our confidential sessions to facilitate her affair. The intake person seemed shocked and assured me the complaint would be investigated thoroughly. I also called an attorney who specialized in both divorce and professional malpractice. The attorney was appalled by the situation and explained that Dr. Reynolds had violated multiple ethical codes and laws. Therapists are absolutely prohibited from having any personal or sexual relationships with clients' family members or significant others. The prohibition exists precisely because of the power dynamics and confidential information involved. Dr. Reynolds had committed egregious professional misconduct that could result in losing her license and potential civil liability for damages. Marcus came home later that evening, despite my telling him not to. We had a brutal confrontation where he tried to explain how the affair had started and why it had continued. According to Marcus, he'd met Dr. Reynolds at the conference before realizing she was my therapist. When they'd exchanged contact information and started talking, he'd mentioned he was married but had relationship problems. Dr. Reynolds had eventually revealed she was a therapist, and Marcus had said his wife was in therapy. That's when they'd both realized the connection. But instead of ending their developing relationship, they'd decided to continue it secretly. Marcus claimed that knowing Dr. Reynolds was my therapist had actually made him feel more comfortable with the affair, because she understood our marriage dynamics and supposedly could help him work through his feelings about our relationship while also being romantically involved with him. The rationalization was delusional and narcissistic. Marcus had convinced himself that his affair with my therapist was somehow therapeutic, rather than recognizing it as a massive ethical violation and personal betrayal. According to Marcus, Dr. Reynolds had shared some information from our sessions with him, though he claimed she'd been careful not to reveal everything due to confidentiality concerns. He admitted that Dr. Reynolds had told him about my insecurities and fears, which had made him less sympathetic to my concerns in our marriage. She'd also shared that I was taking anti-anxiety medication, which Marcus said had made him feel like I was unstable, and that my concerns about our marriage might be paranoia rather than legitimate intuition. The revelation that Dr. Reynolds had been sharing confidential therapeutic information with Marcus was potentially illegal and definitely unethical. Therapist-client privilege is sacrosanct, and she'd violated that privilege to facilitate her affair with my husband. Every intimate detail I'd shared, every vulnerability I'd exposed, every fear I'd confessed, had potentially been shared with Marcus and used to undermine me. I told Marcus to leave and not to contact me except through attorneys. He protested that we'd been married 9 years and that our relationship deserved better than me immediately filing for divorce. I responded that he'd been conducting an affair with my therapist, that they'd both violated my trust in the most fundamental ways possible, and that there was nothing to salvage. Marcus finally left, going to stay with a friend while I remained in our house. The next few days were consumed with filing for divorce, cooperating with the licensing board's investigation of Dr. Reynolds, and consulting with attorneys about potential legal action for both the divorce and the malpractice. My malpractice attorney explained that I could potentially sue Dr. Reynolds for professional negligence, breach of fiduciary duty, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. The case was strong, given the egregious nature of her ethical violations. The licensing board investigation moved quickly once I provided evidence of the affair and Dr. Reynolds' violation of confidentiality. I'd been able to access my therapy records, which documented the timeline of my sessions. Marcus eventually provided a statement to investigators confirming the affair and admitting that Dr. Reynolds had shared some information from my sessions with him. Dr. Reynolds initially tried to defend herself, claiming her relationship with Marcus had been personal and separate from her professional relationship with me. But that defense collapsed when confronted with evidence that she'd used therapeutic information to facilitate the affair. Within 6 weeks of my complaint, Dr. Reynolds' license was suspended pending a formal hearing. Her practice was shut down, and her other clients were notified that they'd need to transfer to new therapists. The local psychological community was apparently shocked by the case. Therapist-client affairs are relatively rare, but affairs with a client's spouse while maintaining the therapeutic relationship with the client are almost unheard of due to the extreme ethical violations involved. Marcus tried repeatedly to contact me during the divorce proceedings, alternating between apologizing and trying to justify his actions. He sent emails saying he'd been confused about his feelings, that his relationship with Dr. Reynolds had made him realize things about our marriage, that he'd never meant to hurt me. His attempts at communication were both pathetic and infuriating. He'd had an affair with my therapist while I was paying her to help me improve our marriage, and he wanted me to understand his confusion and feelings. The divorce included claims about Marcus's affair and the damage to my mental health from Dr. Reynolds' betrayal of the therapeutic relationship. My attorney argued that the emotional distress I'd suffered warranted a favorable property division and potentially spousal support, despite my having a good income as a marketing director. Marcus's attorney tried to characterize the affair as unfortunate, but not relevant to property division. But the judge seemed disturbed by the circumstances and suggested Marcus settle favorably to avoid potentially worse outcomes at trial. The civil lawsuit against Dr. Reynolds was more complex. She had malpractice insurance, but it was unclear whether it would cover intentional misconduct, like having an affair with a client's spouse. The insurance company initially tried to deny coverage, arguing that Dr. Reynolds' actions were intentional rather than negligent. My attorney argued that regardless of insurance coverage, Dr. Reynolds personally was liable for damages from her ethical violations. The emotional recovery from this betrayal has been extraordinarily difficult. I wasn't just dealing with my husband's infidelity. I was dealing with the corruption of a therapeutic relationship that was supposed to be safe and helpful. Every session I'd attended, every vulnerability I'd shared, every insight Dr. Reynolds had offered had been contaminated by her affair with Marcus. I'd been paying her to help me while she was actively sabotaging my marriage and my mental health for her own benefit. I had to find a new therapist to help me process the trauma, which required overcoming significant distrust of the therapeutic profession. My new therapist, Dr. Sarah Mitchell, specializes in recovery from professional boundary violations and has been helpful in validating my feelings and helping me understand that Dr. Reynolds' behavior was exceptionally aberrant and not representative of ethical therapeutic practice. But rebuilding trust in therapy has been difficult when my previous therapist so comprehensively violated that trust. The divorce was finalized 3 months after I discovered the affair. Marcus received a relatively small share of our marital assets given the circumstances, and I was awarded the house. The judge had been clearly influenced by the egregious nature of Marcus's affair with my therapist and the psychological harm it had caused. Marcus seemed bitter about the financial outcome, apparently believing he deserved better treatment despite having an affair with the woman I'd been paying to help save our marriage. The civil lawsuit against Dr. Reynolds settled 2 months later. Her malpractice insurance ultimately agreed to cover the claim under duress from regulatory pressure, and I received a settlement of $375,000 for the emotional distress, the violation of therapeutic confidentiality, and the damages to my marriage. The settlement included a confidentiality clause, but I was still able to share my story without identifying Dr. Reynolds specifically. Dr. Reynolds' professional license was permanently revoked 4 months after the initial suspension. The licensing board found that she'd engaged in sexual misconduct, violated client confidentiality, and caused serious harm to a client through her ethical violations. She'd apparently tried to appeal the revocation, arguing that her personal relationship shouldn't affect her professional standing. But the board was unequivocal that her behavior represented exactly the kind of misconduct that warranted permanent license revocation. Marcus and Dr. Reynolds apparently ended their relationship shortly after everything was exposed. According to mutual friends, Marcus had expected Dr. Reynolds to be supportive and understanding during the divorce, but she'd blamed him for getting caught and for the destruction of her career. The relationship that had seemed so important when they were conducting it secretly collapsed once it was exposed, and cost Dr. Reynolds her professional license and livelihood. 9 months after discovering the affair, I'm still processing the magnitude of the betrayal, but I'm also rebuilding my life. I'm 35, divorced, living in the house that's now solely mine, and working with Dr. Mitchell on healing from the compound trauma of spousal infidelity and therapeutic betrayal. The recovery is slow, but I'm making progress in trusting people again and believing that not every authority figure or intimate partner will betray me as comprehensively as Marcus and Dr. Reynolds did. What I know for certain is that both Marcus and Dr. Reynolds committed inexcusable violations. Marcus of his marital vows, and Dr. Reynolds of professional ethics and therapeutic boundaries. They both made choices that destroyed my marriage, my mental health, and my trust in relationships and therapeutic care. Those choices had consequences, including divorce, license revocation, and financial liability. I survived their betrayals, and I'm building a life that doesn't include people who could be so calculatingly cruel while pretending to care about my well-being. My pregnant wife confessed her affair. Partner might be the baby's father, 3 days before birth. The soul-crushing revelation I received just 72 hours before what should have been the happiest moment of my life has turned the impending birth of my child into a nightmare of uncertainty, betrayal, and legal complexity that I never imagined facing. I'm 29 years old. My wife Ashley is 28, and we've been married for 4 years. What makes this situation particularly agonizing is that Ashley waited until she was 39 weeks pregnant, literally days before our baby was due, to confess that she'd had an affair 6 months ago, and that there's a possibility the child I've been preparing to welcome isn't biologically mine. The timing of her confession, the months of lies and deception while I attended prenatal appointments and prepared our nursery, and now the prospect of watching my wife give birth to a baby who might not be mine has created a crisis that encompasses every aspect of my existence: emotional, legal, financial, and existential. Ashley and I met in college and married when we were both 25. We'd been trying to get pregnant for about a year when Ashley finally conceived last spring. I was overjoyed. We both were, or so I thought. I'd attended every prenatal appointment, taken birthing classes, painted the nursery, assembled furniture, and spent months excited about becoming a father. We'd chosen a name together, discussed parenting philosophies, and planned our lives around this baby. My parents had been preparing to become grandparents, buying gifts and planning to visit after the birth. Everything seemed perfect. 3 days ago, when Ashley was 39 weeks pregnant and we were both on edge waiting for labor to start, she had a complete emotional breakdown. She started crying uncontrollably and said she needed to tell me something before the baby was born. What followed was a confession that destroyed everything I thought I knew about our marriage and the baby we were expecting. According to Ashley's tearful explanation, she'd had an affair approximately 9 months ago with a coworker named Brian. The affair had lasted about 6 weeks before she'd ended it and recommitted to our marriage. She claimed she'd been feeling insecure and neglected during our fertility struggles, that Brian had paid attention to her when I was supposedly distracted by work, and that the affair had been a terrible mistake she deeply regretted. But the affair had occurred during the exact window when Ashley became pregnant. She'd done the math multiple times and realized the conception date could align with either our planned conception attempts or with one of her encounters with Brian. She wasn't certain who the father was, and she'd been living with that uncertainty throughout the entire pregnancy, while letting me believe I was definitely the baby's father. I was sitting on our couch, 3 days away from what I thought was the birth of my child, learning that my wife had not only cheated on me, but had hidden that fact for 9 months while I'd bonded with a baby that might not be mine. The betrayal was so comprehensive, I initially couldn't process it. I just stared at Ashley while she sobbed and tried to explain why she'd waited until now to tell me. Her explanation for the timing was that she'd been terrified of telling me earlier because she didn't want to disrupt the pregnancy or cause stress that might affect the baby's health. She'd convinced herself that statistically I was probably the father, since we'd been actively trying to conceive during that period. She'd told herself that she'd wait until after the birth and then quietly arrange paternity testing without telling me about the affair if the baby was clearly mine. But as the due date approached, her guilt and anxiety had become overwhelming. She couldn't go into labor and let me be present for the birth without telling me the truth about the uncertainty. I appreciated that Ashley had finally told me, but I was also furious that she'd waited until the absolute last possible moment. She'd stolen 9 months where I could have been processing this information and making informed decisions about my future. Instead, she'd let me bond with a pregnancy while hiding crucial information that I had a right to know. Every ultrasound, every prenatal appointment, every moment of preparation had been contaminated by her lie of omission. The practical questions were immediate and overwhelming. What happened now? Ashley could go into labor at any moment. She was already having occasional contractions. Was I supposed to be present for the birth of a baby who might not be mine? Was I supposed to sign the birth certificate, acknowledging paternity, when there was genuine uncertainty? What were the legal implications of signing or not signing? Did the affair partner know about the pregnancy and the paternity question? Ashley said Brian didn't know. She'd ended the affair before she knew she was pregnant, and she'd never told him about the baby or the paternity uncertainty. As far as Brian knew, the affair had ended, and Ashley had returned to her marriage with no complications. Ashley hadn't wanted to complicate things further by bringing him into the situation unless paternity testing proved he was the father. I called my brother immediately and went to stay with him for the night. I couldn't be in the same house with Ashley while processing this betrayal. My brother was shocked and supportive, offering his guest room and helping me think through the immediate decisions I needed to make. We consulted with an attorney friend who explained the legal complexities. Under our state's law, if you're married when a child is born, you're automatically the legal father, regardless of biological paternity. That legal presumption can be challenged through paternity testing, but you have a limited window to do so. If I signed the birth certificate and later discovered I wasn't the biological father, I'd still have legal obligations unless I successfully challenged paternity in court. But if I refused to sign the birth certificate, it would be a public acknowledgement that I questioned paternity, which could affect the baby regardless of whether I was actually the father. The attorney also explained that if I wasn't the biological father, but the biological father was uninvolved, and I'd acted as the baby's father during infancy, I could still be held legally and financially responsible under doctrines of equitable estoppment or psychological parenthood. Essentially, even biological non-paternity might not free me from obligations if I'd bonded with the child as a father. The legal complexity made the emotional devastation even worse. I was facing impossible decisions with no good options. If I stayed married to Ashley and parented this baby regardless of paternity, I was accepting that she'd betrayed me and might have had another man's child. If I left Ashley before the birth, I was potentially abandoning my own biological child based on uncertainty. If I waited for paternity testing after the birth, I'd be bonding with a baby for weeks or months before potentially discovering they weren't mine biologically. Ashley called me repeatedly, begging me to come home. She said she was scared about going into labor without me there, that she needed me regardless of the paternity uncertainty, that we'd figure everything out together after the baby was born. Her calls alternated between apologies for the affair and the delayed confession, and pleas for me to be present for the birth of our baby. But I couldn't call it our baby anymore, with any certainty. The baby Ashley was carrying might be mine, or might be the child of her affair partner. I didn't know, and I wouldn't know until after the birth, when we could arrange paternity testing. Ashley had stolen my ability to welcome this baby with uncomplicated joy because of her affair and her decision to hide it throughout the entire pregnancy. My parents called after Ashley apparently contacted my mother in desperation. My mom was crying, saying I needed to be there for the birth of my child, that Ashley had made a terrible mistake but that the baby was innocent. I tried to explain to my mother that I didn't know if this was actually my child, that Ashley's affair meant real uncertainty about paternity. My mom said biology didn't matter as much as my role as the baby's father, which showed she didn't understand the gravity of the situation. I consulted with another attorney who specialized in family law and paternity issues. This attorney explained my options more thoroughly. I could be present for the birth but refuse to sign the birth certificate until paternity was established through DNA testing. The baby would be born without a legal father listed, which would create complications, but would protect me from being locked into legal obligations before knowing biological paternity. Alternatively, I could sign the birth certificate and then challenge paternity later if testing proved I wasn't the biological father, though this would be more legally complex. The attorney also explained that if Brian was the biological father, I could potentially sue him for fraud or alienation of affection, depending on our state's laws. I could also potentially recover damages from Ashley for the emotional distress and financial losses associated with her fraud. But these legal remedies didn't address the immediate emotional devastation of the situation. I decided I couldn't be present for the birth. I called Ashley and told her I needed time and space to process what she'd told me, that I couldn't support her through labor and delivery while simultaneously processing the betrayal and uncertainty. She was devastated and angry, saying I was abandoning her during the most vulnerable moment of her life. I responded that she'd created this situation through her affair and her decision to hide it for 9 months, and that the consequences of her choices included me not being able to fulfill the supportive husband role she wanted. Ashley went into labor 2 days after our conversation. Her mother called to inform me and to beg me to come to the hospital. I refused. Ashley's sister called with the same plea. I remained at my brother's house, not at the hospital where Ashley was giving birth to a baby who might or might not be mine. Ashley gave birth to a girl that evening. Her mother sent me a photo, a tiny baby with dark hair and fair skin. I looked at the photo and felt nothing but confusion and pain. Was this my daughter or someone else's? The baby was beautiful, but I couldn't feel the rush of parental love I'd anticipated because the entire situation was contaminated by Ashley's betrayal. Ashley named the baby Emma, which had been the name we'd chosen together months earlier. The use of our chosen name felt like another violation. Ashley proceeding with plans we'd made together, while the fundamental premise of our shared parenthood was in question. I consulted with my attorney about arranging paternity testing. In our state, I could request testing even without being listed on the birth certificate. We arranged for a testing facility to collect samples from me, from the baby, and ideally from Brian if he could be located and compelled to provide DNA. The process would take approximately 2 weeks from sample collection to results. Getting Brian involved was its own nightmare. I had to inform him about the affair, about the baby, and about the need for paternity testing. I contacted him through Ashley's workplace, sending a certified letter explaining the situation and requesting his voluntary DNA sample. Brian was apparently shocked. He'd had no idea about the pregnancy or the paternity question. He initially refused to provide DNA, saying he wanted nothing to do with the situation, and that Ashley had told him she was on birth control during their affair. My attorney explained we could compel Brian's DNA testing through court order if necessary, which we initiated. The legal process added weeks to an already agonizing situation. Meanwhile, Ashley was at home with baby Emma, calling me constantly and begging me to come meet my daughter. She'd sent dozens of photos and videos. She kept insisting that Emma looked like me, that she was certain now that I was the father, that we could be a family if I'd just come home. But Ashley's certainty meant nothing given her track record of lying. She'd hidden the affair for 9 months. She'd let me attend prenatal appointments and prepare for fatherhood while knowing I might not be the baby's biological father. Her claims about Emma's appearance or her feelings about paternity were worthless. I was living in a surreal limbo. My wife had just given birth to a baby who might be mine or might be her affair partner's. I was legally her husband, but emotionally devastated and considering divorce. I was potentially a father, or potentially the victim of an elaborate deception. I couldn't move forward with any certainty until the paternity testing was complete. The DNA testing took 3 weeks from the initial sample collection to final results, due to the complications of compelling Brian's participation. Those 3 weeks were the longest of my life. Emma was 3 weeks old, and I'd never met her. Ashley had stopped calling as frequently, apparently recognizing that her pleas weren't effective. She'd sent a few emails about practical matters like health insurance coverage for the baby and birth certificate documentation. My family was divided about my decision not to meet Emma before paternity was established. My mother thought I was being cruel and that I'd regret missing the first weeks of my daughter's life. My brother supported my decision, saying I had a right to know biological paternity before committing to fatherhood. My father didn't know what to think, but said he'd support whatever decision I made. The paternity results finally arrived at my attorney's office. I went alone to receive them, too anxious to bring anyone with me. My attorney opened the envelope and read the results before handing them to me. The DNA testing had confirmed with 99.7% certainty that I was Emma's biological father. Brian was excluded as the biological father. The relief was overwhelming and immediate. Emma was mine. I was her father. The 9 months of pregnancy hadn't been a complete lie. The baby was actually mine biologically. But the relief was complicated by everything else. Ashley had still cheated on me. She'd still hidden the affair for 9 months. She'd still let me believe throughout the pregnancy that I was definitely the father when she knew there was uncertainty. The paternity results answered one question, but left so many others unresolved. I now had to decide what to do with this information. Emma was my biological daughter, but Ashley was still the wife who'd betrayed me and lied for 9 months. I was legally Emma's father, but I'd missed the first 3 weeks of her life because of Ashley's affair and delayed confession. I needed to meet my daughter, but I didn't know if I could rebuild my marriage or if I even wanted to try. I called Ashley from my attorney's office. "The results came back," I said. "I'm Emma's father." Ashley started crying with relief. She said she'd known it, that she'd felt certain that this meant we could be a family. I told her I needed to meet Emma, but that I didn't know what that meant for our marriage. She said we could figure everything out, that the important thing was I was Emma's father, and we could build from there. I went to meet Emma that evening. It was surreal walking into the home I'd left 3 weeks earlier to meet the 3-week-old daughter I'd never held. Emma was tiny and perfect, sleeping in the bassinet we'd bought months ago. Ashley tried to hand her to me, and I took her awkwardly, this infant I was biologically connected to but didn't know at all. Holding Emma, I felt the rush of paternal love I'd been denied for 3 weeks. She was mine. She was my daughter. But I also felt rage at Ashley for stealing the first 3 weeks of Emma's life from me through her affair and deception. I should have been present for her birth. I should have held her immediately. I should have been bonding with her from the first moment. Ashley's choices had robbed me of that experience. Over the following days, I spent time with Emma while maintaining distance from Ashley emotionally. I was her father, and I was going to be present in her life. But I wasn't ready to forgive Ashley or commit to saving our marriage. I moved back into our house but slept in the guest room. I helped with Emma's care, but barely spoke to Ashley beyond practical coordination. That's where I am now, 6 weeks after Emma's birth. I'm her father, I'm bonding with her, and I'm falling in love with this tiny human who's mine biologically. But my marriage is in shambles. Ashley cheated on me, hid it for 9 months, including throughout her entire pregnancy, and only confessed 3 days before giving birth. The betrayal is enormous, even though paternity testing proved Emma is mine. I'm in therapy, trying to process everything and decide what to do about my marriage. My therapist asks whether I can forgive Ashley and rebuild trust, or whether the betrayal is too fundamental. I don't have an answer yet. Some days I think we could work through it for Emma's sake. Other days I think the affair and the 9 months of deception are unforgivable regardless of paternity outcomes. What I know is that I love Emma, and I'm committed to being her father. But I don't know if I can stay married to someone who betrayed me and lied for 9 months about something as fundamental as potential paternity uncertainty. The paternity results answered the biological question, but left all the relationship questions unresolved. I'm a father now, which is what I wanted, but I'm a father in a broken marriage built on recent lies. The path forward is unclear and probably long. My wife faked a miscarriage to hide that she'd gotten pregnant by her affair partner. The absolutely horrific deception I uncovered 8 weeks ago has revealed that my wife of 7 years fabricated a miscarriage story to cover up an abortion she needed because she'd become pregnant during an affair with a coworker, and that the profound grief I experienced and the support I provided her during what I believed was our shared loss of a wanted pregnancy was all manufactured to hide infidelity that threatened to expose itself through biology. I'm 34 years old, my wife Amanda is 32, and the coworker she'd been seeing is a 38-year-old project manager named Derek, who works at the same architecture firm where Amanda is a senior designer. What makes this betrayal transcend ordinary infidelity into something almost incomprehensible is the calculated cruelty of using pregnancy loss, something genuinely devastating that many couples experience, as a cover story for an abortion necessitated by an affair, and the willingness to let me grieve for a baby that never existed while she knew the entire situation was a fiction created to protect herself from the consequences of her affair. Amanda and I married 7 years ago after dating for 3 years. We'd been trying to get pregnant for about 18 months when Amanda told me last winter that she was finally expecting. I'd been overjoyed. We'd been actively trying, had been disappointed by negative pregnancy tests month after month, and Amanda's positive test felt like the culmination of our efforts and hopes. We'd started planning immediately, discussing names and nursery arrangements, calculating due dates, and excitedly telling close family and friends about the pregnancy. Then, 2 months into what I believed was Amanda's pregnancy, she told me she'd had a miscarriage. She'd been at work and had started cramping and bleeding. She'd gone to her doctor, who confirmed that she'd lost the pregnancy. Amanda was devastated, crying for days and struggling to process what she characterized as our loss. I'd been heartbroken too, grieving for the baby we'd been expecting and trying to support Amanda through what appeared to be genuine emotional trauma. I'd taken time off work to be with Amanda, had handled all the practical aspects of our lives while she dealt with her grief, and had been emotionally supportive in every way I could. We'd talked about the miscarriage extensively, about our sadness, about whether to try again, about how to cope with the loss. I'd thought we were processing a genuine shared tragedy together. What I didn't know was that there had never been a pregnancy with me. Amanda had become pregnant during an affair with Derek, had realized the pregnancy timeline might reveal the infidelity if I did the math, and had gotten an abortion while telling me she'd miscarried our baby. The grief I'd witnessed hadn't been about losing a pregnancy. It had been Amanda's guilt and the stress of maintaining such an elaborate and cruel deception. The truth emerged because of a billing error. A statement from Amanda's health insurance company arrived at our house with charges from an abortion clinic, rather than from her regular OB/GYN. The statement showed a procedure date that corresponded with when Amanda had told me about the miscarriage. The procedure code and clinic name clearly indicated abortion services rather than miscarriage management. I stared at the insurance statement, trying to understand what I was seeing. If Amanda had actually miscarried naturally as she'd claimed, she would have been treated by her regular doctor, or possibly the emergency room, not at an abortion clinic. The insurance billing revealed that Amanda had sought abortion services rather than experiencing a spontaneous pregnancy loss. I confronted Amanda that evening with the insurance statement. She initially tried to claim there must be a billing error, or that the abortion clinic provided services for miscarriage management too. But as I pressed her on the specifics, why she would have gone to an abortion clinic rather than her regular doctor, why she'd never mentioned visiting that clinic, why the billing showed voluntary abortion procedures rather than emergency miscarriage treatment, her explanations fell apart. Finally, Amanda broke down and confessed the truth. She'd been having an affair with Derek for about 6 months when she'd become pregnant. She'd known immediately that the pregnancy wasn't mine because of timing. We'd been intimate less frequently during that period due to work stress, and Derek had been her primary sexual partner. She'd panicked about the pregnancy exposing the affair and had decided to have an abortion while telling me she'd miscarried our planned baby. According to Amanda's tearful explanation, she'd taken an at-home pregnancy test without telling me to confirm her suspicions. When it was positive, she'd secretly scheduled an abortion at a clinic across town where nobody would recognize her. She'd had the procedure done and had then come home and told me she'd miscarried at work. Everything after that, the grief, the doctor's confirmation, the emotional processing, had been theater designed to cover up what had actually happened. Amanda claimed she'd felt terrible about lying to me, and that watching me grieve for a baby that had never been ours had been agonizing for her. She said she'd wanted to tell me the truth multiple times, but had been too afraid of losing me in our marriage. She insisted she'd ended the affair with Derek immediately after the abortion, and had been trying to rebuild her commitment to our marriage ever since. Her explanations and justifications were the most offensive thing I'd ever heard. Amanda had not only conducted an affair, gotten pregnant by her affair partner, and had an abortion to hide the evidence. She'd also deliberately let me believe we'd lost a wanted pregnancy and had exploited my genuine grief to cover her tracks. She'd watched me suffer emotionally over a miscarriage that never happened, while knowing the entire situation was fabricated to protect herself. I told Amanda to leave our house immediately. She protested that we needed to talk, that she could explain everything, that our 7-year marriage deserved better than me ending it immediately. I responded that she'd forfeited any right to consideration or discussion when she'd faked a miscarriage to cover up an affair pregnancy. She'd committed betrayal at a level I hadn't known was possible. Amanda finally left to stay with a friend. She texted me constantly over the following hours and days, alternating between apologizing, justifying, and begging me to let her come home so we could work through things. She claimed she loved me and that the affair had been a mistake she deeply regretted. She said she'd do anything to save our marriage. But how do you save a marriage after something like this? Amanda hadn't just cheated. She'd gotten pregnant by another man, had an abortion, and then created an elaborate lie about miscarrying our baby to hide what had happened. She'd exploited one of life's genuine tragedies to cover up her infidelity. The cruelty and calculation required for that level of deception showed a fundamental lack of character that couldn't be fixed through counseling or promises to change. I filed for divorce immediately and consulted with an attorney about the legal implications of Amanda's deception. My attorney was shocked by the circumstances and explained that while Amanda's affair and lies were morally reprehensible, there wasn't a specific legal remedy for lying about a miscarriage. The divorce would proceed on normal grounds, though the attorney suggested documenting everything in case Amanda's pattern of deception became relevant to proceedings. I also had to process the emotional reality of what Amanda had done. I genuinely grieved for months over what I believed was our lost baby. I'd experienced real sadness and loss over a pregnancy that had never existed. Amanda had manufactured that grief by lying about the miscarriage. She'd weaponized my emotions and my hopes for fatherhood to hide an affair that had resulted in a pregnancy with someone else. The violation went beyond the affair itself. Infidelity is a betrayal of trust and commitment, but what Amanda had done was a betrayal of my emotional reality. She'd manipulated me into grieving for something fictional while using that grief to hide her actual betrayal. The layers of deception, the affair, the pregnancy with Derek, the abortion, the fake miscarriage, the months of watching me process false grief, showed a level of moral bankruptcy I hadn't known Amanda possessed. Friends and family were horrified when I explained why the marriage was ending. Many people initially assumed it was just an affair, which is bad enough. When I explained that Amanda had faked a miscarriage to cover up an affair pregnancy and abortion, their reactions went from sympathy to shock and disgust. Several people told me they'd never heard of anything so cruel and calculated. Amanda's own family was appalled by what she'd done. Her sister called to apologize on Amanda's behalf and to say she was disgusted by Amanda's choices. Her parents reached out to express their disappointment and to say they supported my decision to divorce. The fact that Amanda's own family couldn't defend or rationalize her behavior showed how beyond the pale her actions had been. The question of whether Derek knew about the pregnancy and abortion complicated my understanding of the situation. According to Amanda, she'd told Derek about the pregnancy and her plan to abort without telling me the truth. Derek had apparently been relieved that Amanda was handling the situation and had offered to pay for half the abortion. He'd known that Amanda was lying to me about miscarrying and had been complicit in the deception by staying silent. I contacted Derek directly and told him I knew about the affair, the pregnancy, and his knowing participation in deceiving me about the fake miscarriage. Derek was uncomfortable and defensive, claiming he'd just been following Amanda's lead and hadn't felt it was his place to tell me the truth. His moral cowardice was disgusting, but not surprising. Derek had been willing to sleep with a married woman, get her pregnant, help facilitate an abortion, and stay silent while I grieved a fictional pregnancy loss. His character was as bankrupt as Amanda's. I also reported the affair to their employer, since company policy prohibited romantic relationships between employees at their professional level. Both Amanda and Derek faced professional consequences, including being removed from shared projects and receiving formal warnings. The professional fallout added to the personal consequences of their affair and deception. The divorce has progressed quickly because I've refused any negotiation or attempt at reconciliation. Amanda initially wanted to try couples counseling or to discuss possible paths forward. I've been absolutely clear that the marriage is over, and that nothing Amanda can say or do will change that decision. She forfeited any possibility of working through our problems when she lied about miscarrying to cover up an affair pregnancy. Amanda's attempts to contact me have continued, despite my clear boundaries. She sent dozens of emails and texts, some apologizing and taking full responsibility, others trying to explain her psychology and the panic that led to her decisions. She claims she loves me and that she made terrible choices while in crisis. She insists that the person who lied about the miscarriage isn't who she really is. But that person is who she really is. Amanda made choices over months to have the affair, to continue it despite knowing the risks, to not use adequate contraception, to get an abortion without telling me the truth, to fabricate a miscarriage story, to maintain that lie for months while watching me grieve. Each of these was a separate decision that revealed her character and her priorities. This wasn't one terrible mistake. It was a sustained pattern of deception and cruelty. The divorce should be finalized within another 2 months. We have some shared assets but no children, which simplifies the legal process even as it makes the fictional pregnancy and miscarriage even more painful. If we'd had real children together, Amanda's willingness to lie about pregnancy loss might have been somewhat less incomprehensible. But we were childless, actively trying to conceive, and she'd weaponized my desire for fatherhood to hide her affair. 8 weeks after discovering Amanda's deception, I'm still processing the magnitude of the betrayal. The affair itself would have been devastating enough to end the marriage. The pregnancy with her affair partner would have been an additional layer of betrayal. But the decision to abort that pregnancy, while lying that we'd lost our planned baby, and then maintaining that lie for months while I genuinely grieved, represents a level of cruelty I'm still trying to comprehend. I'm in therapy working through the complex trauma of discovering that a pregnancy loss I'd grieved for months never actually happened, and was instead a cover story for my wife's affair and abortion. My therapist specializes in betrayal trauma and has been validating that what Amanda did was exceptionally harmful. Not just infidelity, but a deliberate corruption of my emotional reality, using something as profound as pregnancy loss. The question I keep returning to is how someone I'd been married to for 7 years, who I'd thought I knew intimately, could be capable of such calculated cruelty. The Amanda I thought I'd married wouldn't have lied about a miscarriage to cover an affair. But that Amanda apparently never existed, or had been capable of this level of deception all along, and I'd never seen it. What I know for certain is that discovering the truth, as painful as it was, is better than continuing to build my life with someone who'd proven herself capable of such comprehensive betrayal. If the insurance billing error hadn't exposed the abortion, I might have gone years, or even a lifetime, without knowing that the miscarriage Amanda and I had grieved together was actually an abortion to hide her affair pregnancy. I might have continued trusting someone who'd shown she couldn't be trusted with even the most basic honesty. I'm 34, divorced, and rebuilding my life after a marriage that ended with the revelation that my wife had faked a miscarriage to hide an affair. The path forward will involve processing this betrayal, eventually trusting someone else enough to be vulnerable again, and finding a way to fulfill my desire for fatherhood without the woman who'd weaponized that desire to cover her infidelity. For now, I'm just surviving day by day, and trusting that the pain will eventually fade enough for me to build something new from the wreckage of what Amanda destroyed. My wife's work emergency was actually her running off with her boss to Europe. The absolutely devastating discovery I made 10 weeks ago began when my wife of 9 years called from what she claimed was an urgent business trip to inform me she wouldn't be home for our daughter's 8th birthday. But investigation revealed that her supposed work emergency was actually a romantic 2-week European vacation with her direct supervisor, a trip they'd planned for months while I believed she was committed to our family and her career advancement was legitimate, rather than facilitated by an affair that had been ongoing for at least 18 months. I'm 36 years old. My wife Lauren is 34, and the supervisor she ran off with is a 42-year-old marketing director named Steven, who is also married with children, creating a situation where two families have been simultaneously destroyed by a workplace affair that escalated into an international romantic getaway disguised as a business obligation. What makes this betrayal particularly crushing is not just the affair itself or the elaborate vacation deception, but the discovery that Lauren chose to miss our daughter Emma's birthday, an event she'd been planning for weeks, to instead spend time on Italian beaches and Paris restaurants with her married boss, while I scrambled to explain to our heartbroken child why Mommy couldn't be there for her special day. Lauren and I married 9 years ago after dating for 3 years. We'd built what I believed was a solid partnership centered around our daughter Emma and our respective careers. I worked as a civil engineer at a municipal water department, while Lauren had progressed through various marketing positions before landing at her current company about 2 years ago. She'd been thriving professionally at the new company, or so I'd thought. Regular promotions, increasing responsibilities, and a salary that had grown from $65,000 to $95,000 in less than 2 years. I'd been proud of Lauren's professional success and supportive of the long hours and occasional travel her advancing career required. Steven had been Lauren's direct supervisor for the entire time she'd worked at the company. She'd mentioned him occasionally in normal work context, discussions about projects, praise for his leadership, complaints about demanding clients they dealt with together. I'd never met Steven, and had no reason to suspect their professional relationship was anything other than a normal boss-employee dynamic. Lauren had never given me specific reasons to doubt her faithfulness, though looking back now I can see signs I'd misinterpreted or ignored. The trip that exposed everything was supposed to be an urgent business emergency. Lauren had called me on a Thursday afternoon saying that a major client crisis had developed and that she and Steven needed to fly to London immediately to handle the situation in person. She'd said the crisis required at least a week to resolve, possibly longer, and that she was devastated to miss Emma's birthday party that weekend, but that her job and our family's financial security depended on her handling this emergency. I'd been disappointed and frustrated that Lauren would miss Emma's birthday, but I'd understood that sometimes work emergencies happen. Lauren had seemed genuinely upset about missing the party and had promised Emma she'd make it up to her with a special celebration when she returned. Emma had been sad, but had accepted that Mommy had important work to do. I'd proceeded with the birthday party as planned, inviting Emma's friends and family, making the cake, organizing games, and doing my best to ensure Emma had a wonderful 8th birthday despite her mother's absence. What I didn't know was that there was no client emergency. Lauren and Steven had planned this European trip months in advance as a romantic getaway. They'd coordinated their cover stories with each other. Steven had told his wife he had a business trip to assess potential European market expansion, while Lauren had told me about the client crisis. They'd booked hotels in London, Paris, and Rome, had planned romantic activities and dinners, and had essentially taken a 2-week vacation together, while their spouses believed they were managing urgent work situations. The truth began emerging when Steven's wife Jennifer called me 5 days into what was supposed to be Lauren's business trip. Jennifer explained that she'd become suspicious of Steven's European travel story and had done some investigating. She'd discovered that Steven's company had no European expansion plans and no client crisis requiring immediate travel. She'd also found credit card statements showing hotel bookings at romantic properties and purchases at expensive restaurants, jewelry stores, and gift shops throughout London and Paris. Jennifer had confronted Steven's secretary, who'd eventually admitted, after some pressure, that Steven and Lauren had taken personal vacation time and were traveling together in Europe on what was clearly a romantic trip rather than a business obligation. The secretary had apparently been uncomfortable being complicit in the deception, but had felt she couldn't refuse to cover for her boss without risking her own job. Jennifer was calling me because she'd assumed I must know about the trip and had perhaps approved of Lauren taking a vacation with her boss. When I told Jennifer I'd believed Lauren was on an urgent business trip and had no idea she was actually on vacation with Stephen, Jennifer was shocked and apologetic. She shared with me the evidence she'd gathered: credit card statements showing romantic hotel bookings, photos Stephen had apparently posted to a private Instagram account showing him and Lauren at tourist sites together, and testimony from the secretary about the true nature of the trip. I sat in my living room processing what Jennifer had told me while Emma played in the next room. My wife wasn't in London managing a client emergency. She was touring Europe with her married boss on a romantic vacation they'd planned while lying to both of their spouses. She'd missed Emma's 8th birthday for this affair trip, prioritizing her relationship with Stephen over being present for our daughter's special day. I called Lauren immediately. She answered, sounding relaxed and happy, asking how Emma's birthday party had gone. I told her I'd spoken with Stephen's wife and that I knew there was no client emergency and no business crisis. I said I knew she was on vacation with Stephen and that their affair had been exposed. There was a long silence on the phone before Lauren started trying to explain and defend herself. According to Lauren's initial response, she'd developed feelings for Stephen over the past year, and they'd started an affair that had become serious. She claimed she'd been planning to tell me about it but hadn't found the right time. The European trip had been something they'd planned as a way to figure out their feelings and decide what to do about their respective marriages. She insisted she loved Emma and hadn't wanted to miss her birthday, but that this trip had been important for her personal growth and understanding of her needs. Her justifications were obscene. Lauren had been conducting an affair for over a year, had planned a romantic European vacation with her married boss, had invented a fake client emergency to explain her absence, and had chosen to miss our daughter's birthday for this affair trip. Now she was trying to characterize abandoning her family obligations as necessary for her personal growth. I told Lauren our marriage was over, and that she should stay in Europe as long as she wanted, because she wouldn't be welcome in our home when she returned. Lauren tried to argue that I was overreacting, and that we needed to discuss everything in person before making permanent decisions. I responded that she'd already made permanent decisions by conducting an 18-month affair and choosing her lover over her daughter's birthday. I ended the call while Lauren was still trying to explain herself. The next conversation was with Jennifer about how to handle our respective situations. Jennifer had already confronted Stephen over the phone and had told him their marriage was over. She was consulting with a divorce attorney and was planning to file immediately. Jennifer and I agreed to stay in communication and to share any evidence either of us discovered about the affair, recognizing that coordinating our responses would be strategically beneficial for both of our divorce proceedings. I then had to figure out what to tell Emma about why Mommy wouldn't be coming home as planned, and about the impending changes to our family structure. Emma was 8 years old enough to understand that her parents' marriage was in trouble, but too young to fully comprehend the adult complexities of affairs and betrayal. I consulted with a child psychologist about how to discuss the situation with Emma in age-appropriate ways. I eventually told Emma that Mommy and Daddy were having serious problems in our marriage, and that Mommy wouldn't be living with us for a while. Emma asked if it was because Mommy had missed her birthday, with the intuitive understanding children sometimes have that connects events even without knowing full details. I said that Mommy had made choices about her priorities that had hurt our family, trying to be honest without providing explicit details about the affair. Lauren returned from Europe after her planned 2 weeks abroad. She tried to come to our house, but I'd changed the locks and told her she wasn't welcome. She needed to find somewhere else to stay while we worked out divorce and custody arrangements. Lauren was angry that I'd locked her out of her own house, arguing that her name was on the mortgage and she had rights. I responded that she'd forfeited those rights when she'd run off to Europe with her boss while abandoning our daughter on her birthday. Lauren eventually moved into an apartment, apparently paid for at least partially by Stephen, who'd also left his wife and moved out of his family home. The affair that had been secret for 18 months was now public and was costing both Lauren and Stephen their marriages. I later learned through Jennifer that Stephen's wife was pursuing an aggressive divorce, seeking primary custody of their children and maximum financial support, citing Stephen's affair and his abandonment of family responsibilities. The divorce proceedings began with me filing, citing Lauren's adultery and her abandonment of family obligations to conduct an affair trip. My attorney used evidence Jennifer had gathered about the European vacation, the hotel bookings, the purchases, the photos, to demonstrate the premeditated nature of the affair and the extent of Lauren's deception about the supposed business emergency. Lauren's attorney tried to argue that the European trip was irrelevant to divorce proceedings and that the court should focus on equitable asset division and appropriate custody arrangements. But the optics of Lauren missing Emma's 8th birthday to vacation in Europe with her married boss were terrible, and Lauren's attorney seemed to recognize that fighting these facts would be difficult. The custody battle was the most painful aspect of the divorce. I wanted primary custody of Emma, given Lauren's demonstrated willingness to prioritize her affair over our daughter's well-being. Lauren claimed she was still a devoted mother, and that missing one birthday, due to what she still tried to characterize as a work conflict, didn't make her unfit for shared custody. But Emma herself had been affected by Lauren's absence and lies. Emma had overheard some of our arguments and had apparently understood more about her mother's affair than I'd intended to share. In the child custody evaluation, Emma expressed feeling hurt that her mother had chosen to be away for her birthday and confused about why her mother had lied about needing to be away for work. The custody evaluator recommended that I receive primary physical custody, with Lauren having regular visitation, noting that Lauren's choices around the European trip and her willingness to deceive Emma about the reasons for her absence raised concerns about her judgment regarding prioritizing her daughter's needs. Lauren has continued her relationship with Stephen throughout the divorce process. They're apparently serious about their relationship and are living together now that both have left their respective spouses. The affair that destroyed two families has evolved into what they seem to view as a legitimate, committed relationship, though both face ongoing legal and financial consequences in their divorces. Emma has struggled with her mother's absence and the changes to our family structure. She's in therapy, working through feelings about her parents' divorce and her mother's affair. She's particularly struggled with understanding why her mother chose to miss her birthday for the trip that led to our family falling apart. Lauren has tried to rebuild her relationship with Emma during visitation times, but the damage is significant. Emma knows her mother lied about the business trip and chose to be with Stephen instead of being present for her birthday. That knowledge has affected Emma's trust in her mother and their relationship dynamics. 10 weeks after discovering Lauren's European affair trip, the divorce is nearing completion. I have primary custody of Emma, have retained our house, and am receiving child support from Lauren. Lauren has her affair relationship with Stephen and the career advancement she apparently gained through their relationship, though both face professional scrutiny at their company for conducting an affair between supervisor and subordinate. What I know for certain is that Lauren made choices that destroyed our family. The affair itself, the elaborate European vacation deception, and especially the decision to miss Emma's 8th birthday for time with her lover. Those choices revealed Lauren's priorities and her character in ways I can't forgive or forget. I'm rebuilding life as a single father, while Lauren builds a new life with the man she left her family for. I'm 36, divorced, and raising Emma primarily alone, while her mother pursues the affair relationship she destroyed two families for. The path forward involves helping Emma process her mother's betrayal while building stability and normalcy in our home. I'm moving forward knowing that Lauren's choices were about her character flaws rather than about deficiencies in our marriage or family, and that Emma and I deserve better than someone who'd miss her daughter's birthday for a romantic vacation with her married boss.